got it. You. You hit. You. Yeah. Oh, don't miss! Mine. Did it hit? Down. You. You can't miss that. You know what I mean? Like that. not supposed to cover.
Yeah, that's true.
Great shot.
Up, buddy. Come back.
rehearse that move, by the way.
I was watching on the panel.
You're watching me lumber up there. Woo. All right, man.
No, that's right.
Hung there.
Help. Good.
got it. Switch.
Right there.
Welcome to the 2016 Atlantic Classic. We are live from Canoe Country Club, Summit, New Jersey, on Paddle Tennis Television on Facebook and YouTube. I am Patty Hogan. I'm alongside Scott Estes, an X-Man, for a round of 32 match. Scott, can you tell us who we're going to be watching?
Certainly. This morning we have Scott Kaylor and Kaylor Watt playing against Nick Mazzarese and Adam Mirsky. Scott's playing with the orange paddle. Kaylor Watt has a white hat on. Nick Mazzarese in the near court has a blue shirt and gray pants, and Adam Mirsky with a gray shirt and black pants. We're looking forward to a great day. The match is a 2 out of 3 set match with a third set tiebreaker if needed. And the Atlantic Classic is an APTA ranking tournament run by tournament director, host pro Drew Brderick.
Scott and Patty, we've got an absolutely loaded tournament today. We've got 14 of the top 20 players in the nation, 8 out of 10 here. Kaylor and Watt coming off a big win last month. The semis for the 2006 Patterson tournament up in Connecticut. And we've got some fabulous weather and some fabulous paddle.
It's about 60 degrees here in Summit, New Jersey, and we are hosted out of the, this is a beautiful club. Canoe Country Club has undergone a major renovation for their club. They have 5 paddle courts. They've got 8 tennis courts. They've got 2 18-hole golf courts. They've got an amazing clubhouse, a gym, a fitness thing open for all the players today throughout the day. And we are kicking off our first ever match on Paddle Tennis Television, our new another network to show you the great sport of platform tennis. X-Man, can you tell us a little about the draw and how it's going to what's going on?
So, Pat, we've got a draw of 32 here today. The top-ranked teams are here. Brderick and Jarrett are here. As Scott talked about the format before, it will be 2 out of 3. We will have umps later on today.
Yes, we will.
And Scott and Patty, you've been here before. What's it like today for these players?
Well, we're about to get going here, and actually we have 50 teams overall. This is a round of 32 match, so play started early this morning here at 6 clubs in the area, and we're really lucky because we have so many clubs in this area who are willing to give up their courts with so many talented pros who they love to have out here playing and representing our great sport. And we'd like to give a shout out to Montclair Golf Club. We've got Essex Fells. We've got Center Court. We've got Short Hills Club. We've got Rackets Club, and we have Beacon Hill Club, my former club. And we've got action that started this morning, 8 o'clock, and so now we are up to the round of 32, and it looks like it's going to be a great match here. Kaylor and Watt are, what seed are they, you guys?
They're the 6th seed, Patty. So far, they at Patterson last month, they were semifinalists. Kaylor Watt recently out of Notre Dame. And let's go to the action.
Let's go to the action. I think we're ready. So it looks like Kaylor Watt's going to be serving first.
Kaylor Watt serving from the far side. Scott Kaylor at the net. The point is going on a miss volley in the first point, but you can see the ball was hit several times. Players are trying to sort of get a feel for the play and get into the match.
So we're on serve here, 15 love, Kaylor Watt.
And we see right away the sun's a little bit of a factor. Both of these courts face right into the sun. For in the morning we had a little bit of overcast early on, but now the sun's out. You'll see that the players will let the ball drop, typically lower on contact, so that they can control the ball, try to hit the ball kind of off speed and deep.
Oh, great drop shot by Scott Kaylor, making sure he didn't put his paddle over the net. Terrific play.
Good point. 30 love here on the serve.
So Kaylor and Watt.
30 love.
Kaylor and Watt are overwhelming favorites in this match. And with these other team, Nick and Adam, I mean, to stay in this match, they got to really early on here try to keep their errors way down. They've got to extend these points. Kaylor and Watt are so good as a team. They've emerged as one of the top 6 teams in the country right now. And I would expect them to go through these guys fairly easily.
Okay, that looked out. We're going to be serving here at 35. Watt still serving here in the first game.
You see Scott Kaylor holding up his hand to shield the sun, get a better look at that overhead.
No sunglasses either, Patty.
Was out.
And we're at 45 here. That ball was
40-30.
40-30, excuse me.
So for those of you who have never seen this, you can see right away we have a player who serves and runs up to the net, joins his partner, and every point typically starts with a net team and a baseline team. It's a tremendous amount of lobbing in this sport compared to tennis in order to set up offense.
I missed.
And I
Okay,
think
first game
That's
to
the first
Kaylor
game
and
to
Watt.
Kaylor Watt. Hey, that was the first game, Patty. What'd you see there? Kaylor and Watt winning that first one.
well, I think it's the first of many. I
Yep.
don't see that these guys, you know, Nick kind of had a hanging forehand there. They had an opportunity, didn't capitalize. They're not going to get that many free chances, I don't think, out here today. That was Adam Mirsky serving the second game.
You could see Nick missed a ball by going right through the sun, was unable to actually, make any contact with his paddle. So it looks as though the players in the near court doing a little low trajectory lobbing are going to cause a lot of difficulty for the opponents looking into the sun.
And as with all the top teams in the country, the return of serve is typically a drive off a player's serve. That's going to be their shortest opportunity for a drive that they'll get in many points. And then they go into a lobbing mode here until they can get a team a little bit of trouble. And that was just kind of a loose overhead error.
Just long.
Just out, and he's going to start off here at hole here at love 30.
Another loose error early on here.
Paddle is
love 40.
There's a fault.
And that's going to be 0-2, 2-0 here for the serving team.
Scott Kaylor serving. Yes, we are.
Kaylor and Watt hitting overheads toward the corners, trying to keep their opponents back. Now there's a ball that went out of the court. That's a loss of a point. You must keep the ball in play.
Only happens in the warmer weather typically.
So Kaylor serving here, up 2-0, and they're up 5-0.
And he lost that point. All right, we're back.
Kaylor Watt up 2-0, and they are up 30-love.
Scott Kaylor serving with his Pittsburgh Penguin baseball cap there, his lucky cap.
Hitting soft overheads, keeping their opponents back at the baseline, trying to avoid a drive, and doing a good job of it and winning a point.
Kaylor Watt up 2-0, serving at 40-love.
So
You can see Scott Kaylor close in there. As soon as he saw the drive come, he closed in to make a volley. Just put the ball back in play, straight ahead.
absolutely, but Mazeris and Mirski are probing with their shots, trying to move the ball in the air, get them off the net, trying to drive, see if they could miss a volley. The game is traditionally more errors than winners.
And that's going to be a 3-0 lead for Kaylor Watt.
I know you're a psychic X-Man, but we're not quite there yet. Just doesn't look like our baseline guys. It doesn't look like Nick and Adam have enough offense. They seem to be pretty content, and I think the sun could be a factor here for them playing pretty deep on the baseline and really lobbing 95% of the shots they've hit. And then when they pick a drive, they're kind of picking a shot that there's no opening.
And missing that drive to end the game.
So Kaylor Watt up 3-0.
It's Adam.
Serving is Mazeris. Love 5.
Beautiful backhand from Casey Watt.
That was very nice.
He's got that two-hander that is really turned into one of the weapons in the sport. I think what these guys have to do is start getting the lobs have to go much higher and much deeper. Scott and
Absolutely.
Casey are hitting majority of the overheads from inside the service box. And so
That puts
these
a
guys
lot
are
of
able
pressure.
to-
Puts a lot of pressure on the team at the back court if your lobs are short. At least if they're high, it gives them a little bit more difficulty. So at this point, it looks like Mirski and Mazeris on the near court are just trying to grind their points out longer.
That's it. That's a good deep lob. Set up an offensive opportunity. But Scott was just kind of hanging right on top of the net. But that's the play that they are going to look to repeat.
You can see how Casey Watt on the far court with the white hat hitting his overheads, letting the ball drop a little lower, trying to make a low contact point to keep the ball low on his opponent's side of the court. It's quite a lengthy point, and that ball hit the player off the bounce. So
You can just see this match is falling into Scott's hands. He's able to use a variety of spins on his overheads. Every time he almost, you know, sometimes players bait players to hit a drive. He just closes in, stuffs the volley, and then there he saw the player was out in the middle of the court and went.
Serving at 5-5. We're at 3-0 here. Kaylor Watt leading.
Okay, there's a quick exchange there. Great athleticism, good volley play. Casey missed his drop shot, trying to really cut the ball, went right under it and missed it.
So Kaylor Watt leading at 3-0 here. Mazeries-Mirsky up 35 in this game.
And Mazarith is he's our server with that Sacred Heart tennis shirt on, I believe. So total points, Kaylor Watt so far. How many have they lost in this match? We've played 3 games. They've only lost a couple of points.
Just a couple. Playing very consistently. Good drive by Scott Kaylor. And they take over the net.
And Kaylor and Watt are looking to go deep in this draw. And this is a great starting match because these Maurice and Mirsky are great athletes out here. They just lack a little bit of experience on here. And I think their lobs just are getting them killed.
You can see how short. Well, he made an attacking move. Oh. And the ball is returned back again as a reversal. It was a very good shot by Watt.
Kaylor Watt up 3-11, serving here at 30-30. Our Mazeries-Mirsky serving.
Well, in that play, Scott, you saw that beautiful play off the back screen. That's what makes platform tennis so unique compared to tennis players, where an apparent winner goes through and players can effortlessly, I mean, at this skill level, these guys are the best in the sport, go back and hit an offensive shot in that situation.
Absolutely. So it makes it a very difficult play for a team to drive through an opponent if they hit it too hard.
Serving here at deuce.
If they hit it too hard, they can lose that point.
Add out.
Advantage
Kaylor.
Mazeries. Oh no, Kaylor corrected.
It's a nice play.
Deuce
by Mazeries.
That's where Casey would be well served to let that ball go through to Scott. He would simply throw up a lob, but when you're in the heat of the moment there, it's kind of hard to pull off on some shots.
Too bad with the fault.
Add out. And
another
game.
fault.
Game Kaylor and Watt. They're up 4-0 here in the first set of this round of 32 match. We are at the Atlantic Classic, Canoebrook Country Club.
This is Casey Watt serving.
Beautiful overhead. That's the idea when you.
Casey Watt serving up 4-0. of 5-0.
And for those watching this for the first time, there's a lot of repetition in platform tennis. You have to kind of lob to set yourself up. You look for the only vulnerable spots against a top team are right there where you can get a guy maybe on his right hip.
Kaylor Watt serving up 4-0, 15 all. (30-15). Okay.
The sun seemed to have gone under and giving our far court players, Kaylor and Watt, little advantage, not having to look into the sun, making it a lot easier to hit their overheads.
We've got a cloud cover and a little lull in the action there from Scott. A rare miss.
Yeah.
It's one of the tour's steadiest players.
And Kaylor Watt serving at 30-30.
I think they were trying to make sure that the score was correct, that they accounted for all their points.
Another thing that makes paddle unique from tennis, or a little different, is players only get one serve out here. That's a beautiful lob.
See how that forced Kaylor to go back very deep. Now he's inside this service line making his overhead. There's another short lob.
Kaylor and Watt are textbook platform tennis players here. They close in every time they see a drive coming. The player to the right of the two players of the net closes in.
Kaylor Watt serving here at 40-30. Deuce. Back to deuce.
Just like the players, sometimes the announcing team loses a score as well.
Advantage, Kaylor Watt.
Another thing you can see with Watt and Kaylor, very little confusion. Every ball that goes up the lob, one guy calls it, they know exactly who's going to hit the ball. There, Scott Kaylor moved out of the way, so there was no issue with who's going to cover the next shot. We talk about the differences with these teams. Kaylor and Watt, top 6 in the country. Where are these other guys, X-Men? What are your stats? What's the deepest they've ever gone into a draw?
Let's see.
Maybe a quarter?
It looks like Kaylor Watt were at the semis last month in Patterson.
Well, the difference is every tournament they show up, they are getting into the later rounds of every draw, where these other guys maybe have a quarterfinal as their best result, and that lack of experience in big game situations certainly is a factor here.
So this is getting deep into the first set. You can still see that Kaylor and Watt have not really changed the style of their play. Despite the fact that they're up, they're not trying to press the win points quickly. They're still just playing at a nice, consistent pace and making it very difficult for Mazeris and Mirski to get into this match.
Scott, that's going to bring us back to deuce here.
So this is a huge game for these guys. Kaylor and Watt are on a roll here. Mazzarri and Mirsky, they need this game.
Good drive, forced a volley error.
And Casey Watt will serve at add out.
Big chance.
Back to deuce.
Too bad Mazzarri and Mirsky couldn't convert on that one.
That was a beautiful get on that low screen shot.
Compare the two teams' overheads. Our higher ranked team is hitting terrific overheads, keeping that ball down, not giving their opponents a chance to drive the ball. Little luck on that one.
So Casey Watt will serve now, add in, up 4-0. Third deuce, the third add.
I've got to believe that Marisi and Mirsky are a little nervous out here, being live streamed for the first time, playing against number 6 team in the country. And it looks like they're settling in a little bit. They still got to lob higher and deeper, but they look like they're settling in a little bit.
It's a nice drive. Tried to miss on that.
And we're back to deuce here, guys. This is our fourth deuce of this game.
Great volley by Kaylor.
Add in for Casey Watt once more. Five games to nothing. That is the 6th ranked Scott Kaylor and Casey Watt. Really in control here, Patty.
So here we are, we're at the 2016 Atlantic Classic, and we have a great group of sponsors, X-Man, that you're going to tell us about here. Can you please?
We do, Patty. Thank you to Colt Studio. They're a graphic design firm in New York City, and we appreciate their sponsorship today's Atlantic Classic. Colt Studio, thank you.
X-Man, can you please, why don't you tell our viewers about all the sponsors here?
Sure. So, Patty, we've got 9 premier sponsors here, including Investors Bank, Blakely Financial, as well as the support you talked about before from the members helping out with the neighboring clubs. These sponsors are critical to the Atlantic Classic. And we also thank Peerless Beverages, Harrow Favors, New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, thank you, Jimmy Irwin, Telluride Paddle Camp, Drew Broderick and Guy Moore, 23,000 Studios, Ad Agency, and our friends at Wilson. And Love 15 here.
Adam Mirsky serving. Love 15.
Kaylor Watt up 5-0, and that's going to be Love 30 here. Scott Kaylor and Casey Watt up big.
So just like tennis scoring here, you have to win 6 games to win a set. This is a 2 out of 3 set match.
Kaylor and Watt 2 points away from winning the first set.
Scott Kaylor and Casey Watt just in control here, up. Mazzarri's serving at 5:30, and that's going to be 5:40. He'll be serving now.
Double set point
Yeah.
against.
Second match point.
Set point.
Set point.
When those lobs are short, players are able to
And that's the
do
first
a
set,
lot
you guys.
more with that ball.
Scott Kaylor and Casey Watt have just won 6-love in the first set.
Scott, next man, I'd like to give a big shout out to the members of our host club here at Canoebrook. They're not only volunteering countless hours, and they've done months and months of work to set up this event, but they've also sponsored many of the players here for housing for the weekend. So these pros come in, they fly in, they pay for car rental, airfare, and these members are super generous. And we'd like to thank Regina Feeney, Jimmy White, Ian McDonald, the women's C team here at the club, the women's E and F teams, the men's 6 team, Pam Randazzo and Delia Hamlet. They have sponsored the players so the players can come here and have an amazing weekend experience here at Canoebrook.
Thanks for that, Patty. As well as volunteering support, we also do get some financial support. And we want to thank Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial Group, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, and let's go back to the action here, Patty and Scott. I think we're ready for the second set.
X-Man and Scott, I'm going to take a little walk around the facility here, get some updates on some other matches, and I'll be right back with you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, Patty.
Oh, Scott, that sun is really coming into play there. Saw that ball hit the light, and that was the first point of the second set. As you said before, Scott, these courts face east-west. They're extremely challenging for the side facing the sun, and none of these players are wearing sunglasses.
That's true. Sun is probably one of the most difficult conditions that you have to play in. Sunglasses help, but the sun is still quite a glare when the ball goes up through it. So Mirsky and Mazaris on our far court are going to really try to see if they can stop this train from rolling any further, see if they can get into the match.
That's right, and Scott Kaylor serving at 15-love.
There's 2 terrific volleys by Scott Kaylor.
Scott Kaylor serving, second set, up 30-love after winning the first 6-0.
That's a fault. And a great return.
Just like that, Scott, it's 30-30 here.
Yep. After grinding out all these points, 50 shot points, 2 hits, and it's 2 points are done. Settling in, hitting some lobs. Watt and Kaylor hitting the ball with some spin, low toward corners. It's a difficult shot. I think he missed that one. Couldn't see the sideline.
Scott Kaylor will serve now, add out.
Terrific pace on the overhead for the game.
That will be the first game of the second set, going to Casey Watt, Scott Kaylor, winning the first set and taking the first game of the second set. First point. We'll go 5-5 here in the second game after that ball left the court. Mazzarese serving here at 5-5.
Loss of point. As we mentioned before, in the sport of platform tennis, you must keep the ball within the court boundaries. If you hit an overhead, bounce it in the court, and it goes out over the screens, that's a loss of point. No other penalty other than the fact you lose the point. That happens in warm conditions. Ball is a little livelier. It can bounce. The height of the screens, 12 feet. So you hit that ball 12 feet, and 1 inch it's going over the screen.
And Mazzarese serving here at 30-30.
Great put away by Kaylor. We do have another match on our adjoining court. We will probably be cutting over to that match at some point to
Scott,
watch
that's right.
those points.
As Casey Watt is serving up 2-0 here in the second set after winning the first set 6-0.
That sun has popped out again. You can see Kaylor on the far side trying to shield the sun on some of his shots. Makes it difficult. A lot of lobs coming over. Trying to slow down that pace here. There's a first drive and a nice volley again by Kaylor. Kaylor closes the net very, very well. Comes, anticipates a drive, is right on the net to make a volley.
Another minute-long point here, Scott.
Oh, just missed.
And Casey Watt will serve 15-love. Up 2-0 after winning the first set.
Cardinal sin of paddle returning that serve into the net.
Casey Watt serving up 30-love. I believe that's his first fault of the day, Scott.
Yep, having just one serve can be difficult. Got to get that ball in play.
Oh.
Terrific overhead right into the corner.
And Casey gets it right back. He's up 45.
Nice return. Another error.
And just like that, guys, it's 3-0 here in the third set. Casey Watt, Scott Kaylor are just unstoppable at this point. They're really looking like the team that made it to the round of 16 the Nationals last year, being the 6th-ranked team.
Playing very steadily, very consistently, just not giving Mazzarese and Mirsky a chance to get back in the match. And there's another ball out of the court.
Scott, I think that's the third one we've seen today. It's pretty cold out. Is it the sun that causes that?
The ball is lively. The sun does, warm the court and the ball, but it's lively enough that if you hit that ball with a little too much pace, it's going to bounce high enough to go out over the 12-foot top of the screen. In that case, you saw it actually nick to the top, just barely went out, but unfortunately, that's a loss of point.
So Mirsky will serve here, up 15 love after that ball left the court.
For the third time in this match.
For the third time.
Yeah.
And Scott, Patty, they are looking for a game here. How are they going to do that?
Well, they're going to probably have to mix it up a little bit more. Going to have to lob higher, deeper, and hit some penetrating shots when they have the opportunity. I mean, there's not much more you can do when a team like Kaylor and Watt are hitting good overheads and making good volleys on the net.
Mirsky will serve at 5-5.
Every match comes down to fundamentals. Depth on lobs, consistency on volleys, few unforced errors.
And Mirsky will serve at 5-30.
That was a great lob, just inside the baseline.
Okay.
Okay, and we're going to be moving on here to different court coverage. Patty, what are you seeing out there on the court next to us?
Well, we've got an exciting round of 32 match developing here between Guy Moore and Denny English, and they're playing against Victor Vidal and Patrick Egan. And Egan and Vidal are up here 2 games to love in the first set. And as soon as we see who's serving, we were watching our first court here. We're going over to the second court. Scott, next man, you got it?
We got it here, Patty. We're watching both courts here.
Well, we're going to simply go to the next court now. We're going to leave this match. And we are now at 3 love in the first set here. Egan and Vidal are up on Moore and English.
All right, we will give you the description of the players when they go back onto the court at the changeover. We have Guy Moore.
And guys, again, we'd like to thank our sponsors today for the Atlanta Classic. Cult Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, of course, Wilson, 23 Studios, and Telluride Paddle Camp, which Drew Brderick and Guy Moore are the instructors at. I'm joined here with Patty and Scott today. We've got beautiful weather. We've got an intense draw. We've got great weather. Patty, what are you seeing out there?
Well, I'm seeing that we have Curtis Guy Moore getting ready to serve. He's
Okay.
down love 3, first set. This 2 out of 3 set match in a round of 32s.
Moore is serving.
Guy Moore is serving.
Wearing short sleeve blue shirt with the white stripes. His partner Denny English with a blue shirt and a blue cap. And on the far court, we have Victor Vidal playing the ball off that back screen with a blue shirt and a white hat, who just lobbed it long. And his partner Patrick Egan in the gray shirt.
And Guy will serve here up 5 love.
Okay,
so we're watching.
Well, this is going to be exciting. I've never seen Patrick Egan play, but I hear he's a great player. I've seen Victor. Victor played a couple of years and had a lot of success with Red Craft. Finished, top 25 in the country. Watched them. They play one of the most amazing President's Cup match last year at Nationals. Guy is a former partner of Drew Brderick, our #1 seed and host. Guy and Drew are consistently ranked top 8 teams in the country. Guy does a great job, runs a massive program over at Plainfield Country Club.
Very nice play.
And Guy Moore will serve here at 5-5. as he talks to his partner a little bit.
Always want to know what the strategy's going to be.
You can see when these players serve, they run into the net. They favor their backhand volley. The court is so short, they really don't have the time to go back and forth between a forehand and a backhand. So they'll often defend that really good drive, return to serve with a backhand volley.
I love the ball.
Okay, and Guy will serve. Guy Moore here out of Plainfield will serve at 5:30.
Guy and Danny pulled out a first set match win over Connor Breen and Greg Morgan, some local pros here. Connor works out of Canoebrook, and he's going to be our crackerjack scorekeeper as we go throughout the day today, we hope. Kind of alerting us of highlights going on in some neighboring matches.
And Patty, we get the ball back in here. Guy Moore will serve at 30 all.
We're actually 5:40.
5:40,
Yeah.
excuse me. Thank you, Scott.
Sometimes it's hard to see if the ball was in or out for calling the score.
I see on a neighboring court, speaking of a neighboring court, I see our tournament #1 seeds, Jared Palmer, Drew Broderick, out in their first round match, which is a round of 32.
And Guy will serve down 30-40.
Just long. Game.
Victor Vidal serving, up 4-love.
Up 4-love.
First set.
First set.
2 out of 3 set match here, and a round of 32 match at the Atlantic Classic.
Hit, hit.
Moore is looking to be very offensive. He's hit a lot of drives, and now they've managed to take over the net.
And the first point goes out for the service team. Victor Vidal will serve at love 15. Up 4-0 in games.
And Guy may be feeling that for he and Denny to come through in a match like this, they're going to have to apply some pressure. They're going to have to be a little creative. Victor and Patrick look really solid. This is their first match of the day.
Oh, Patty, what a drop shot from Patrick.
And even though it's warm, we're going to see drop shots.
Yeah. Victor's going to serve up 30-love here, up 4-0.
Long volley.
Solid return to serve from Denny English.
And Victor Vidal will serve up 30-15.
Guy will look, Moore will look to return this one. A great serve.
We'll go to 30-30.
And that was a great little shot by Guy. He just kind of went in. He had a shorter ball. He didn't try to do too much with it. Just hit an off-speed shot. Sometimes that's how you can force a guy to make a little bit of an easy volley. I like Denny forcing the action again. So they're on the boards.
They are on the
There
board.
they are. And Guy Moore's team here up down 4-1 here.
So Vidal and Egan up 4-1 on Moore in English. First set of this 2 out of 3 set match in the Atlantic Classic. This is our first effort with this paddle streaming. This is our paddle streaming marathon today. It's never been done where we just are going to go live streaming throughout the day. Hopefully we can capture a lot of really exciting matches for you.
And Patty, we definitely want to thank our sponsors again today, including Wilson, where Drew Broderick and Guy Moore are the instructors, Cult Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakman Financial, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, and Jimmy Irwin, and 23K Studios. Thank you so much. And guys, we've got a wonderful draw here today, wonderful weather, and a lot of great points.
A lot of great paddles still to go all day long. This will be the paddle streaming marathon. right from when we started at 10:15 all the way through the quarterfinals tonight.
Let's go back to the action.
Looks like we have an injury. Didn't see what happened.
It looks like Kaylor Watt has got a leg injury. And all play has been stopped here. Just making sure that Kaylor Watt is okay. What looks to be an ankle, left ankle. He's going to try to walk it off. Excuse me, his right ankle. And he's going to try to stretch out this right ankle here. Scott and Patty, has the ankle been an issue before for Kaylor Watt?
I have no idea,
Yeah,
and I was
not to my
watching the other
knowledge.
court, so I missed the incident there.
Yeah.
So all the players kind of are checking it out. Everyone's concerned. This is everybody out here are great competitors, but great friends. Everyone's concerned for Casey.
We hope that Kaylor Watt at Notre Dame is okay with that wheel there. He's going to take the ball. And let's go back to Guy Moore. Denny English.
Denny English serving in the far court.
Vidal.
Denny English is serving. He's up 4-1.
Up 4-1.
Denny English is down 4-1.
Down 4-1. English will serve. Love 15. Down 4 games to 1.
Great return of serve by Victor Vidal. They've taken over the net. Warren English on the far side, trying to keep the ball lobbing nice and high and deep. Give him a chance to make a shot like that.
And English will serve at 5-all.
So English and Moore on the far side talking it out, and it looks like Moore is going to stay back on English's serve. Nope, no, he's going in.
I think Guy was contemplating that because he does look like he's blinded by the sun.
Yeah, he did put a hat on, try to cut some of that glare down.
It's amazing that he put a hat on because he is proud of his hair, and you rarely see him sport a hat.
Patty, he is having quite the hair day. And English will serve up 35 in that sun.
I thought his hair looked exceptional in that first round match.
I'm sure he did too, Patty.
And Curtis has an amazing sense of humor. He would love us talking about his hair.
Keeping the overheads low. Trying not to give Moore and English a chance to drive the ball. Keeping it deep. Making difficult plays off the wires. I know both English and Moore are looking to hit the ball if they can. Trying to make their opponents make an error. There's 5 drives in a row. Finally one goes through. And the sun blinds Moore. And Vidal and Egan take the net over again. And there's a corner shot that English cannot get.
And English will serve here, Scott, at 30-30, down 4-1.
English serve, stayed back, made his return, and then moved into the net. And again, Moore misses a shot due to the sun.
That sun really looks difficult out there, Scott. English is going to serve 30-40, down 4-1 in games.
A great return and a real nice half volley by English. Well, that was a case of overhead being too short. Egan took advantage of it. Won the point.
And that puts English and Guy Moore in the hole, down 5-1 here.
Good return by English, forces a volley to go long.
And Egan will serve down love 15.
Long.
Egan will serve up 30 love, up 5-1.
I like those lobs going up nice and high.
And Egan will serve at 30-15.
Vidal pressed the issue there, did not have a good shot to drive that ball, still attempted it, hit it long. Now they're going to discuss the point score again, because after such lengthy points, sometimes you do lose track of the score. In fact, they've come to an agreement. Luckily, we never lose track.
It's good we don't lose track. You guys, I'm standing next to one of the #1 players in the world, Drew Brderick. I look up to Drew, he's right behind me. We're going to bring him on air for an interview shortly. We're going to keep watching this match, but we're going to have a chat with Drew. An X-Man. You've known Drew for a while.
Great.
I've known Drew for a little while here. As Patty, we're just at double match point here, 30 all.
Set point?
Set point. But Drew is one of our sponsors today with Guy Moore, who's playing out there, and the Telluride Paddle Camp. They're one of our premier sponsors. And Drew's had a chance to play out there. Drew, what are the conditions like out there today?
Really nice day today. Fortunately, we're on one of the courts that doesn't get a peek at the sun, so our court was pretty nice to play on, and temperature's perfect.
Drew, it has been difficult. You could see several shots have been lost due to balls going into the sun. Occasionally, the sun gets under cloud cover, and the players are very happy.
Okay. And Egan Vidal do take the first set here, 6-1 over Guy Moore and Denny English. Scott, you were just talking to Drew about the sun and the conditions.
You know, and I just took Scott's headset because I'd like to ask Drew a couple questions. Drew, one of your first partners, I mean, you guys are top 8 team in the country. Curtis Guy Moore. How do you describe his game?
Guy's a really smart player. He's known around the paddle circuit for his hard side back into the ad side screen. He and I have done a lot of teaching. If you watch him play, he's pretty textbook. Waits for his right opportunities. Not a ton of flash, but very efficient.
How many tournaments has he played with Denny English?
I believe this is their 3rd season playing together, so they probably played about 15 tournaments together.
Okay. And Do you think they can come back in this match? I know you're not a psychic, Drew, but you know them well. They lost the first set here to Victor and Patrick Egan. What are your thoughts? What do they have to do?
Basically, I think they just started slow, and once they were down a little bit in the first set, wheels might have come off. But all they need is a couple strong first couple games, and they could easily get right back in this match. And they're known for long three-setters, actually. So I don't know if that's on purpose, but. Okay.
Well, you know what? I think we've talked about Guy enough and Denny. So I want to talk about Brderick Palmer. They teamed up here. This is your first tournament out of the box. You guys took a pass on the Patterson Open. You're out here. You're the first seed. You just played one match. Do you step on the court and it feels like you've been playing for the past 6 months?
Yeah, we got a little practice match in yesterday. You know, we've played so much now in the past 2 years that we kind of know each other's role. And really it's just about feel and timing together. But, you know, unfortunately we didn't get to play Patterson. Jared now living in California, and I think he was actually in Sweden while the Patterson tournament was going on. So we did play that event a couple years ago.
And Drew, in this first court here, it looks like we've had a turn of events. I'm not sure that Kaylor Watt is able to play. It seems like he's limping off the court, and they may have to default this 32 match.
And Patty, just to go back to Guy Moore and Denny English, it looks like Guy Moore is serving at 5:30.
Yeah, we just came off the court when Casey went down. I believe the score was 5-love, 5-1, or 6-love, 5-1. So I'm not sure what happened in the end of that match. I know as tournament director, I'm going to get him his
So maybe they
ice
finished
water
the match.
for his ankle. I believe he rolled his ankle. So.
And Guy Moore will be serving at 5:40. This is the first game of the second set.
And Drew, everybody talks about paddling. We play it in wide-ranging temperatures. We have a beautiful warm day. When anybody ever asks, does this weather favor you or hurt you? I always say, Brderick Palmer, temperature never matters. I feel like you guys are #1 because you adjust your games and you know how to play at every temperature. So today, is this a great temperature for you guys to start your season?
It is. I would say we're a little bit more of a warm weather team. I feel like we have a wider range of shots when the temperature is warmer, just like any other team. But again, with the temperature, we adjust our game plan, and you know, the colder weather will bring longer matches and a little bit more of just basic paddle. But it's nice to start the season with the entire bag of tricks.
And Drew, you've done a wonderful job getting a sponsorship together for this weekend. This is the second big national ranking event on the APTA Tour, and you as the #1 player in the country is doing a great job here to bring this membership and this community nearby. You know, you've done a wonderful job bringing a crew in here and putting it out to the community to help spread the game of platform tennis. So it does look like Kaylor Watt pulled out that match despite the ankle injury.
And Patty, Guy Moore is going to be serving here. Add out. Excuse me.
Drew, you now have some time off between matches. Do you go to the new fitness center here at Canoebrook and work out?
Yeah, I just was about to say, you know, this event, 100% thank you to Albert Costantini and the rest of the Canoebrook staff. Every department has pitched in to make this event pretty seamless. We have plenty of players staying at the club hotel rooms here. And, yeah, it's just a great time for the club.
And Drew, we've got our first game of the second set here. Goes to Vidal, Egan. Guy Moore serving there. They had long points, but they just can't close these two out on the serve. I don't know if it's the sun. But as you're saying before, Patty, these East-West courts are challenges in the middle of the day.
So, Drew, what are we looking for? What's your next match?
We actually play the winner of the match we're watching right now.
Perfect.
I know 3 of the 4 players on the court very well, played them numerous times. So either way, regardless of the winner, I know we're going to have a tough match in the next round, and looking forward to it.
And for these players, Drew, you've been a tremendous asset for them being a local pro here. You've really helped them up their level of play.
Vidal serving up 1 game of 15 love.
And that's the great thing about the sport. Pros help each other get better, and you know the better guys that you have to practice against, that's going to help you perform better in these big-time tournaments.
And Vidal serving up 30 love. Excuse me, Patty.
So, Drew, you go enjoy your workout, have a nice lunch. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the day.
Thanks for stopping by, Drew.
Thanks, X-Man.
Vidal serving up 30 love. And Vidal will serve at 30-15.
So we'll see if Moore and English can come up with a little different strategy here. Little probing shot by Moore. He's hoping for another probing shot. He's hoping that their opponents make an error. Vidal and Egan being very solid, looking into the sun. See how long these points go. No one wants to lose it after you've hit the ball so many times. The sun actually is a little bit more difficult when the ball comes out of the ad court from our near side. When English lobs, it's coming right out of the sun. There's another good drive. Now they've taken over the net.
Oh, and Scott, that ends that marathon point.
Yep.
And that will get us to 30-30 here. Vidal Egan up 6-1 in the first set and 1-0 in the set.
English pushed the envelope there, tried to blitz, lost that point.
And Vidal Egan will earn another add-in.
It's a great serve.
And Scott, that gets us to 2-0 in the second set. Vidal Egan are up, and they are in control.
Despite the fact that the score is so lopsided, you can still see that the points are going, on and on, back and forth. It's just winning, getting that winning point, or actually not losing the point, making all the difference in the world in the overall score. So even at paddle at the highest levels, the game is still about 80% errors. It's not a game of winners, it's a game of errors. So you're giving your opponent a chance to make an error by placing the ball in difficult spots on their side of the court.
And we've seen about 4 points here, longer than a minute. A lot of patience out there, Scott.
We've seen points to go for 200 plus shots. It's amazing. It can go on and on and on. If those lobs keep coming in out of the sun, it's going to cause a lot of problems. We've seen a couple of net changes, and then players settled back down at the baseline and 2 more at the net. Start to repeat the process.
Boy, that sun is really in English's eyes there,
Yeah,
Scott.
you could see he had to stay back after he hit that ball. play it from the backcourt. So they've lost the net again. But at this stage, it's probably easier for the far court players to be playing the ball from the back of the court than it is at the net with the lobs coming through the sun.
And this, we're still the first point. That was about a minute and a half, Scott, as you were just saying. English will serve at 15 love, down 2-0 in the second set here. But it's almost easy to forget the score after those long points out there, Scott.
That's true. Easy for us, easy for them too.
Oh.
And there was a great play by Egan coming in, hit the drive with moderate pace, so it didn't come off the back screen with much force. So it was difficult for Moore to go back and get the ball.
And Scott, English has just faulted, so he'll be looking at 5:30. I think that's only the second fault for him for the day.
Another good drive. Many times players choose not to volley the ball because it would be too difficult, force them to make an error. They'd rather turn around, go back, get it off this back screen, and try to keep the ball in play from the backcourt, which is what's happened here.
And that's another unforced error, it looked like there, Scott.
Yeah.
English will serve at 5:40, down 2-0 in the second set after dropping the first.
So English trying to, it's a great lob inside the baseline. So the low contact point overhead or a little higher contact point with a lot of spin is sort of the general rule of thumb when players are hitting their overheads. Occasionally they'll come over it with top spin, and that ball has a lot of spin and makes it difficult for the backcourt player to take it off the deck and control it. When the ball goes into the screens, it does take the pace and spin off the ball to make it a little easier to make a return. It's a great volley.
And Scott, Egan and Vidal seem to be on cruise control here. They're up 3-0. Egan's going to serve, and they are up 1-0. And Egan will serve, up 15-0, up 3-0 to love.
That was a fault.
That was a fault. You could barely see that from here, Scott. 15 all.
Having one serve makes it tougher, especially when you play those 100-point shots and you come back and then make a fault.
Ooh.
Terrific overhead with a little spin into the corner. Players will shoot for the corner, will come out at difficult angles, make it.
And we'll go to 30-15.
Those corner shots make it difficult for the players to return the ball.
30-15, Egan Vidal up here in the fourth game, up 3-0 after winning the first set. And Guy Moore in English just trying to hang around here, Scott.
Yeah. So at times they're being patient, and then other times, like they're going to try to press the issue, try for a drive, maybe hope for a missed volley. That's a better lob if you can watch Vidal and Egan's feet when they go back for the lob. If you can get them back over that service line, you know you've lobbed the ball pretty well. If they're inside the service box, they have a little too much control make it more difficult for you as a player to get those overheads back.
There's that drop shot again, Scott.
Good volley, yeah, good volley.
Egan will serve. I believe he's up an ad right now. I couldn't see if that was in or out from here, Scott. But it looked
No,
like
it's hard. It's hard for us to see.
The edge of the line. And we want to thank Guy Moore as one of our sponsors, as one of the instructors of Telluride Paddle Camp, him and Drew Brderick. Thank you, Guy.
Two big drives. Denny English made two great volleys. Stood his ground.
And this point started at add in for Egan. It's
that's a terrific
just
volley
won't go
off the
away
net
here.
cord. Problem
and
with
that's trouble for Guy. That's Sun. So that's going to put them in a hole here in the second set. They are down 5-0, Scott, after dropping the first set. It seems like they just can't get to the net enough, and it just doesn't. Things aren't going their way. What are you seeing out there?
just a few too many errors. A few too many errors.
Hey, Scott, we're going to change over here. Guy's going to take the ball, and they're going to try to change things around. They are down 5-0 here in the second set. And he's going to start with a fault. That just missed.
Yeah.
Outside.
Yeah.
Love 15. Love 30.
Miss volley. He's trying to
things are moving quickly here.
He's trying to serve the ball to their backhands, not having much success as they're drilling returns. That's a good ball. But
down 5-0. There's a point for Guy Moore in the serve, and he's going to serve at 5-30.
Nice point by Moore, playing it off the screen and turning it into an offensive shot. Another good play by Moore, deciding to stay back, letting the return go through, and then he played an offensive shot off the screens to come in and now take the net. And we'll see what they can do with their overheads. Trying to hit that ball toward the corner.
What hand, Scott. Wow.
Great volleying.
And Guy Moore will serve at 5-40.
I think Denny is going to hit. Now that ball did go out of the court, but the ball did hit Egan's paddle before it went out. So English and Moore did win that point.
So Guy will serve at Ed out. And Scott, what do they need to do not to get back in this match or set? How do they win this game here?
You know, I think they have to be extremely patient and wait for their opportune time to put an offensive shot in play. Both Egan and Vidal are volleying very well, and if you're not in a good position to hit a drive, it's not the time to make the drive. I've seen them do a couple, I'm going to say they're a little bit off balance, and then on the second or third volley, the pressure's on them. So I think they have to grind out the points longer, and they're going to have to really wait for a ball that's short and perfect for them to hit to try to force an error. Difficult. It's difficult at paddle. I mean, you really have to, be focused, and you have to remain diligent and not make errors. It's at this point it would be easy for English and Moore to just swing away trying to win points, but it's just not going to work.
And Guy will serve. Add out. Guy Moore.
Just missed.
And Scott will go to deuce here. Guy Moore serving at the first deuce.
They are really taking advantage of Moore's serve. I know he's trying to get it to their backhands. It's hard to do.
Guy Moore will serve at add out. Try to save a game here.
That's long.
And that's the game. So Vidal will serve here in the second set. And Vidal will go up, serving 5-0 here.
It's a terrific serve.
What a serve.
That is a terrific serve. We talk about trying to get it to an opponent's backhand. That gets to a backhand and dies off the screen, making an impossible return.
And Vidal will serve up 35. We saw an apology there before, Scott. What was that? What was that for?
I didn't see that. Might have been a net cord. Player typically says they're sorry when they hit a net cord, but they really enjoy the fact that they win a point anyway. There's a short lob that gives a little.
Wow. And Vidal and Egan in control here. Vidal will serve up 45.
Vidal and Egan playing very, very patiently. Just waiting for the errors to come. Another terrific serve.
And another game for Vidal Egan. Has them up by, I believe, 5. What do you have it at? 5-2? 6-0, okay. And that's the first set, right? Huh? That's the first set.
This is the second set. That was the second set. So this would be the third.
And we'll see how Vidal returning from that near court. English making a good volley, keeping the ball in play. And that's a loose error by Vidal. There's a good overhead by English. Nice high lob. They can back reset. Not sure I like the high bounce that Moore is putting on that ball. It's giving Egan and Vidal a lot of time to make their return shots instead of trying to keep the ball lower. Yeah, we have another net change. Much better lob. Got his feet back behind the service line.
Right, Scott, as you were saying before, that the score doesn't tell it, but these guys have been playing for a long time.
And they're making great shots, keeping the points going on. And again, just a few more errors going on Moore and English's side of the board here. Good overhead forces an error from Moore.
And English will serve here. Add out.
Must be deuce.
Suit me, deuce.
Oh, there's a net cord rollover. That's one where you typically apologize to your opponents, but it's just
kind
tough
of a
break.
Kind of a half sorry, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, for sure.
English serving, add out, and that is the game, and that's the set, and that is the match, Scott.
Well, it was a great match for Vidal and Egan. They played very well, very consistently, although they'll be probably tested to a greater extent when they have to step up in the next round.
Just give me 30 seconds. No problem, we're on the overhead. I'll just get us in here. But someone's got to keep score.
Okay. Right.
Just be a little, and only one can call score. Bergman, Paul Fairchild, playing Connor Breen, Greg Morgan. Nick Bergman is our lefty. He is serving. Bergman and Fairchild won the first set 6-1. That was Greg Morgan in the deuce court returning serve. Breen and Morgan are local pros. Greg teaches platform tennis out. Greg Morgan teaches at the Rackets Club. Connor Breen is one of Drew Broderick's assistant pro right here at Canoebrook Country Club. These guys are a fairly new team together and getting better with each tournament. They're in a big hole here. Nick Bergman serving. This is the first game of the second set. Bergman and Fairchild won the first set, 6-1.
Good return by Morgan, forced an error.
Patty, just look at this. Game
with that sun being a factor, it's kind of nice to have a lefty and a righty. You can get the guy who has a better look hitting some more of the overheads here.
Although for the first 2 serves, Bergman did stay back on his serve, and I think that's due to the sun. Try to come in afterwards. Morgan just hit that into the net.
We will get the score of this match as soon as we get it here. We know that Bergman-Friedman won the first set, 6-1.
Just missed. We'll see if Bergman comes in on his serve or stays back. He's staying back. Another net cord.
And Bergman says he's sorry, Scott. But is he really
Yeah.
sorry?
Not really, when he just won the game.
This guy's supposed to tell me it's right. I don't know what it is.
So it wasn't.
Second set. Connor Green serving. Down above 2, I think.
Hey, Connor Green serving here at 5-all. Love 2 in the second set.
Another fault.
And Connor Green will serve at 5:30.
Couple of good volleys there. Stay in the point. Force an error.
And we'll go to 30-30, Scott.
Try to get a little momentum. See if Connor can get an add point. That overhead hit a little too hard and
Yeah.
allowed them to come out with an offensive shot.
Connor will serve, add out. Connor Green serving here.
And then that's it. So we missed a few games in that match. But it's over, and Fairchild and Bergman are moving on.
And Scott, we've got a little break in the action. So why don't we thank our sponsors today for this Atlantic
Good
Classic.
idea.
We've got Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, the New Jersey Men's State Tennis League, including Jimmy Irwin, who is our president of that, Telluride Paddle Camp with our home pro here, Drew Broderick,
Yep.
and Guy Moore of Plainfield, 23 Studios, and Wilson Platform Tennis. So Scott, this
Okay.
morning so far, have we seen any upsets? Has anything surprised you yet?
I haven't seen any upsets. As we said earlier, we had 50 teams start off bright and early this morning around 8:30 in the round of 64. That whittled down to 32 teams, which we've been watching. The seeded teams seem to be moving along in the tournament. again, as we've been watching the matches, despite the fact there's been some, I'm going to say, lopsided scores, points have been going back and forth, and it just shows that it takes a long time to win a paddle match. Even though a score might be love and love, people don't recognize how hard that you've actually had to work to win the matches. But I've seen a lot of great points. I've seen some sun issues this morning, but as we move through the day, the sun will become less of a factor, which will make it a little bit better for matches as we go through the round of 16, and then later on tonight we will be actually under lights when the quarterfinals are out. So we're looking for some pretty good play. Seeing a lot of good action out here, X-Man.
We are, and we've got 14 of the top 20 teams here. The #1 ranked team is here, including the home pro, Drew Brderick, here at beautiful Canoe Brook. Jared Palmer has flown out from California, so they
actually flew in from Sweden.
From Sweden, that's further than California. So we've got 8 of the top 10 teams here, and you said we've got some really long points today. Even in that difficult, challenging sun, it was a little bit colder this morning, but things are heating up right now, and we've had a pretty good morning of competitive paddle, but we don't have any upsets yet, Scott.
And we've been actually lucky to have a few of our pros come by and say a few words. I see we've got great friend and great player Jeff Morno here.
So
we'd
Scott,
like to bring him in and have him
He's going to take your headset.
Okay, we'll give Jeff my headset.
Jeff Morno in the X-Man interview.
Welcome, Jeff.
Hey, glad to be here.
So what are the conditions like out there today?
I'll tell you, Drew couldn't have gotten a better day to play paddle. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's 50 degree, 60 degree weather, low 60s, mostly cloudy, just a little bit of sun, no wind. Basically a perfect day for paddle, a perfect day for watching paddle.
And so, Jeff, have you been the victim yet on one of these east-west courts that's in front of us yet?
Not here. We played earlier at a different club, and really the sun wasn't too big of a factor. Just on one side early in the morning, it was a little bit difficult when a ball came out of the backhand corner and it was going across court lob was a little difficult to see. But other than that, it was really pretty good.
And we know the sun's about to get really difficult on the north-south courts later on. When do you and your partner know when to maybe both stay back or one of you stay back? How do you decide that?
It was interesting this morning. It's the first time I've played with my partner, Juan Aria, who likes to take a lot of overheads and play a lot of the court. And what I said to him, he was having trouble seeing after about 4 or 5 balls looking into the sun hitting the overhead. So my idea was really to switch after one person hits 4 or 5 overheads into the sun. I think your eyes start to squint and it becomes a problem. So my idea was after you hit that many, switch. Alternatively, you got to find a spot to hit the ball in the court on an overhead to where it's going to come back to you, so it's not going to be a problem in the sun.
Speaking about Juan Aria, this is a new partnership. And Jeff, I've always loved watching you play. I remember last year, Long Island, you had a phenomenal tournament with Max. You guys kind of pulled out some upsets there. They were not upsets for you. You guys got on the court and expected to win those matches.
Yeah.
For people not familiar with Jeff's game, he has an uncanny ability where you don't know if he's lefty, righty, one hand, two hand. He's one of the more deceptive players that we ever see out here on the tour. And he's also one of the only top players who's not a teaching pro. And Jeff is a lawyer in the Boston area, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a lawyer in Massachusetts. It's about an hour outside of Boston, but that's what I do most days of the week.
And how do you stay in shape for these, tournaments, 6 matches, grinding in 2 or 3 days when you're not out here hitting balls all day?
Yeah, Patty, for me, it's what I find is I don't, I stay in decent shape, not great shape like some of these younger pros, but what I find is when I come out to these tournaments, I'm really excited to play because I don't have a paddle in my hand, 5, 6, 7 days a week. I'm not on the court teaching, so when I get out there, I'm really excited to play. I'm really excited to compete, and I find for me, I have to balance how much I play in practice to keep my level of excitement up for these tournaments. And when I get out here, I can't be more excited to play in the event and get the exercise and enjoy the competition.
One of the things I've noticed about you is that you've played with a lot of different guys. And no matter what, you guys show up to play. And you and Juan, I mean, could be one of the most exciting teams here in this event this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys got every spin. Juan is an amazing competitor, one of the top, always in the top 3 in the country.
Patty, I've heard some people picking these two to do some damage today on the upset side.
Well, I'm hoping so. You know, Patty, I enjoy playing with a lot of different people for years and years now. I've played with a bunch of different people and then found somebody who's a very good player to play nationals with. And I think by playing with so many different people and so many different top players, you know, I've played with Drew, I've played with Johan, I've played with Parsons, I played with Max. There's a long list of people, and I find that I'm able to adapt my game to however those top players are playing and really figure out what my role is with that player. And I expect that I'm going to be able to do that very easily today with Juan. So.
Well, and to your credit again, Jeff, you don't know that I'm president of your fan club.
Well, I appreciate all the kind words that you say, Patty. I'm not used to getting a lot of the credit because of the people I play with.
Jeff he's the people's choice.
Well, you know, in a way, you're underrated because not everyone knows about you because you're not a teaching pro. But you know, those of us on the inside who get to watch tournament after tournament, match after match, we see that you always come to play. You give it your all. We love that. You always walk away from the match with a smile.
I do. I
love
it.
And I think the advantage that you would have, having played with so many partners, is you have no fear factor of any guy out here you play against. You know their game. You know their shots.
I think that's an advantage too. You know, I know what the players on the other side like to do, and I know what they don't like to do. And by having played with them, I really think I have a good sense of what they're really good at and what they're not. So I think when the matches get close and the matches get tight, not only do I don't have any fear, but I also know what I think that they're, you know, what they don't like to do, and then I try to exploit that, or, you know, alternatively educate my partner as to what I think that person's weakness is or what they don't like to do, and have my partner, who's typically has a little more racket skills, take advantage of that opportunity and you know, bring the match home at the end when it gets close.
And when you play, I've always noticed that you're a fast player. You bounce that ball, you get that ball, you get up there, you serve right away. There's no time in between points.
I think when you get older, Patty, you want to get on and off the court as fast as you can. The longer I wait in between points, the stiffer I get, and you know, I don't want to be out there for too long if I can. So you know, I've got a phenomenal partner this week, and I'm looking forward to playing a few more tournaments with him, and I really hope, you know, I'm sure that the partnership will work out. I hope that it does throughout the year.
Do you have a contract?
I don't have a contract. I'm going to try to get one with Juan. I think anybody in their right mind would try to get one, especially me. So we'll see how it goes this week. We've got a plan to play Sound Shore and then one more before the end of this calendar year. And then I think, you know, Juan will evaluate his options, and hopefully he finds that this partnership is working and that it's successful and that he thinks that he can win a national. Because really, you know, for Juan, I really just think that's the only thing missing from his resume. He's clearly, you know, undisputedly one of the absolutely most talented and best players, and the only thing missing from his resume is a national title. And I think he needs to find the right person to help him get there. And I really believe that, you know, skill-wise and mentally, I think that I can help him get to where get to that level and beat, you know, the Johan and Mark Parsons and you know, Drew and Jared. Those are the two top teams, and if you can't beat them, you're not going to win the national title.
Well, Jeff, hopefully the experience with all these partners will help you and Patty with her brackets today. She was saying how
I'm a bracket picker.
Underrated you guys are as a 7. She's looking for you guys to break through here.
Well, I'm hoping so. I'm certainly looking forward to the next match, and you know, if we win that, we've got, you know, once I think you hit this round of 16, you know, the players and the teams are so good, and really anything can happen in any of the matches. You can't take anybody lightly. You know, when you get to that level, they're all teaching pros. They all play. They've all been out there for a long period of time. So when you walk on the court, you got to be prepared to play really well, and you got to be prepared to have fun at the same time.
Right.
And for people at home wondering why maybe you're the 7th seed, the APTA has a sophisticated ranking system headed up by Ray Crost and John Noble, and players earn points that they carry over for one season. And so being a new team, as a team, you guys, your combined points maybe don't reflect the amazing talent that you put on the court as a team. So just like every other team out here, you've got to work your way through the draw. You don't have to beat everybody. You just have to beat your next opponent, and I know that's what you're focused on doing.
Yeah, one at a time. That's the idea, one at a time. And you know, Drew's put a great event on here today. I mean, the people that have come out to watch are really, I think, looking forward to this afternoon of paddle. And you know, the sponsors that have, you know, you walk in here, you see the sponsors' signs, you see all the time, effort, and energy that Drew and his staff have put into this. And this is a first quality, high class event.
And I believe you're going to be one of the guests overnight here at the Canoebrook Country Club in their renovated clubhouse. And I believe you had some great families who sponsored you so that you could stay close by here during this event.
Yeah, I really, you know, it's really amazing when the community comes together and supports the players and supports the event and supports the program, what can be put together. And this is just a wonderful example of what happens when people come together as a community, the type of event that can be put on.
And, Jeff, I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Sure.
So here's the draw.
Yep.
What are your picks? What matchups do you think we can look forward to this afternoon? We don't have all the results in, but I want you to pick my round of 16 matches.
So, all right, I'll hold it down a little bit here so that everybody can see. So round of 16, you know, Egan, Vidal, more. So you got Brderick, Palmer. I think that they're going to get through. I think they're playing Egan and Vidal in the next round. I think Drew and Jared should get through that, you know, fairly easily.
Given that they haven't lost a match since Nationals 2 years ago.
Yeah. So I think
good call, Jeff.
I think that's a pretty easy one. And then you got going to have Kaylor Watt. I believe they're playing Bonfigli, Farron, Cranewitter. You know, Javi's playing great. He played with Juan and Patterson. You know, he got, I think, some really good experience there playing some more top teams with a top player. But I still think, you know, I think Kaylor and Watt have come here. I think they're going to be a little bit more focused. I think they've got a little bit more skill and energy, and I think that they're going to pull that one out and get through. We're playing Kraft and Kazi. I don't, you know, they're a new team. You know, I do think that, you know, I feel pretty good about it. But I think it'll be a close match. But I think that, you know, obviously I'm going to think that we're going to pull that one out. I'm never going to root against myself.
We know the crowd's looking forward to that one, Jeff. Definitely.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. And then you've got Barry Heil versus Loubat and Rose. You know, we played a practice couple sets yesterday. John Loubat and myself against Barry and Heil. And, you know, we split sets. You know, I wouldn't say it was tournament-level paddle, but it was a practice match, and we were out there to play. And Barry's got a huge return to serve. He was just crushing John Lubat's return. So, you know, we'll see how that match goes. I expect it to be very, very close. Bostrom, Bedburg.
So this is the bottom half of the draw?
The bottom half. So
okay.
I don't know who's gotten through, but assuming that the placements and the seeds got through, Bostrom, Bedburg, or Doja Regan. You know, even though Sebastian and Martin are a top seed here, Mick is another person with incredible racket skills, and I do think that the warm weather is going to help him. So I expect that to be a close match and a potential upset there. So I don't know who I would pick in that match. I'd really call it a pick'em, but I do see that being at least a possibility of a seeded upset. Another great match would be the Stulak-Jonassen Babinski-Showman match. Babinski and Showman are really an up-and-coming team. I've played them before, and it was close. And then you got, you know, Mike Stulak, who's won multiple national titles, and I won the 45 nationals with him. So, and Leonard Jonassen coming back, who's always been an incredible player. I'm going to pick Babinski and Showman in that, but really close. I think it's really going to come down to whether Jonassen can really play, not having played a paddle match in a long time. But I watched him play in Boston shortly before Nationals when he was playing with Juan, and he came right out in Boston, not having played for months, and just because he's so talented, he was able to do phenomenal in that tournament. But I'm still going to take Babinski and Showman in that match. Grangerico and Hughes versus Levenant and Rosali. I think that one's probably a foregone conclusion. I see Marco and Hughes getting through that fairly easily. Not much to talk about there. And I don't know who George and Max are playing, but I don't see anybody on that side being able to give them any any sort of a challenge. So I see, I don't know, Grangerio Hughes versus La Pavere and Wilkinson. And a lot of grudge matches going on there. That's one that I'm personally going to be out here to want to see. So there's my, what I would call my my predictions as I walk through the thing, and we'll see how it turns out.
Well, Jeff, good luck today. Have some fun out there. As Patty was saying, you're like the people's choice here. You're the non-pro that's played with so many good players. So it looks like you're having a blast. We hope you continue to have fun today.
It is.
And we wish you the best against Casamano and your partner from last year, Max.
All right, you got it. Well, I'm looking forward to it, and I'll be back in the booth hopefully at some point in time and give a little more insight. I appreciate
Thanks, Jeff.
you having me on.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
And Patty, real quick, we're going to thank our sponsors: Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, the New Jersey Men's Paddle League, including Mr. Jimmy Irwin, president, Telluride Paddle Camp, 23K Studios, and the people at Wilson. Here at beautiful Canoe Brook, Patty, we've got another guest here.
We're lucky to have Greg Morgan, who's another local pro in this area. Greg is the pro over at Rackets Club. And Greg, welcome. We got to see some of your match out there.
Thanks.
Their experienced team took you out there, but
Absolutely, yeah.
You guys had a nice battle.
We did.
I want to introduce Greg as one of our big pros who's supporting the APTA juniors. On the inside, Greg has become one of my right-hand men, and I have a lot of them in this area who really make junior paddle work, and Greg's getting involved behind the scenes and doing a great job for the APTA, and he's going to help us host some level 2 and 3 events.
Yep.
We're introducing singles play this year.
Wow.
X-Man, I don't know if you knew that in the juniors.
Singles play, that sounds like a lot of coaching.
Yeah, well, and that's the idea, I think, is we're trying to find ways to get the younger kids into the game, liking the game, and actually learning the game, where sometimes we put them out there, 2-on-2, and the points are a little too short. This gives them a chance to really explore the game, explore the screens, and if they've already had that tennis experience, it's going to translate a little bit better than paddle.
And Greg
Patty,
and I
is singles
share.
making a comeback?
Well, it's going to make a comeback in the juniors. We're slated to have our first ever Junior National Championships, 2018, January, up in Darien, Connecticut.
All right.
Thanks to Anton Mavin, who's new on the APTA board, and he's a big fan of junior play. And the common thing with all the pros who are involved in the juniors is they really want to figure out how to make the game more fun for the kids and safer. So Greg had experience last year, thanks to the new Viking training ball, with having a little bit of an event for the kids where they come out, they do quick draw matches, nothing long. We can keep score 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Anyone can serve if kids need to serve overhand, but there's no threat from the traditional platform tennis ball in terms of how hard it is and the potential for getting hit. One of the big things you see in junior play is most of the kids have weak serves.
Right.
And rockets for return of serves
Yeah, exactly.
with their semi-Western and Western grips.
Right.
So letting the kids play back and giving them some alternative formats is going to be a way that we hope we can grow the sport. And
It sounds like Greg's got his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, I think so.
In New Jersey.
he does,
Absolutely.
and the wrong, I have his phone number now, so that's the problem. But every pro in New Jersey and in this area have been friends of junior paddle, and it's why we have such strong play here in this tri-state area. We are kicking off next weekend. Oh, do you need something, X-Man?
I think we're going back to action here. We've got
right.
Nick Bergman and Paul Fairchild, and we want to thank our guests here, Greg, and wish them well
Good to see
today.
you.
And good
Absolutely.
luck with the kids
Patty,
program.
Thanks so much. Absolutely.
Let's go to Peter Hurley and Duncan Miller on court versus Nick Bergman and Paul Fairchild.
Ready for it. Okay. 2 faults on that one. Just hit one to you. Yep, yep. You're right. Thank you. Ready for it. I'm here. Both called them. Sorry. Could have been a lot worse. Both called them. Sorry. Stuck. Great job. Pad there. Pad there, yep.
We are back live from Canoebrook Country Club in Summit, New Jersey on Paddle Tennis Television, on Facebook and YouTube. We are about to tee off an amazing round of 16 match here, and X-Men is going to tell us about our competitors.
Sure. So, Patty, we've got a great draw today. We've got, as I said, 14 of the top 20 teams are here, 8 of the top 10. And this afternoon, we're going to start with the 16, just like Patty said, with a lefty-righty tandem. Anthony Casamano out of Brookside. He's been to the finals a few times. Brett Kraft out of Montclair Golf Club will face against Juan Arroyo out of Greenwich Country Club, a big forehand. And then I know Patty's favorite, the People's Choice, Jeff Morneau, is a non-pro down here from Boston. He's played with many top players who have been in national semifinals and has a lot of experience. So, Patty, I think we're in for a great afternoon. We've got great weather. We had an unbelievable morning. What are you looking for this afternoon?
Well, before we get to the match, X-Man, I would love for you to just bring our viewers up to date on the matches that have been completed so far. Could you simply lay out the top half of the draw and our round of 16 matchups?
Absolutely. So our 1 seed is still in it. We've got the home pro, Drew Brderick, with Jared Palmer, is out here from, flew out here from Sweden, I believe, Patty. Drew
And from Stockholm.
From Stockholm, are going to play Egan and Vidal, who had a nice win this morning. Below them, it will be Bonfigli, Farron Kringwitter will play against Kaylor from Pittsburgh and Mr. Watt out of Notre Dame. Of course, we've got the one we're going to see here, the one I just mentioned. And then to finish off the bottom part of this bracket for this side, it will be Barry Heel versus DeRose and Stephen DeRose and John Loubat. Another great match here. So we've got some great competition. That's the left draw. Now move to the right here.
We don't have all of these results yet. So after the first set, we'll do a recap of the bottom half of the draw. And our players here in this match, I mean, Brett and Anthony Casamano are a new team teaming up. Anthony, I don't want to really say Jeff's one of my favorite players because I've got about top 50 guys in the country who are my favorite players. And all these guys are such nice competitors. You can see Jeff was nice enough to come in and be interviewed by us earlier. Anthony I was fortunate to get to play mixed nationals with Anthony a couple years in a row. He's one of the best competitors out here. He's a longtime partner of Steve Holler. He played with Nathan Lefebvre last year. They had good results. Steve Holler and Anthony Casamano, I think, have made history by winning the New Jersey Men's League Classic event probably 15 plus times. So Anthony is one of our most fun competitors. Yeah. Two-handed backhand you'll see a lot. Not much forehand, but he's got an amazing two-handed backhand. He's one of the most fit guys out on the tour. Everybody's really fit, but he's paired up here today with Brett Kraft. Brett's the pro, Montclair Golf Club. Nearby, they have a great facility, beautiful golf courses over there, paddle and tennis, and Brett heads up the program with Michael, with Monty as his assistant pro. A lot of people know Michael Montembalino. And they are opponents here today. We've got Juan Arroyo, who has been ranked top 4 in the country for years. He's paired up here with Jeff Morneau. And these guys are an exciting new team. As we said, they're the 7th seed. They don't have results together, so their combined points don't put them maybe as high as some people might think, as good as they are. And they could be a team who could come through here and pull off some surprises in this tournament.
Right. So, Patty, for our viewers at home, when you look at Kraft and Casamano and that lefty, going against a lefty-righty, how challenging is that to see in the front court and the back court?
As an opponent?
As an opponent. What are you seeing out there, usually?
Well, I think that there are so many lefty-righty combinations out here, so I think against the top guys, they're not fazed by it at all. I think in lower levels of platform tennis, when it's confusing as to who's going to take what ball. So I think two righties starting out of the box as beginners benefit by playing with a righty. I think with a lefty, it's a little bit more confusing, but a high level of play, lefties and righties, they switch to get their forehand overheads in the middle. They do it effortlessly. You hardly notice it. Lower levels, they'll kind of bump into each other during play.
Right. And, Patty, Jeff Morneau, he's down here from Boston. He's a lawyer. He's not a pro. Yet he's played with a lot of different partners here. How difficult is it to adapt to different styles?
Effortless for him. That's the gift that he has as a competitor and his personality. He gets along with everybody, and I think he's a great partner here. For Juan is so talented, and I have a feeling, I don't really know, I haven't seen these guys play yet. I'm just making a guess that Jeff's speed of play, he goes through matches quickly. That could kind of help Juan. I think that would just kind of keep things on a really nice, even mental note, regardless of whether they're, in front of the match or behind. So it looks like the players are all warming up their serves. Want to tell us, X-Man, who's who?
Yeah, let's go with the on my right-hand side. You're going to see in the gray sweatshirt Juan Arroyo with the green sneakers is the near court. He is a big right-handed heavy hitter in the deuce court.
He's standing in the deuce court. He'll play the ad court today.
His partner out of Boston, who's actually staying in the clubhouse today, Patty, is Jeff Morno. Jeff has a lot of experience going deep in the many different tournaments with a host of different players. He's extremely versatile. He's a deep thinker out there. And moving on my left here, in the red sweatshirt is Anthony Cosimano, the lefty out of Brookside. As Patty alluded to before, Anthony's been around quite a bit with Stephen Haller growing up, nicknamed the Kids out of New Jersey. His partner's Brett Kraft, with the orange paddle. And I think we're ready for the coin toss here, Patty.
And Scott Estes is going to be, you're going to hear him keeping score for us this afternoon. We struggled a little bit to find our sync in the morning matches, but Scott is on it, and you will hear him call the score out and identify the players frequently.
How you doing today, Scott?
It's great, and we're looking forward to a great match right here. So in the near court, we have Brett Kraft ready to serve.
Okay, Scott's going to call the score. X-Man, you're going to do the commentary.
Patty,
here.
I think we're ready to go here. In the near court, Brett Kraft at a Montclair Golf Club will serve. Looks like they won the toss. And we are ready to kick off this afternoon. Round of 16.
It's about 63 degrees out here. Little breeze.
A little bit of wind, Patty.
Ideal weather. Right off the bat, you saw Jeff Morno's signature backhand drive.
Okay, first point to Aria. Kraft serving at love 15.
Generous line call there. Lots of close balls. The action goes so fast paced out here, and if you're in doubt, you play everything.
It looks like they gave up the net there, Patty.
You see that more and more in play. These guys are so good that they can really pick and choose when they can make a solid volley, when they should let it go through.
And Anthony with a mistake that he will not normally make.
Score.
Big forehand. Oh.
We missed it. What is it?
40 love.
Patty, what you just saw there is just one of the tricks that Arroyo has in his bag. That is that evil spin.
Game to Aria and Morno. They lead 1 love. We have a changeover.
This is a round of 16 match. We are at Canoebrook Country Club for the Atlantic Classic. We have Juan Araya serving, second game of the match.
Patty, what did you think of the speed of that first game?
It seemed awfully fast from in here, just because we were trying to get our stuff together. Now I can start watching paddle. Right away, you can see Ron,
15 love.
who's dressed in his signature all white.
Aria serving at 15 love.
He'll take a majority of the overheads. He'll get himself so he's to the left side of Jeff Morneau at the net. Juan's got one of the most amazing cut overheads, huge overhead variety.
Patty Brett is definitely battling the sun over there in that corner. Oh.
Aria serving at 15 all.
And that shows you the speed of Casamano. His fitness comes into play. He's great. He anticipates. He got up there on that short ball, no issue.
Patty, he just doesn't age. There's the two-hander, Patty.
It's now 15-30, Aria serving.
Brett will not go to a hat, regardless of the sun.
He's having a pretty good hair day, though.
15-40.
Patty, we're seeing a lot of confidence in that two-hander. That is just Anthony's signature.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Look at that speed.
I think it is important more for Kraft and Casamano here to get out to an early start. Juan and Jeff are the 7th seeds. Anthony and Brett are a placed team.
Patty, Anthony seems to be in the shade, but Brett is really kind of in the sun there. He's totally exposed. He's going to have to work on that, isn't he?
So we get the shadow of the clubhouse in the background.
30-40.
But the guy looking in the ad court really has a tough spot.
That was a fault, and the game goes to Casamano and Kraft. It's 1-1.
Players call their own lines out here. Ball was wide.
Ball was wide. 15 love.
And Anthony with the little jump serve there.
And when you watch Juan play out of the corners, I mean, he has incredible variety of his shots over there. Scott?
15 all.
Juan, you know, you can hit a ball in, and no other player can do what Juan can. He can come out of that screen with disguise the shot, vary the paces. And he can identify where the net players are, who's out of position, and pick his spot where he's going to hit. Juan's the pro up at Greenwich Country Club. He's a 3-time mixed nationals champion with Rock Cienega. So it looks like Brett would look into the sun as he's hitting these overheads in the far court. Anthony might have a little better shot at looking away from it. There's Jeff, righty, lefty. Just sticks his paddle
Just
out.
out.
Usually makes it.
30-15.
Patty, we were talking before. It's not an advantage at this level, but other levels that basically front.
Serve was out, 30 all.
I think it's a tremendous advantage on the overheads. A little bit of a disadvantage against really tough driving teams sometimes if they're not disciplined at the net and if they don't shift together.
Anthony with a nice serve on there, right on the center line. Almost distracting. Juan with just a big forehand.
And you can see Anthony.
Ball's out, 30-40.
Anthony plays a little closer to the net on his volleys. Brett has a tendency to play a little bit off the net. With a new team, that can cause a little bit of confusion because they don't really form that traditional wall even with each other when you know a drive's coming. We just found out. Go ahead, Scott.
It's a game for Aria and Morno. It is now 2 games for Aria, 1 game for Casamano and Kraft.
We've got an update from Toronto. Sarah Lanthier has chimed in to inform us that Jeff Morneau is not from Boston, but he's from East Longmeadow. Thank you for the correction.
All right.
It's good to have the people working behind the scenes doing stats. Looks like Jeff Morneau is getting ready to serve.
Jeff is just so solid out there, Patty.
It's love 15.
Not a teaching pro, but boy, he sure does fit in out there.
All.
And the pace of this moving a little bit faster.
Jeff kind of laid that right in there for Anthony's wheelhouse. He
did.
He probably will, as he gains a little confidence, start moving that serve a little bit away from Anthony's backhand. I think in the early goings in match, players kind of feel each other out a little bit, make sure they don't fault, get the ball in play, and then we'll start serving better generally as they move into the match.
Again, both of these teams, these players are playing with each other for this first time this season. So, Patty, we're going to move along here and see how well they get to know each other.
I can see right away Anthony and Brad have kind of a safe spot up the middle, it looks like, with Jeff and Juan. Seems like it always is going to produce a lob from deep in the middle.
30-15.
And so we'll watch for that. You know, a lot of times players are, super committed to only hitting people's corners, where sometimes the middle could be a safer spot, as long as you get the ball deep. It was out. (40-15).
Yeah, 40-15.
Oh.
Just out. So that's game.
So, Patty, it seems like
That's 2-all.
Brett Kraft serving. Sorry.
There's got a lot of energy out there early. It almost seems like it's too much energy. We just saw 3 unforced errors in a row there. Make that 4.
Scott. Okay.
15-all.
2-all, 15-all. Brett Kraft serving.
Early on here, we've got a quicker pace, Patty.
But you can already see the points playing over and over the same way.
15.
And again, I can see Brett and Anthony getting a lot of balls deep down the middle. They can defend less court that way as the net team. And I just think Jeff Morneau is unlikely to drive that ball from the middle of the court. So it's a little bit safer. And you never want to bring Juan into too many, of the longer points here. Juan gets better and better as points go on. And he's got every shot in the book. He will see 1/5 of the amount of balls that Jeff's going to hit out here in the early going.
Patty, he just seems like such an overwhelming factor out there.
That's a beautiful deep lob from Juan.
Oh.
30-all.
And that's the only issue with a lefty-righty team. When you transition, you really got to get next to each other so you can commit yourself to your backhand volleys. Really hard to go back and forth from a forehand to a backhand with high speed. And you can see with this high level of play, every screen is fairly routine for these guys. They are that good. They know how to anticipate it. They set their paddle early. No issue. So this is a cat and mouse game right here from the beginning.
But it is, Patty, and Juan's just got a bag of tricks with that spin that you were talking about.
40-30.
Scott and Anthony just made a great point. He kind of was applying pressure, and he knew to let the ball go, throw up a lob, keep the point going. You have to be really disciplined that way against great volleyers.
That's deuce.
And Patty, Jeff has not made really any errors today.
He'll make very few over the course of this match. And he doesn't dress in all white, so he's not as noticeable as Juan. And you can see Juan exerting himself a little bit there in the middle to take charge. He's taking away that middle.
Advantage Kraft.
Juan will take away that middle from these guys as this match goes on.
That's game. Kraft and Casamano lead 3-2.
So Patty, Casamano and Howard, Casamano and Kraft will try to build on the momentum here after Brett just held his serve. We're seeing a high number of fast level play here, a lot of unforced errors. Is that just too much energy?
I just think it's early in the match, X-Man, and, you know, the players kind of have to feel each other out, and because they are new combinations, we're going to have to see how the points are going to play out a little bit. So they're all kind of working their way into it. I don't really draw too many conclusions from the first 5 games.
So we're seeing a high number of balls just paint the lines here.
That's love 15.
And I love what Brett just did. He got the ball of life for him. He just cracked a forehand, and he hit it right at the guy. And sometimes that amount of pace on a warmer day just makes the ball pop a little too long off the paddle. I think a lot of less experienced players try to hit openings. Higher level players go right at someone and make them come up with the volley. That's that vulnerable.
That's 15 all.
That's that vulnerable area with a lefty-righty where that's really where a lot of drives from Brett should go to break this team.
It's 30-15.
Patty, Anthony really favors that two-handed backhand and that returned.
He always has
30
it.
all.
And we have a momentum swing here big time. This match started off, and all of a sudden, Casamano and Kraft now, they're in this match. Everyone watching here believes they're in this match. I thought it was really important for them to get this early start.
30-40.
They're out of the, this is great for them. That's game. Game.
Oh, game. Missed the point. Sorry. 4-2, Casamano and Kraft ahead.
And this is where platform tennis goes so quickly, and the momentum change. In tennis matches, you'll often have, you know, 1 or 2 changes of momentum. In platform tennis, in a great high-level match like this, we could have 15 or 20 momentum changes.
Patty, we're not only seeing the speed of play pick up here. These balls are moving very quickly here.
Net court winner.
And
15 love.
Love 15. I love how Juan went over, took that middle, took away that spot. And his forehand is in full
Patty,
display here.
that is almost unfair. And Brett with a little answer there with his own power.
And then I love what Brett just did there. He hit an off-speed ball. He clocked one 50 miles an hour and then hit one 20 miles an hour. That variety in space, you know, in pace of the shots is really what you have to do to kind of mess with a net team. What's interesting is Juan's taking a majority of the overheads here. I almost feel like Jeff's getting a little itchy up at the net to hit some balls.
$15 all.
Patty Juan just delivering all kinds of speed on these overheads, and he's been mixing it up too.
And again, Anthony simply let that phenomenal return to serve go through and take it off the back screen. No issue giving up the net and playing the baseline. Top level teams give up the net frequently. Scott?
Just back, 15-30.
Anthony Cosmano will serve out of Brookside, New Jersey. His partner is Brett Kraft. Juan Arroyo with the return, wearing the white, out of Greenwich. And Jeff Morneau, the People's Choice.
30 all.
We nicknamed him the People's Choice because he is a non-pro. And we just learned he's from East Meadow, Massachusetts.
Longmeadow.
Longmeadow, excuse me.
That was a
That
sneak.
ball's wide, and Aria and Morno win the game and make it 4 games Casamano Craft, 3 for Aria Morno.
So at 4-3s, everybody held serve here. We're going to hold off on sponsors. Jeff Morneau, he is our People's Choice because he's putting the score up there in case we screw it up here. We'll talk about our sponsors after the first set here. This is so exciting. I think we should go right back to the action.
Yep.
First point to Morno, 15 love.
Patty, we had a nice interview with Jeff Morneau, who's serving right now, before. He's really got a ton of experience in different tournaments with different players. That makes him an asset, doesn't it?
We've talked about that, and it's really what makes him a favorite for people to play with.
That's 30 love.
I mean, if Jeff Morneau calls you up and says, "Want to play a tournament with me? I know your partner can't play." You're in.
I would be waiting by the phone for that.
You're going to be waiting for years.
It's 40 love.
Good one, Patty.
It's wide, and that's game. Makes the games 4 all.
Scott, it seems to be getting warmer out there. Ball's moving around a little bit.
Yes, it is. Okay.
And Brett's going to talk to Anthony right now about where they are in the first match. The pace moving here incredibly quickly with a very quick playing pace. And there's a rare fault.
Love 15.
Rare fault from Kraft. And I don't think
2 in a row.
2 in a row. I'm kind of shocked.
Love 30. Love 40.
Scott, I don't know what's going on here, Patty. We've just seen 3 in a row. Here we go.
In every set, there's this crucial point in the set. And sometimes guys take their foot off the pedal at some point because you're so happy to get there. And you've got it so close, and all of a sudden, you go out to lunch for 2 seconds, all of a sudden you're down love 40 on your serve.
Patty, I'm not sure what they had for lunch, but this is almost speed paddle versus the pace of play that we saw this morning.
Kraft wins that point, 15-40.
And that's a very rare mistake, as you were alluding to before, by Morneau.
And that's a break of serve. So Aria and Morno go up 5-4.
This is a round of 16 match. This is the first set, best of 2 out of 3 set match. Juan serving 5-4. The shadows are really coming into play on this court, and we may ask the players to move over one court so that you get a better chance for viewing from the live streaming. We'll probably wait to the end of the first set to make the move.
And Patty, Royal and Morneau are going to talk right now as we get set up for the new game.
The next man, you allude to the pace of play versus this morning's matches because you have 4 of the top athletes in the game playing out here. So as the skill level goes up, the fitness level goes up, pace of play.
Oh.
Quite a shot.
Scott.
15 love.
And that's the signature
Excuse
shot
me.
from Juan.
That is unfair.
Juan was one of the first guys who could just win points outright. When you hit that off-speed ball, poorly hit, he can just win a point. And in a sport where there's so few times that these guys can win points against each other, Juan's got one of the outright winners in the sport.
Patty, I think Juan is one of the few that has that shots that sharp with that much spin there. That is just fun to watch.
All 4 of these players were President's Cup players last year at the Nationals. Brett was part of one of the most exciting matches I saw in the deciding match. Fortunately, he and Victor Vidal were not able to pull it out, but it was really a phenomenal showing.
Patty, I think some people are still talking about that President's Cup last year and some of those comebacks the way that they went. And that is just an unbelievable point, and Morno knows it.
15 all.
And that's where there may be a little confusion as to who's going to cover what ball with a new team there. I'm not sure. I think it was an amazing shot, but I think there was a little bit of miscommunication.
Just easier to laugh that off, isn't it, Patty?
X-Man, you see the I formation. Aria and Morno just pulled out there.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're trying to cover Anthony's the potential for his amazing two-handed backhand there.
Yeah.
30-15.
And it's good to come up with different formations for serving, and your partner can stand anywhere you want to offset, a player's rhythm and tempo. If someone's really in the groove, returning serve and hurting your team, pull out any different kind of formation.
And Patty, as you said before, Juan is seeing a heavy majority of these overheads.
And even as the level of play goes up here, we're higher ranked players in the country. You can see a majority of the shots are hit as lobs out here versus drives. And the majority of the overheads are hit with spins.
Patty, seems like Juan is changing up some of these spins.
He has the ability to move his grips. And, the more grip changes you make, the more different types of overheads you're able to execute. And Juan is just known as, he's playing the role as the overhead guy here. And
yeah,
he has variety, and he's just really giving these guys nothing to hit from the baseline. He's forcing Brett to just play kind of defensive paddle right here. And again, that ball's deep enough. Anthony's forced to just continue to lob.
Brett is just digging in that corner.
And Brett knows the only way this match is going to go on for a long time is if he continues to throw up lobs. And this is where, a higher lob or a deeper lob would be huge for Casamano and Kraft here.
As you said before, Patty, Jeff was about to put the paddle in the other hand. He's got that ability. Oh, wow.
What a get from Anthony. I've seen that for 20 years.
Unbelievable.
And he knows Juan's shots. He saw that coming and just committed to going forward. I mean, this is spectacular high-level play here.
Finally, 40-15.
Patty, I think that point might have been a minute and a half.
X-Man, there's only one way to say your name, but we got a shout-out from out in the West from our buddy Ron Cummins.
All right.
He would like me to explain to you how to say Juan's last name. Aria.
Arroyo.
Aria. I believe there's an A at the end, X-Man.
Thank you, Ron.
X-Mana. Thanks, Ron, for the shout-out.
We miss Ron, and we're glad he's viewing today at beautiful Canoe Brook.
Solid shot from Anthony.
Yes.
40-30.
That was a huge point. Anthony moved forward and put that ball at the feet. It's almost the only way you can get a winner out here.
I think he had fun with that shot, safe to say.
So we're
Game Aria. And first set, 6-4.
So Aria and Morno win the first set. This round of 16, 2 out of 3 set match. Score 6-4. Our member of our announcing team is out there, Bill Dunn, and he's going to ask these guys to move over to the second court so we have a little better shot at giving the home audience better viewing. X-Man, can you tell us about our sponsors we have for this event?
I sure can, Patty. And today we are lucky enough to have 9 great sponsors for the Atlantic Classic here. We've got Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial Group, including Richard Wright. We want to thank Peerless Beverages for our wonderful free wine and beer and spirits today. Harrow for the favors. New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, including President Jimmy Irwin. Telluride Paddle Camp with our host pro, Drew Brderick, and the pro from Plainfield, Guy Moore. 23K Studios and Wilson Paddle. As we move courts over here in this round of 16, we're going to have Anthony serving, losing the first set 6-4. He's going to talk to Brett Kraft now. And in the front court, we're going to see John Loubat step on.
Our cameras are going to the second court.
We're going to the second court.
We're on the second court. Far team.
And Patty, looks like Juan Arroyo, and I hope you pronounce that correctly.
Araya.
Arroyo.
I'll keep saying it if you need me to.
Thank you. And Jeff are talking. They're almost having a fun conversation. Looks like they're having fun out there.
So you lose the first set right away. You kind of try to strategize with your partner, maybe come up with another game plan. And Anthony to serve, first game, second set. Morno and Araya won the first set, 6-4. You know, I think that set, 6-4 set.
6-4 set lasted about how long?
First point to
I don't know how long it lasted, but the difference in the points, only 4 points different. Casamano and Kraft won 21 points. Aria and Morno won 25. So we're talking 4 points is the difference, and that's a 6-4 set. That's very typical of what you see with high-level play. So early on in the second set, this is really key because Juan and Jeff, Aria and Morno, they're feeling really comfortable here. They got that first set together out of the way, and they could steamroll. And I think
That's 15 all.
I think they goaded Anthony. Anthony's not known for that forehand up the middle, and they just kind of baited him with that shot, and he doesn't really fire with it.
Yeah.
It's 15-30.
Yeah, Patty, you talked about.
So he's going to have to be more disciplined, throw up lobs on that forehand, and wait to, hit his two-handed backhand when he gets the chance.
Boy, Jeff just blitzing the court. That was a smart approach.
That's 15-40.
And Patty, that risk just paid off for Jeff big time. Again, we've got Juan Arroyo in the white out of Greenwich. Jeff Morno is his partner out of Massachusetts. Playing against the local kids. Brett Kraft out of Montclair. Anthony Casamano from Brookside. They're going to try to make some changes here very quickly.
I don't think we've really seen a weakness out of Morno and Araya here in the early goings, so I'm not sure I honestly am not sure what the strategy would be, because I think playing Juan more, that's dicey. I think
that's 30-40.
The only reason it would be a good shot is if Juan turning into that corner can't see a ball, which I think was the case there with the Sun.
Good hands by Anthony there.
Okay,
that's deuce.
We saw a little bit of a reaction from Juan, and he's got to just keep it under check here. He's playing with even-keeled Jeff Morno, and he's just got
a fault.
There's a fault.
Advantage, Araya.
I'm sure Anthony and Brett want this first game after dropping the first set.
It's back to deuce.
And that's huge. Juan, 3 errors in a row. And that's where Juan can play at an incredible level. But, you know, you've got to be disciplined out here. And guys are going to hit great shots, and you can't even let it impact you. You've got to hit delete button. And then also,
Now advantage Casamano.
Jeff forced it there, and all of a sudden, you felt tremendous momentum. And then all of a sudden, Anthony and Brett are.
What a sharp change, Patty, that was. As the momentum keeps shifting.
Another fault. Back to deuce.
And Brett's going to talk to Anthony. They're going to talk it out, what they want to do in this first game, and set up the set.
That was an incredible.
That was a fault.
I was going to say, that could be called out.
Advantage Aria.
Good eye, Patty.
And it's back to deuce.
Some of the top players, you'll see that they have variety in spins and paces with their serves. Anthony is not one of them. He kind of goes with a fairly flat serve, and sometimes that's a little bit of a problem when guys are attacking, and I think that's why sometimes he can struggle with some of those serves.
Advantage Aria.
And Patty, we're seeing a lot of errors here early in the second set, excuse me.
And it's warming up, so the ball's a little bouncier.
And there's a break of serve. First game goes to Aria and Morno. They lead 1-0 over Casamano and Kraft.
This is the second set of a round of 16 match. Morno and Aria won the first set 6-4. And, you know, I think as the temperatures warm up here, I think that Anthony and Brett are going to have to be really careful here because they need to be disciplined. But they do need some kind of an offensive, you know, spark here, and Anthony's backhand is not going to provide it. He provided it for the first 5 games of the match. Now they've not gone back to that backhand. Morno serving.
Love. All.
Nice forehand there from Brett Kraft.
Not sure if the ball was in or out on the serve.
No.
I think if I'm Brett, I've got to think a little more offense. I think he's a little bit too defensive-minded here. And as you saw in that one swing, he's got a beautiful forehand drive and can move so smoothly to shots. And I would love for him to look a little bit sooner here because I just think points go longer and longer. I don't think that hurts Morno and Aria.
And Patty, this would be the side for him to get a little more aggressive on as well, right?
Sure, he's looking, he's got the shade. He's not looking into the sun as he hits. There you could see the speed. Juan's overhead hit the nick. Kraft and Casamano switch places, covered for each other effortlessly.
Great court coverage by Anthony.
I think the ball was wide, 15-30.
Let's see if Brett attacks this serve, Patty. And
15-40.
Patty Juan missed one there.
I think he was determined to hit that backhand drop shot no matter what, and the ball was a little bit out of his reach, a little high, a little behind him.
Let's see if Brett and Casamano can take an advantage.
30-40.
And right there again, that's a little bit of the disadvantage, I think, of Brett playing so deep as a volleyer. It's kind of easy for the guy to find a lot of room to pick him apart. I think he would be well served to get to close in on these guys when he knows the drive's coming.
Okay, that's a break of serve. Games are 1-all. Brett Kraft to serve.
You know, Patty, we had a nice interview before with Jeff Morno. That you can't pick on this guy. He's solid. There you saw him hit it with the left hand. He's got a right hand.
he knows he's not the man in this match. He knows he's the support player, and he's not going to try to be the man. And so that's why he is so effective. There are so many great players out here who are phenomenal role players. They know that you're out here with Juan. Juan's going to be the man and needs, he's looking to win points. Jeff doesn't really have to force anything.
First point to Aria. It's 15. It's love 15.
Patty, it seems like a nice new relationship early on for these two.
It's always nice when you're winning. I think difference in this match with Morno and Aria and the spins they can put on the ball, you just are not seeing the variety in spins from Casamano and Kraft here. So I'm not sure they can do as much damage on their overheads as what Morno and Aria can do.
15 all. He's out 30-15. All. 30-40.
Oh, wonderful thought there from Anthony. Patty, let's see if they can get back in this game right here. They were up 35. It's now deuce.
Deuce.
So we've got Australian formation. Both players starting on the same side of the court. That got a lefty-righty team in their preferred position for overhead coverage.
Yeah.
Lob is out. Advantage Kraft.
Brad Anthony. Oh.
Back to deuce.
Again, the Australians, so they're set up and they're playing for better lob coverage. And for Anthony to cut off some balls at the net for Brett, I think, on that first volley.
Great shot. Advantage Aria.
Hey, Patty, Jeff hasn't been in that corner all day. He just set that whole point up. This guy can play anywhere on the court. He's doing it all.
Back to deuce.
Patty, Anthony, and Brett here really need to find some momentum quickly here.
And you know, when we say the difference of 4 points in the first set, it's not like they have to make dramatic changes. But they
Advantage Aria.
They can't leave a shot like that short in the court. Juan has one of the most beautiful little chip type of one-handed backhands there. And he didn't hit it super hard, he just put it at his feet.
There's the Australian you're talking about again, Patty. And there's a little gift.
Serve was good, so it's back to deuce.
And Anthony, as a player, when he played and had such success with Steve Holler, he was really known for being up at that net, the quickest hands. I can't tell you how many drives he picked off when I played mixed with him and how many return of serves he covered for Steve Holler.
Advantage Aria.
So he's not afraid of that. He gets an early read on that ball and loves to help out his partner.
Yeah, he is an incredible athlete, as are the other three here.
Back to deuce.
Some quality chaos there, Patty.
Well, I love how Anthony just stayed zeroed in on Juan there and was not going to be denied that next volley.
And look at that backhand from Jeff Morno. He just keeps, he's so steady.
It's one of the few times we've seen Jeff handle a little bit of the overheads on the left side here. Most of the time, Aria loves to be on that left spot, the left side of the two players at the net. But I think it's good for Jeff too. Juan's got to see what Jeff can do on the overheads as well. And Juan said enough of that, hit the ball, and just moved over to that spot. They didn't really have to communicate about that.
Patty, at times it seems like Jeff doesn't know if he's going to hit with his left or the right hand. That's a...
Well, he gets to pick and choose what's his easiest shot.
Oh.
Advantage Aria.
Oh, Patty, any adjustments here that you're seeing in the second set? Anything different? They're still playing pretty fast.
Haven't seen any major adjustments. And again, difference of 4 points in a set. You're not going to pull out major adjustments. Just maybe minimizing a critical error.
Juan and Jeff just seem so comfortable at the net. And
what a point and game-ending shot.
Patty, for the second time today.
Game to Aria and Morno. They lead 2-1.
Scott, I'm sorry for interrupting. That is absolutely filthy, Patty. We've seen that twice today, and that is just almost unfair.
So it's Juan's signature shot. Anthony, even though Anthony saw it coming, he ran out of court. He ran around the net. He could have contacted the ball, and that would have been a good play. He almost got there. The only player I've ever seen do that, Steve DeRose, was out here helping out in a charity event one time. Hit that shot, and he ran to the other side of the net himself and covered the shot.
And Steve DeRose, speaking of, we'll hear more from him later. Let's go back to Juan Arroyo in the all-whites.
It's 2-1, Aria serving.
And you've got Jeff in the middle again there, Patty.
First point to Aria. No, that was a
the ball
wide
was out.
volley. It's 15-30. I mean, sorry, love 15.
So this is significant. You can tell Brett, he's thinking this through, and this is an opportunity right now on Juan. And I like that Anthony made the move, got up, he didn't win the point, he just retreated right back to the baseline. They start again.
15-all.
And Patty, as you were talking about before, there's been maybe a lopsided amount of errors in this play so far. It's a high lob from Anthony.
You see Jeff kind of squat down to get out of Juan's way.
Yeah.
Let him take that overhead. Little slice of his own there.
Yeah. I know Juan's known to be a communicator out there, Patty.
15-30.
Big point here for Cosmano Craft.
You know, not all of the players are committed to lobbing high or deep.
30-all.
But I don't know if it's a little breezy out here, but I think Anthony and Kraft and Cosmano definitely have to focus a little bit more on their lobs here and the execution, just to get Morno and Aria a little bit beyond the service box, hitting some of these overheads. I just don't think that's going to cut it, those short kind of shots. Brett made a great move, an aggressive move, but Juan is such a phenomenal volleyer. Didn't do anything. That's a great lob from Anthony right there.
Just wide, 40-30.
So, Patty, would you say that Juan and Jeff are showing them a little more variety out there?
A little bit, X-Man.
That's a nice lob. We haven't seen that high yet.
Yeah, they have a Juan especially. I mean, he just has a range on his overheads that goes that undercut he can hit for a winner, reverse power shot that can come flying out into the court. He's got the wide range.
Patty, we're seeing some longer points this set than the first set. What are these four guys thinking about?
I think Morno and Aria are just out here. I think they're still having fun. They don't really have to do anything different. I think it's Kraft and Casamano got to come up with something here. And, you know, sometimes it just comes down to a let cord winner, a little bit of luck. It's just not that much of a difference.
That's deuce.
Patty, we talked earlier, these are two new partners, two new sets of partners playing together. What you just said, there's having more fun. They just seem a little more relaxed out there, Juan and Jeff.
I think they have more big-time match experience later in draws in recent years. I think that goes a long way toward being comfortable in this situation.
Advantage, Aria.
And that was a beautiful combination. Juan set him up, finish it off with a beautiful volley that stayed nice and low.
Good point. I found the takeaway before talking to Jeff Morno is he is so versatile and very quick to adapt.
Adaptable. Yep.
Yeah.
And for those of you who have not watched a lot of platform tennis, the points go on and on, much longer than tennis points. And it's not uncommon for a ball to go back and forth over the net 100 times in a point.
Lob goes long, and the game to Aria. They are up 3-1.
So it's leaking a little bit. As
Yeah.
Jerry Vion would say, sometimes it starts, you know, that stopper comes out of the sink and it's starting to go a little bit south here for Casamano and Kraft.
Patty, I can tell you that Anthony has had a lot of experience being in this hole, on the stage in the second set. He knows how to return here.
Without a doubt, he's one of the
Aria
greatest competitors.
Return into the net.
Scott.
Missed the first point. We're going to say it's 15 all. We'll say it's 30-15. Casamano serving.
Anthony staying back on that serve because Juan's return is just too heavy.
It's out. 30 all.
Juan and Brett would love to steal this game, Patty.
Serve was back.
Just out.
A little bit of
30-40.
1-3. Must have point. think when you watch this at home, you're wondering why the greatest players in the world hit so many lobs. It's what creates and sets up all of their offense.
Oh,
Back to
it
deuce.
must be back to deuce.
Back to deuce here. Let's see what Cosmonaut and Kraft have here. They would love to get 2 in a row.
I think that ball was out.
Just out.
Oh,
No, they're going to
playing it.
edge of the edge.
Now it's advantage Aria.
It was a little weird point. I think Morno and Aria maybe weren't in agreement, so they just play
Yeah.
continued.
Patty, they almost seemed distracted by that one ball that was
I think-
almost out.
I think Brett was.
Anthony is on that net.
The sun is gone. All cloud cover. This is good for Cosmano and Kraft right now.
Looks a little wide. Back to deuce.
Patty, I think we're well into our longest game here in the second set.
And it is a critical game. Even though it's early in the set, it is crucial for Cosmano and Kraft. They have to get it.
Here's that spin we were talking about. It's so hard to handle.
Scott.
It's advantage Aria.
And Anthony had a read on it. He almost had too good a read on it, got himself a little too close to the ball and couldn't control his next shot.
See what Juan's got here for a return. Oh,
What an amazing adjustment Juan just made. So looking to hit that power forehand.
I think it had handcuffs on there, Peggy.
Beautiful lob. Set
There's
this
the
all
spin,
up.
Patty.
Oh.
Oh.
And game to Aria. They lead 4-1 over Anthony Cosmano and Brett Kraft.
So as they change sides here, I just want to thank our sponsors here for the Atlantic Classic today. We'd like to thank the Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial Group, Peerless Beverages for our wonderful spirits and beer, New Jersey Platforms Tennis League, including President Jimmy Irwin, the Telluride Paddle Camp, led by local pro Drew Broderick, Guy Moore, 23,000 Studios, and Patty Wilson Paddles.
So we got Morneau serving up 4-1, second set. They won the first set 6-4.
Patty,
Looks like everything's going their way in this match.
I am going to say I think I've seen Cosmano dig out of this at times.
First point to Morneau, 15-love.
If they could just turn it around here with one game.
Volley wide, 15-all.
Great hands by Anthony there. He stuck out his paddle at the last second. That's what he's known for.
What are partners for, right? So
15-30.
So Patty, at this point, are you just telling your partner 1 point at a time?
Which team?
Cosmano Kraft.
One shot at a time.
One shot at a time. One team,
Yeah,
one dream.
you really have to break it down and just work yourself one shot at a time.
Right.
Go back to the basics. Try to build a point from the baseline. And, I mean, they got to hope they get lucky here. Something's got to turn. Juan and Jeff are just on fire, playing way too well.
So I don't know if I'm impressed more with Jeff or Juan.
Well,
How about you?
Juan, this is a phenomenal display. No surprise.
There's a nice high loft lob from Kraft.
One missed it. It's
And Patty, that's just been a dagger today.
15-40.
I mean, why? He should be replacing his divots after that shot.
He opened the door a little bit here, though.
And Jeff is completely at home. Whatever partner he has, it just doesn't even matter. He's having fun out there.
Okay, the sun's back out, full force, right into the eyes of Aria and Morno again.
There's a lengthy point here, Patty. Are you surprised how low some of these lobs are?
At this point, I'm not at all, X-Man.
Okay.
I haven't seen that many high lobs, and just standing up here, this beautiful paddle hut over at Canoe Brook Country Club, you know, we haven't seen that many balls that come above the 12-foot superstructure that surrounds the court. There's one, and one also one step back from the service line.
Oh.
30-40.
Brett and Anthony would love to have this point right now.
There's a fault. That's game.
And they're going to get it.
And the game goes to Casamano and Kraft. And Aria and Morno lead 4-2.
Patty, it's
Brett
almost...
Kraft is serving here.
It's almost like they're just saying, Brett and Anthony, just hang around and see what happens here.
Well, that's a great point, X-Man, because so much about paddle is just hanging around, staying in there. Because I've seen, you know, we talk about the momentum swings. Happens all the time out here. Someone can be cruising, and all of a sudden it's just a matter of grinding out, putting a lot of balls in play. That's why I said you can't really change the strategy that much. That's not what's really needed. It's just grinding out longer points, a willingness to play longer points. And if you get, you know, figure out how to be creative, and that's where Juan and Jeff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Juan and Jeff are so much more creative out here.
First point, we're going to call 15 love.
Oh, wow. Jeff, just incredible hands.
Scott?
Called 15 all.
And just there, the value of Juan hitting an off-speed ball. They didn't know if he was going to lob, chip wide. He just held the shot, had a little bit of a disguise, and forced an error. That's what a great player can do from the baseline.
Good attack at the net there from Anthony. There is a lot of fight in Kraft and Casamano. Jeff Morno, wow.
30-15.
We're seeing some good combat here late, Patty. These guys are not going away. Kraft serving to Juan. Let's see what Juan has.
I think it's now 40-15.
And there
No,
you
30, I'm sorry, 30 all.
So there you go. Kraft and Casamano hanging around here. All of a sudden, they're back at 30 all. 2-4 down. Just one break.
Patty, there's definitely no clock out there with these two.
A little long.
And as you said, they're not changing
Call that
anything.
40-30.
And that's a little bit, that's 2 errors in this game for Morno. He's gotten a little loose, maybe not quite seeing enough balls as he's used to seeing out here, and 2 loose errors. I would not hit the ball to 1 in this point if I'm Crafton Casamano. I'd hit every single shot in Morno's corner right now. I don't think they heard me.
Patty, that's a great point. Morno has made so few errors, he's almost become a distraction
But
an hour into this.
Just in the last minute of play, he's made 2 quick ones. That's what you have to recognize as the opponents and take advantage of that.
So Brett and Anthony will keep searching here.
Oh. Back to deuce.
And Patty, there's that word again, unforced error. Who can be the cleaner team in the second set, right?
Every match is decided by the team. Makes the
I think
fewest.
it just missed. I think that's advantage Kraft.
Winning team makes fewer unforced errors all the time. Rarely an exception.
All right.
No, I guess not. The other ball must have hit, so it's back to deuce.
They get one back.
Great shot up the line. He saw Anthony move, I think, out of the corner of his eye. Jeff held that shot right up the line. Take over the net.
Oh, Patty, that almost went out. It's almost like a distraction. And there's that
Oh, I love how Anthony
thing that
just
Juan
held his
does.
paddle still there. Wait for that spin.
I think Anthony and Brett are used to it by now. Oh.
Advantage Aria.
I don't think you ever get used to it. You just do a better job at handling it
Right.
and getting the ball in play.
Big point for Cosimono Kraft here to get back in it and salvage some more time out here.
Beautiful deep lob. Little lucky when
Get the roller.
Here's a
Back
free
to
one.
Deuce. Back to
Like
deuce.
deuce number 5, I believe.
I think the serve missed. I think it's
just out,
advantage
Scotty?
Aria.
Yeah. Little wind picking up there, Patty. A little windy.
Little gust off the golf course here.
Yeah.
One of the 2 18-hole golf courses here at Canoe Country Club.
Canoe Country Club here in beautiful Short Hills, New Jersey.
Did they move? I thought we were in Summit, New Jersey.
Summit, New Jersey. I think we are in Summit. We still are.
Club expands a lot of acres here.
It
Some
does.
people confuse it, Summit Short Hills.
You know, Patty, we've been here for a long time. Brett and Anthony keep fighting. Looking for a way to get the next point in the next game.
And again, it doesn't have to be anything spectacular. It's just a matter of staying in the points longer and longer, hoping you get a little bit of, a little bit of luck. Great coverage by Anthony.
What a treat, Patty.
I never grow, that never grows over me to watch these guys make amazing gets.
Oh.
Oh, sends one long and loses the game. So another game for Aria and Morno. They are now leading 5-2 over Anthony Casamano and Brett Kraft.
And that's just a loose error to end the game there by Brett. I'm sure he regrets that. They made such great plays to stay in the point, and then a loose error like that on game points. Unfortunate.
So Juan is getting set to close out here, Patty. You can only hope just to get the next point if you're Anthony and Bretty. And just have fun out there, right?
If this match comes to a close, we'll be taking a quick little break from our paddle marathon here at Canoe Brook Country Club. Get things up and running so that we're back live on YouTube and Facebook. We will remain up on Facebook. You can watch on YouTube, but Facebook, we need to do a little technical work behind the scenes to get that back up. We apologize for any inconvenience, but we'll only be away from the action shortly, and we're going to switch some courts to bring you another great match, the conclusion of this match.
And paddle fans, stay tuned. We're going to be joined with Bill Dunn this afternoon at Aria Country Club for your color commentary. And Bill will be with you with the Elite Eight and the rest of the day here.
I'm going to call this 15-all at this point.
Patty,
Not sure the first point.
Usually Juan looks very stress-free to me. Today is one of those days where he looks completely stress-free.
When you're winning,
15-30.
it's a beautiful thing. And that's what we'll see.
15-40.
It looks like Morno and Aria will get through this match, and as we get later in the draw, that's where they'll just have to keep all their emotions in check and be able to disregard errors and move on, continue a high level of play.
But you did call it, Patty. This number 7 team looks extremely confident, and maybe we should alert the rest of the teams that Jeff Morno is looking extremely adaptable today.
All the teams know this new combination could do some real damage here. It's a beautiful get by Jeff Morno to keep moving his feet, had his paddle low, got that ball back in play. Gotta love that move. Right hand, follows it up with a left-handed lob, followed by a two-handed backhand. 3 different shots.
It's just distracting is what it is. For Kraft and Casamano, who have been hanging around here, Patty. These points have gotten longer.
Well, just missed.
Scott.
That's a game for Casamano and Kraft. That's their third.
No, Scott.
Oh. Well, that ball was, it would be advantage then.
Now that's
now
game.
It's a game.
And Patty,
It's now 5-3. Aria and Morno leading Casamano and Kraft.
Anthony Casamano serving. 3-5 down, second set.
Patty,
lost the first set 6-4.
I think we need to hang around here and see what happens.
15 love.
And that's Anthony at his strength, moving forward on each volley, and he got that ball deep and low, unreturnable.
I think that's 30 love.
Okay, we're back up on Facebook. Check it out for our link.
Serve is long. I believe it's now 30-15.
That's right. Go to www.facebook.com. Patty, we're seeing Anthony and Brett hang around here in this round of 16. Anthony Casamano out of Brookside. Brett Kraft out of Montclair.
I think that's back. That's 40-15.
They're not going to go away quietly.
We had an update. Rose and Loubat won their first set here. On court number 3, we are watching the action on court number 4.
Oh, wow.
It's an ace. Oh, and that's the hold of his serve. So we are now at 5-4. Aria and Morno leading Anthony Casamano and Brett Kraft.
And Patty, there's no better time for that ace serve there in the corner. That was basically unreturnable.
That was clutch, as they say.
So Scotty and Pat, we're seeing the sun get a little bit blocked by the cloud here, a little wind pick up. Appears to be a nice warm day here at Canoe Brook. And
we've got Morno serving, 5-4, second set, trying to close out this match.
let's see if he can do it, Patty.
I think that was a long serve. Look long from up here.
I think that was back at 15 love.
But any serves that are close, you play the shot.
Yeah.
15 all.
Little confusion there. Juan wanted to make his move. I think he wanted to hit his signature drop shot. He didn't tell Jeff that, though.
The winner of this match will move on to the round of 8. We see Jeff Morneau in the gray shirt. Oh, and there is Juan.
30-15.
X-Man, can you tell us who they would play if they come
Sure.
out here?
Sure, Patty. Looks like the winner of Morno, Juan Aria, and Kraft and Casamano will play the winner of Barry Hill.
That's a fault. 30 all.
The winner of Barry Hill, and DeRose and Loubat will play the winner of Kraft, Casamano, Juan, and Jeff Morneau.
30-40.
You said Juan's name beautifully there.
Thank you. Thank you for working on that. And Patty, this thing, could it say this just got interesting?
And there's a break to tie this match up at 5 all.
Hey, what's Scott? Patty, don't go away yet. There is plenty of paddle left.
And while we wait for them to switch over, we invite our fans to check out our live stream channel. You could find it at livestream.com. Just search for Paddle Tennis Television, or go on Facebook. Check out Facebook, and the link is right there after this match as we are underway.
30
in the 6th game. We will be on live stream only for a few minutes, so make sure to get that live stream link and switch over now. It is the same match as you see on YouTube. The link is on Facebook, or just go to livestream.com, search for Paddle Tennis Television.
So they got it to 5 all, and then they go down love 30 on Brett's serve.
But just get that point, so it's now 15-30.
Patty, we've seen this before.
Juan hits in the net. It is now 30 all.
And you know, you see the movement of Anthony when I talk about what he loves to do is cut off that ball, and that movement made Juan maybe go for a little too close.
It's a little fist pump there from Casamano.
Anthony will never give up.
And
40-30.
Looks like they're now starting to have fun, Patty, for a change.
Well, sometimes you get to a point in a match where you have nothing to lose, and it gets a little, your game can free up a little bit.
Oh.
Back to deuce.
That's where Brett needs to be a little bit more disciplined. He had the shot, he tracked it down, but he's got to go right at a guy and try to handcuff a guy on his right hip of maybe Juan instead of going wide or letting Juan get out of the way.
Wow. Patty, that was blistering.
Advantage Morno. Advantage Aria.
That was a great time for that Juan forehand, and that is a big forehand late.
And, you know, even from over here, you could see the look of determination on Juan.
Back to deuce.
Well, let's see if Kraft and Casamano have any magic left here.
I believe that serve was long.
Well, the return was good, and it's advantage Aria.
Wow. Really
Serve ball
surprised.
is wide. It's back to deuce.
2 errors in this game. Juan's going for maybe a little too much. I
Yeah.
think when you get toward the end of the set, Juan wants to be the man. He wants to win those points. He's got to be a little bit more disciplined.
A little
Ooh.
long, and now it's advantage Kraft.
Just kind of have a feeling Juan's going to hit the tar out of this ball here. Surprised Jeff hasn't. Oh, there he goes. He joined Juan up at the net.
Yeah. Jeff is like, let me play. Jeff has just been so stable all day.
Great shot. That's a
And Patty, that
game
changes
point.
things.
Now we have a lead change, and Anthony Casamano and Brett Kraft are up 6-5.
And I love that shot that Brett just pulled off there. He hasn't gotten that many shots up on that back screen that high, and he took that one, saw his opening, and got that ball right down at, you know, their feet and forced an error on a volley. That was great. I love that Brett was looking to do that.
That's 4 games in a row.
So, Patty, we've got a classic here today. We thought this match was maybe perhaps over about 20 minutes ago, but we've seen some unbelievable staying power from Kraft and Casamano with Juan and Jeff Morno.
Yep, and Juan is serving here. He's down 5-6, hoping to get this into a second set tiebreak, as Jerry Viant would say. Not a tiebreaker, X-Man. But I've heard people say it both. And I looked it up, and it's correct both ways. It was a great move by Anthony. He wanted to hit a shot. There was just a little too much pace, and he had the ability to just pull his paddle back, get out of the way.
Just missed. 15 love.
Oh.
30 love.
And that was an opportunity. It was a beautiful lob. Got Jeff going back off the net to hit the overhead. Anthony had an opening, just couldn't quite make the shot.
Okay, 40 love.
So Patty, we're
And
signing.
again, a loose error there from
Yeah.
Brett. Just a little shot. It looked like he kind of had a work stoppage. Easy error. All of a sudden, it looks like we might be going into a tiebreak. You just can't afford those kinds of errors to get yourselves into the quarters and semis in high-ranking national tournaments.
It's almost like Casamano and Kraft. They really cleaned it up for about a half an hour there, and it just bit them back in this game.
Sometimes you use a lot of physical and mental energy to claw back up, and then all of a sudden you get even, and you're not able to take the next step.
Okay, game, and we're going to be at 6-all now, going to a tiebreak.
Tiebreaker, 12-point tiebreaker. First team to win 7 points with a margin of 2 will take this second set.
And Anthony will serve for 1 on this side, and after this they'll switch at games 1, 5, 9, and 13, and then multiples of 4s.
If you didn't get that from X-Man, we'll explain it as we go along.
It's a little confusing, Patty. Patty, I can't think of a better tiebreaker with 4 athletes like this. Just mentally and physically demanding.
I like that. Brett pulled out a two-handed backhand coming off that backside screen. I like that, just forcing, trying to make them hit a volley. I just think these guys have such good overheads. They're not going to make an error on an overhead.
missed that shot. First point to Casamano.
And that was on cue. Just when I said these guys are not going to miss an overhead, they missed an overhead.
Yeah.
So Morno to serve at 0-1.
Just another time I got it wrong, X-Man. That's a shocking error from Juan to start the tiebreaker.
You're not wrong very much. But I'll tell you what,
Scott?
Now it's 1-1.
Kraft and Casamano, they've, you know, you can't do whatever you want to do with Jeff Morno's serve. He mixes it up.
Okay, point to Kraft and Casamano. They lead 2-1.
Patty, like you said before, it's almost who is going to make less errors is going to be standing after this set.
I'm really surprised Juan has 2 errors here early in the tiebreaker like that. Those are very loose shots. Kind of trying to win the point right out of the box versus letting the point take shape just a little bit longer.
Long volley. 2-2.
Okay, so Patty, now they're going to...
Scott? 3-2.
Okay, 3-2.
They switch points now every 4 points.
Every 4 points.
Each team will serve 2 points from each side, and then switch sides.
So Patty, this goes on and on and on until you
Till
win
we get 7 points by
2 points.
So Aria, Morno serving at 3-2.
So essentially, a tiebreaker could go on for a very long time.
4-2.
Anthony wishes he had that shot. He had such a great read for that situation, just kind of blew the volley long.
Patty, can you describe the nerves in a tiebreaker?
Well, I'm nervous just kind of watching here.
I am too.
But you kind of, this is what you play for. You want to, you know every match against a great team. Scott, I'll take your score.
A little wide now. Morno ahead 5-2.
You know it's
Casamano serving at 2-5.
You know all these matches are going to be close. They're all going to be intense. This is what they play for this time. All comes down to decision-making, execution.
Morno misses. It's now 3-5. Casamano serving.
Patty, for... Oh.
Brilliant lob. Anthony volleyed that ball almost from the other side of the net. Jeff picked up on that, threw up the lob, and these guys were able to take the net. That was a huge lob. Actually like how Jeff is not letting, there's no switch. Jeff wants to handle this point from more of that middle position, it looks like. And that's a smart play. Juan's made 2 loose errors in this tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So you got to go with the guy who's hitting the quality shots right at this time.
Oh, and there's number 3,
error.
Patty.
That is now the 4th point for Casamano Kraft, and Aria Morno lead 5-4.
So that was a big miss. Juan loaded up that 2-handed backhand there, just went for a little too much. And again, we talk about rock-solid play.
Yeah.
Rock-solid, steady play
Rock
from
solid.
Jeff. They need it right now.
Morno to serve at 5-4.
And Casamano and Kraft, they are battling hard here.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a
long serve. It's now
8
5-all.
Patty, this just got interesting. Don't go away yet.
Just when you think it's over, it's not, because it's platform tennis.
Net court winner. 6-5 Morno.
Patty, no better time for that.
So Kraft is serving at 5-6 now.
This is match point
First match point.
for Morno and Aria. It just turns so fast, and it's let court here and there. The difference in this match is not that much.
Oh, too bad. Match.
So that's
game.
match.
Right, match point. And Aria and Morno move on, winning 6-4, 7-6 over Anthony Casamano and Brett Kraft.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back on the air shortly.
And as we go to break, we remind everyone to switch over to our live stream channel. Again, if you don't know the link, go head over to Facebook, and our link is on there. Or you can find it directly on livestream.com by searching for Paddle Tennis Television. We'll be switching over to our live stream channel. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with more paddle tennis from Canoe Country Club shortly.
Team of a couple of teams that the viewers are familiar with.
Yep.
Dan Regan is playing with Mick Arroyo, and I don't know, I've never seen Dan play. I look forward to that later on, but now we resume Broderick Palmer. First game, second set.
Yeah, Dan's supposed to have a very big, powerful forehand. I'm looking forward to see it, and everyone knows that Mick's got some great overheads with tremendous spin. They've been coming up the rankings pretty quick. That's going to be a good match. Okay. All right, okay. So over in court 4, we're going to start our second set. On the court, we have #1 seeds Drew Broderick and Jared Palmer. Drew is in the purple shirt against Patrick Egan and Victor Vidal. And Victor's in the white shirt and Patrick's in the gray shirt. So we're about to start the second set. Drew and Jared won the first set 6-1. I think what's got to happen is Victor and Patrick got to slow down the match a little bit. You could see at the end of that set, Drew won a lot of points with some short lobs into his cut shot and ended points quickly. But Drew and Jared look pretty solid.
I think Jared just had to change his shirt, and he's back.
Yep. All right, so we're going to start the second set. I think we need a ball. They're waiting on a ball.
Jared's coming back. We are, the balls are sponsored partly in this tournament by Wilson. And after these guys play a set, they'll switch to a new ball. And they generally don't leave the balls out on the court. They use 2 balls for the warm-up, and they might not have a good ball ready to go for the second set.
So while we got some time, this other match on court 3 I'm really looking forward to. I find Mick Irdoya one of the funnest guys to watch with his big, powerful overheads and lots of spin. I saw him play a match for the League Classic last year where no one drove his serve once the entire match. So he should be fun to watch.
He's an amazing talent. He can run a little hot and cold, and when he's on the top of his game, his mentor, Drew Brderick, told me, you know, he's really phenomenal. And he and Patrick Egan could do some damage in here. This is a tough matchup for Foster and Bredberg. I mean, they're the team that's played together forever. These other guys are a little bit more explosive, I would say. So I think it's going to be a great match.
Okay.
The camera's back out on court 4, and we see Drew, the host pro. He's the director of platform tennis and tennis here at Canoe Country Club. He's hanging out, staying loose. He's not playing singles here. He almost could, but he's not.
Here comes Jared.
Because he's got Jared Palmer, former world #1 doubles player, Wimbledon, Australian Open, Grand Slam champion as his partner.
Okay, so the scoreboard is back up on court number 4, and we're getting ready to start that second set.
Okay. Victor Vidal taking a practice serve. He will serve the first game.
So our second set's off started here. And Drew and Jared have taken the net.
Okay, now, Bill, we're in for a treat because to watch Drew and Jared volley, they are phenomenal. And Jared made some of the most amazing volleys I remember from the last 2 nationals where he and Drew won it. It doesn't seem like there's a volley that the guy misses, as you can see.
Yes.
Jared hits Patrick. It's love 15.
Victor serving to Drew.
Broderick.
Volley's long. Love 30.
Palmer return serve from the deuce court. These guys are all so good they could play any side. But Palmer is just such a threat out of that deuce court. Beautiful return. Comes up to the net. Right into his wheelhouse.
Oh, nice try.
It's not easy for a 6'4".
Yeah.
For a guy to duck and get out of the way of that shot, but Jared did it.
Patty, my weakness announcing is going to be I'm too much of a fan, so I apologize now.
Oh, it's a great thing to be a fan of platform tennis. Last. Thing a little unique about Drew and Jared, Broderick and Palmer from the baseline, the near team to your camera, is that they play Drew's a lefty, and he plays the ad court. Most of the time when you see a lefty in the red, you'll see the
Point to Vidal. It's now 15-30.
you'll see the lefty playing the deuce court. With Broderick and Palmer, they've had tremendous success, not having lost a match since 2 years ago at Nationals. Drew playing the ad court.
A little long. 30 all. Vidal serving at 40-30.
Just when I say the guy never misses a volley.
Yep.
That was a phenomenal shot.
Doing a good job getting themselves back in this game. Oh, nice return to serve by Broderick.
And makes it back to deuce.
And Victor's got to keep coming in. He can't get stuck a step behind the service line.
Yeah, notice that.
Again, these guys are going to have to close in, form that wall that we talk about at the net, getting really close to your partner, setting up your backhand volleys.
They got to avoid hitting short lobs to Drew. He killed him at the end of the first set with short lobs, using his cut shot to end the points. How's that for a forehand volley from the service line? I like that.
Didn't try to hit the ball hard. You can see Drew and Jared are masters of those off-speed shots. Keep the ball deep in the court.
Ooh, and Drew missed one of his overheads.
Advantage, Vidal.
Besides that miss, you can see that Drew and Jared are putting a lot of heat from the service line, their overheads. They've got Victor and Patrick really running around.
See how quickly Brderick bailed out of the play there. He forced the play, got a volley, didn't go for a winner, retreated back to the baseline, start the point again.
That's out, so it's at first game to Vidal and Egan. They lead 1-love after the first game.
That's a great hole by Victor. You know, after losing that first set, 6-1, to come out and get that game and start the second set's big.
So Broderick Palmer won the first set, 6-1. And they just down 1-love here in the second set. As the weather warms up, you can see a lot of fans outside. They're gathering here for, you know, they love watching the action. You see a lot of the players who may have been eliminated now after playing their 3 matches love to watch these top guys play. That's how everyone learns the game. You learn by watching the best.
Yeah, the crowd's probably doubled what it was an hour ago as those matches end. And with these very good matches here at the host club, you're going to see a lot more people showing up. Oh, Drew missed it.
All the credit.
That's love 15.
All the credit to Victor for reading Drew's shot, getting up there. Phenomenal get. Victor played the last couple of years with Brett Kraft. They finished inside the top 20. They both kind of split up a little bit, try out some different partners, see if they can start getting more consistent results deeper in the draw. Tough matchup here in the round of 16 against country number 1.
Yep.
But anything can happen in a platform tennis match. We all know that.
Drew and Jared going back to a nice patient paddle, working the overheads. They've got, oh, there's a nick for Broderick.
That makes it 15-all.
With high-level players, the only screenshots you see them miss are occasionally a nick like that or if a ball hits the seam.
Volley long, it's now 15-30.
As soon as Patty complimented Palmer on his volley, he's missed 2 in a row. Just a classic jinx.
I didn't think he could jinx Jared Palmer.
Oh, nice play by Victor.
It's now 15-40.
Feels like Drew and Jared are a little bit back on their heels here, and I see Patrick Egan and Victor Vidal are going after him.
And a fault for the game. So Vidal and Egan go up 2-love over Jared Palmer and Drew Broderick.
Broderick Palmer won the first set, 6-1.
That's a fault, love 15.
That's not what you want to do after a nice break.
Victor's the pro down at Director of Racket Sports down at Navison Country Club, Rumson, New Jersey. Does a lot for the APTA with juniors, runs a very successful event for us every year in January. Last year, I think he had over 80 participants. I love the height of that lob from Jared.
Yeah, up over the lights.
Way above the screens, up to the height of the lights almost.
He's forcing.
That's how you can control play and set up your forehand.
Yeah, he's forcing Victor to hit that overhead.
It's now 15-all.
Victor.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He won that point. Is now love 30.
But those high lobs, those deep lobs buy you time, let you get around and set up that ground stroke.
A little long. It's now 15-30.
Kind of a rusty mitt. A little rusty there from Jared. He's not been on the paddle court that much early in the season here. Played very little so far. Just a little kind of a careless, uncharacteristic lobbing error.
Jared going back to his high lobs, forcing Victor and Patrick to take him back past the service line.
Jared tends to lob much higher than Drew. Drew, by design, doesn't lob very high on a majority of his shots.
Is there a reason to that?
It's just kind of his style of play and how he can set up players, and he doesn't give them. I think when you lob shorter, sometimes you don't give players time to get underneath and overhead to maybe have as much variety.
Yep.
It can go either way, and you do what you're most comfortable with. But clearly it's worked for Drew.
I remember he mentioned that in the Nationals with Johan. He didn't want Johan the time to set up his overheads.
Exactly. Lob shorter, and you give the guy, you make the guy hit more of those mid-range kind of high volleys.
Nice lob there. This is more a little patient paddle used to out of these two guys.
Is that 15-40?
Yes. Egan hit the ball a little long. And Broderick and Palmer have 2 break points. Ooh, a little sloppy.
Okay. Game to Palmer and Broderick. It is now Vidal and Egan leading 2 games to 1.
That was kind of a big game, Patty, don't you think?
I think so, and that was kind of a little bit of a loose shot. You don't see, you don't see that many guys stick up their paddle and just like kind of fling a backhand type of shot.
Yep.
I think he would love that shot back.
That's like an X-Man shot, actually, right there.
And when I talk about a little bit of match experience in the later rounds, in that last match when we saw Casamano and Kraft, Anthony has been there many times deep in draws, as has Brett, but they haven't in the last 2 or 3 years really gotten to that many quarter, semis, or finals. So you have that feel and that confidence in that situation.
Yep. All right, so 1 serving 2 here in the second.
Jared Palmer to serve.
Okay. Oh, nice serve.
First point, Palmer, 15-love.
Jared just
30-love.
steps up to play and is hitting that sort of Mach 90, it looks like, from up here.
Deep in the corners, too.
Generally, you see players use a little bit more spin than that.
Yep. I just get the impression all of a sudden there's a new energy level out of Broderick and Palmer here in this 4th game. Going down 2-love got them fired up.
I think they took a little bit of time to get adjusted to Jared's shirt change there going into that second set, Bill.
That's it.
But I think they're all set now.
Oh, great volley. Great volley.
That's 40-love.
I love that play from Drew coming out of that screen with his paddle back low in position. He didn't have to make up his mind till the very end where he was going to go with that shot.
That's a game.
Boy,
quick game.
That's exactly right. I think the same thing.
Games are 2-all.
We're 2-all in the second set. Broderick Palmer won the first set, 6 games to 1.
That quick 2-0 lead that Egan and Vidal had has been erased, and the mojo has changed quickly here. Patty, you get the sense that Broderick and Palmer just turned up the heat a little bit? Yeah, here we go.
Good shot.
I think Vidal and Egan got their attention.
Love 15.
I think Drew might have gave everyone his little glances over to Jared, so let's get going.
Make it love 30.
And
Jared saw Patrick kind of get caught a little bit inside the baseline, and that's where he let that ball drop and just kind of slapped an overhead right at him. Couldn't get out of the way.
Yep.
With a lefty, righty, with a lefty playing the ad court, you will see a team hit a lot of shots down the middle unless someone has a two-handed backhand that they pull out all the time.
Oh, net cord.
That can
40. Love 40.
That's the kind of things that happen when you got the mojo roll and they get a nice nick like that and win a point. But Jared's not known for his two-handed backhand, Patty, like some of the other players in this modern era playing. It's not really his shot.
First point for Vidal. It's now 15-40.
Right, but Drew will hit the two-hander up the middle occasionally. He won't come out firing ever with it, but later in a game, at a crucial point, if you lay that up there, he'll hit it.
Yep.
If he's got the team a little bit off the net. He'll forego the shot all the time if he's got team and they form their wall up close to the net.
Yep. There you go.
Okay, there's a game. It is now 3-2. Brderick and Palmer leading Egan and Vidal.
And
I
would
the
say
second set of a round of 16 match here at Canoe Country Club as part of the Atlantic Classic.
I would say that those 3 quick games after being down love 2 are not a good sign for Egan and Vidal. They've got to slow this match down again. At this pace, this match could be over quickly. Seems like Drew and Jared are heating up really well. They're getting some breaks, and they're making things happen.
I think you're absolutely right, Bill. You just feel the momentum swing, and that's the beauty of paddle. It swings both ways all the time. But I feel like it swung to Brderick Palmer.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really tough for Egan and Vidal, I think, here to change this.
I think Brderick and Palmer are looking to save some energy, save for later in matches, and they're going to try and close out quickly. They're not going to want a third set here.
We'll have Drew Brderick to serve at 3-2 in the second set.
Now I want to thank Mark X-Man Connolly. He's doing a great job this morning. Got this thing rolling. Really worked through some of the kinks for us. All right, game has started.
First point to Brderick, 15 love.
I don't think those are the kind of shots Victor should be trying at this point, but see what happens.
A little bit of a shout out to all our neighboring clubs here who are helping Canoe host this national ranking platform tennis tournament. Center Court, Beacon Hill, Short Hills Club, Montclair, Essex Fells, Canoe Their members have given up use of the court for our tournament today, and that allows everybody to play their matches. Everybody gets a couple of matches in typically before lunch, and play will go through about 8 o'clock tonight. So we're really appreciative of all the neighboring clubs who give up their courts.
Lob goes through. Brderick up, 30 love.
Little miscommunication there, and I think we had a little sign of that earlier when Patrick Egan flicked that backhand we talked about, kind of an awkward shot. Looks like he wants to hit that shot. Victor wants to hit the overhead in the middle. It's probably Victor's shot.
Jared and Palmer getting over to work in their overheads again here, putting a lot of pressure. Oh, nice shot.
Brderick up.
And again, really smart shot. Drew put the ball right between the guys. Clearly Vidal and Egan are having a hard time figuring out the right that spot, and he'll just keep going there all day long. Super smart play.
He also took some pace off it. It was like on a half speed, which makes it tough to volley when you're a couple feet off the net.
This is a round of 16 match live on Paddle Tennis Television on Facebook and YouTube.
And almost makes the net cord, but Brderick holds his serve and is up 4.
Now, when things are going your way, another let court for Jared. All right, 4-2 in the second set. Drew and Jared change along the back line. Oh, nice forehand. Beautiful forehand.
Kills that shot.
Yep. Once again, the classic, give Drew Broderick a short overhead. He's going to put that. Oh. Great. Oh. And they start taking control.
It's wide. That'll be low. First point, 15-30.
15-30. This is a big game. Egan and Vidal have got to get this game. They do not want to go down here. All of a sudden, Drew is really tattooing Patrick's serve. Drew and Jared working the overheads, trying to keep these guys off balance. And Drew misses a chop shot.
I think he tried it. 30 all.
May want to work with them on Monday, right? Talk to him about that? Okay. Patty, we're back at 30 all here. Oh, nice. A lot of pressure on Victor. Really nice.
30-40?
Yep. It's a big point for Victor and Patrick right here. They can't afford to lose this point. Ooh.
Oh.
You don't see me at one-handed backhands from the screen very often, do you, Patty?
Back to deuce.
I see him. Not. That was a little casual.
And then he comes back with a blaster. Great forehand. They're really mixing up their overheads good, causing all kinds of problems. Good get by Victor.
Love that play from Victor. He simply let Jared's overhead. Go ahead, Scott.
So it's now advantage Brderick.
He let those hard hit double screen overheads from Jared go right over his head.
Oh, nice play.
Oh, save the break point. Back to deuce.
Drew with a nice hard charge there off his return to serve and put a lot of pressure on, but Victor with a beautiful volley.
Great hands.
Yep.
And a fault for advantage Brderick.
It's a big point right here.
What you see with these top level guys is they'll forego several offensive opportunities because they want even a better offensive opportunity.
Nice play.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Beautiful hands
We're
there.
back to deuce.
A lot of time you see a lot of high level club players. The moment a guy hits a short volley, short overhead, they'll just unload on a forehand. Where you see these guys don't unload like that. They'll definitely throw many more lobs in because it's so much about where the net team is positioned. And if the guys are on top of the net, they'll just forego that offensive opportunity.
Nice long point here. Good playing.
Great read by Victor.
Yep.
And I love how he just threw up a high lob. He didn't want to get into a quick volley exchange with Jared Palmer.
Oh. Advantage Broderick.
Also, did you notice Victor ran off the court there? He returned that shot, got off the court, so Drew couldn't hit him.
Victor's learned a lot the last couple of years.
Bruises will do that. Nice return by Drew.
See, right away they pulled off their switch to get their forehand overheads right back in the middle of the court.
Well, there's the game. 5-2, Broderick and Palmer leading Egan and Vidal in the second set.
They won the first set 6-1. They look like they're on the verge of closing out this match, and we'll be able to go immediately to another paddle match. We'll take a 1-minute break, and our paddle marathon continues here at the Atlantic Classic, thanks to Paddle Tennis Television on Facebook and YouTube. You can see the crowds are gathering here. Like I said, we've got the players who have finished, who are in between matches. They want to come watch these great players just like we do. And you can see a lot of the local paddle fans and club level players are over here to enjoy the action.
Yeah, it's a great afternoon for watching paddle too. You don't really, it's not cold. It's still a good day to watch. So we'll be starting the quarterfinals in a little while. It'll be it's gonna be a great evening of paddle here. All right, we're getting ready to start the game over there.
Jared Palmer to serve at 5-2.
I think that Drew and Jared are mixing up their overheads, and it's kind of causing some problems for these guys. They just got them back on the heels.
Drops it. 15 love.
That's all these guys need. Jared adding another drop, another phenomenal shot to his arsenal.
Yeah. Great get by Drew in the corner. Victor buried him. He dug it out. Did you see that?
Just one of the most amazing plays. I saw Drew do that 2 years ago. Huge point, finals and nationals in Chicago.
That was
Same
fantastic.
thing. Looked like a forehand, looked like a forehand,
Yeah.
became a backhand. I've seen that shot maybe 4 times in 30 years of watching paddle.
Good little exchange there. Victor and Patrick took the net.
It's fun to watch how effortless these players are just when you have those transition moments.
Yeah.
They don't overreact. They get to the net. They're calm immediately. They don't chase the ball. They know their shots.
How about that?
That's incredible cover back there by Drew. Jared made him a move. Now, Drew just did that one to show off, I think.
Yeah.
But Drew loves to hit that big forehand off of the, over toward that side screen.
Yep.
So he does look for it a lot. And if the ball goes behind him, no big deal. He can make a quick adjustment.
It amazes me how much he goes over to Jared's side of the court and doesn't. Oh,
good
nice shot
overhead.
there. Great overhead.
15 all.
The local Bergen legend Rob Mannion's in the house, heading back up north. Great forehand volley by Jared. Oh, another one.
Shout out to Jared's family back in Stockholm. His wife and kids are there. Hopefully they're tuning in and watching their dad.
Victor did a good job of getting one of Drew's chop shots. And they've taken the net.
Well, and Drew and Jared can really play any kind of shot. They can play up tempo. They have a tendency more to take tempo away or slow down play. But, they're not trying to slow anything down here. They're very comfortable taking it up and bringing it to these guys.
It's now 30-15.
And in some of these matches, they're going to play another match. They want to get off the court, so sometimes you just bait the guys into an offensive opportunity because you can cover the volley.
Yep. They're proving that here.
Another miss. 30 all.
It's been a little rusty with that shot here lately. Had a lot of success in the first set with it.
Well, our master scorekeeper, Scott Estes here, pro over at Orange Lawn Club. Scott, you might have to talk to Drew between matches.
Tighten up that shot.
Oh, nice get.
Incredible hands there. Drew went from the backhand to the forehand. I love the shots that Egan and Vidal are hitting here. They're putting some pressure on these guys. Just
was
phenomenal
that in?
volleys.
That was incredible.
That was it.
There, right there, the last point to end the match.
Terrific volley. Ends the match 6-2 in the second set. So Brderick and Palmer win.
Advance to the quarterfinals.
Advance to the quarterfinals after a 6-1, 6-2 victory.
And that last point there really showed off the talent of the volleying here. Big exchange, and Drew and Jared ended the point, and match is over.
So 4-2. These guys are up first.
Okay. In a minute, we're going to switch to the next match here over on court 3.
We're going to be right back. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, regroup here, and join an amazing round of 16 match going on right now. Okay, Scott.
Okay, we're live again, and we have a match going with Mick Erdoya and his partner Regan against Sebastian Brderick and Martin Bostrom. We have Erdoya and Regan are leading 4-3. Bostrom to serve now at 3-4.
Oh, great serve.
First point.
Yep.
15 love.
Sorry. No worries.
Okay. We'll give you an update on who the players are in a second. Let's get this point working. You have Mick Erdoya and Dan Regan on your left. Mick is playing the deuce court in the blue shirt, and Dan Regan is playing the ad court in the white shirt. On the other side of the court, we have Martin Bostrom in the blue shirt, and Sebastian Brderick is in the gray shirt. Erdoya and Regan are winning this match 4-3. There's a lot of spins. These guys all have very good overheads.
All right, that's 30 love.
Okay. And like I said, Martin Bostrom is serving, and it's 30 love. He's serving at 3-4.
That's a fault. It's now 30-15.
Yep. Serve was long. Now serves to Dan Regan. This is going to be a good match. These guys are all big, heavy spinners, like to hit the ball hard, young players. They all play the power game. And it'll be interesting to see who comes out the winner here. Phenomenal overhead and great get by Dan Regan. Erdoya hitting some great overheads above the lights, but they keep hitting the ball into Dan in the corner. Bostrom really gets a lot of spin on his overheads. He keeps that ball tight to the net. He's got Dan Regan working real hard over there in the corner.
Martin Bostrom and Brderick are number 3 seed here in this
Let
tournament.
that go out.
Okay.
And it's now 40-15. Bostrom serving.
They know each other's game. They're a tremendous team, but this is a tough opponent for them.
Yep.
Because they don't really know what to expect out of this combination.
Playing that serve is a let. Still 40-15.
See how far Mick went over and followed that serve all the way to the ad court.
Yep.
Had kind of a effortless switch here from the baseline team.
Yeah. Yeah, Bostrom's serve to the deuce court is tough. Oh, great overhead.
That's
nice kill.
Nice ending point. That ties up this match at 4-4.
This is a round of 16 match.
That's correct.
We're in the first set.
Yep.
2 out of 3 set match. We are live on Paddle Tennis Television on Facebook and YouTube.
So Mick Erdoya serving. Ooh.
Wins the first point, 15 love.
Mick's known for his serve. Tough serve to drive. Oh, nice shot.
Little long, 30 love.
I like seeing this offense out of Brderick there. He's known as one of the most consistent players on the tour. But I like that he's looking for a little bit of offense. I think sometimes these guys have a tendency to kind of wait for maybe Martin's two-handed backhand.
That's a good point right there. Boy, great recovery shots by all these guys.
Wow.
That is fantastic. This is some good paddle point right here.
And as the courts become totally shady and we can see it,
Yep.
the only sun is what you would have looking out from the ad court over toward the clubhouse. Everybody else has pretty good visibility now.
Oh.
Okay, that's 40 love.
That was a missed overhead there by Brderick.
I think
That's
serve is an ace. So that's game to Erdoy and Regan. They lead Brderick and Bostrom 5-4 in the first set.
Patty, I think this is going to be one of those matches with a lot of offense. It doesn't seem like to me Erdoya and Reagan to sit back. They're going to try and bring the heat. And Bostrom and Brderick obviously are capable of handling it. And this is going to be a good match. I'm excited.
And I think that, you know, the fast pace, I think, probably favors. It doesn't favor Bostrom and Brderick. I think they love the deliberate play a little bit more.
Yeah. I just don't see that as.
Because I know Mick is so explosive
Yep.
here. And, you know, I've not seen Dan Regan play that much, but you just don't get an idea they're going to sit back and lob all day.
More aggressive style.
You think?
Volley's long.
Yep. Good return to serve by Regan. He handcuffed Brderick right in the chest there.
That's another fault.
All of a sudden, we're quickly 15-30 here, 2 points away from the set point. Oh, great gets.
Amazing amount of court they cover.
Really are. Really talented guys.
Loving Martin's overhead variety here on display.
Yeah, he's really putting a lot of pressure on these guys.
Martin's the pro at Greenwich Field Club up in Greenwich, Connecticut.
He certainly gets a lot of spin on those overheads. Oh,
Volley's long.
that was a good.
It's now 15-40.
That was a good aggressive drive by Dan. It kind of caught him off guard there.
Little bit of a swinging
got-
forehand, and that's the danger of
Yep.
going to that forehand
Got
volley.
a double set point here.
Yep.
Beautiful return to serve.
Yep.
Well measured by Mick. Beautiful up the line.
They've taken the net. They got double set point, and they're looking to put some pressure on. That is a great
Just
point.
out. Save one of those set points.
That
It's
was
now 30-40.
That was huge for Sebi. He came out and he didn't overhit that ball. He put it at his, his opponent's feet, made him volley up. That was huge for. That was a big play by Sebastian Brderick, known as Sebi.
Sebi. Boy, they are working Dan Regan in the corner hard. Oh, that's the forehand he's looking for.
An error to make it deuce.
A little surprised. I think Mick's on fire here. Dan doesn't really need to hit that shot. You can put the offense where the offense is naturally coming from, and it's from the deuce court with Mick right now.
And we now have a game point for Sebi.
It's so often you see that. It's one error
Advantage, Brderick.
leads to another error. Sorry, Scott. Excuse me. Yeah, Dan's going to see a lot of balls here.
Yeah, you can see that.
I'm actually surprised they move it over to Mick's corner.
Wow.
Pressure on. Advantage, Ordoya.
Boy, Mick really attacked that and got right in there. Caught Sebastian off guard. Quick.
What quickness. He went from the baseline to the service line in about one step there. That was kind of Johan-like.
Sorry, it is deuce.
He really anticipated beautifully there and was able to capitalize. Wow. Martin just hit a beautiful shot through the middle there.
Now it's advantage, Brderick.
Nice play by Regan. Caught him on the switch. Took advantage. There's a lot of pace on these overheads.
They've got to hit it deep enough to make sure these guys have to play a double screen.
Oh, good.
Okay, we're back to deuce.
Still a big game.
We talk about overheads, that's the fine line. You can hit really hard side back overheads to pin the guy deep. If you go hard backside, it's very risky. You can get the guy coming up the side screen and just blow through you with a drive.
Okay, we have advantage, Brderick.
Little disappointing error there. Too early in that point to go for anything.
Oh.
Fault.
And
back to deuce.
he got a gift there.
This is a big game. Seems like no one wants to win it. Oh, my.
I think Mick wants to win it.
That's quite a return. Advantage to Regan now.
A little bit of a loose error there.
Little long. Back to deuce.
Ooh, he had the alley, too.
Missed opportunities here.
That was set point.
We have a fault. Advantage, Regan.
I think we have our 5th set point here.
Real struggle here for Sebi on the serve.
Yep. I think that was a good timeout by Mick there. Get Dan
Actually, the
focused.
returning team needs to play at the pace of the server. So if the server is set, you kind of got to keep things moving. I understand the move.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Ah.
We are back to deuce.
Another beautiful forehand return to serve.
Yeah.
Pinning Sebi deep in that deuce court corner. That's a nice lob by Martin there. Threw it up a little bit higher. Roy and Regan seem to have a little bit of a issue with who's going to take what ball.
Yeah.
I think that I'm loving Mick's overhead.
Yeah.
Well, a little long.
Seems to
We
me
have an advantage, Regan.
another set point here. Mixed overheads are tough. Get Sebastian in the corner.
It's their 4th set point. Oh. Back to deuce.
Almost a funny bounce there off the court. Phenomenal deep volley. Again. Oh, wow. That was a beautiful shot. Oh, and that was even a more beautiful shot.
Well, we have advantage, Brderick.
And the new team kind of got caught there over on the baseline. Together, they didn't make a move. You can't. Those are the little things in the crucial moments in the match. It just can't happen if you're going to pull out these sets.
Oof, on the line there.
Dan's doing a good job. I just want to see him put every ball back in play.
Yep.
Get the play over to mixed paddle here.
Oh, great get by Regan. Great get.
That was an amazing get.
That's some good paddle right there.
As we go later in the day here, the matches become even more spectacular.
Dan's doing a great job with those digs in the corners. They're really working them hard.
Just long.
Oh. That's a big hold.
Okay, we have a game. It's now 5-5.
And that was really a gift. I mean, whoa, I just got a gift. I just got a screen on my lap. But that game could have gone either way, and Mick and Dan just didn't capitalize. And here we are, 5-all, and you know, Bosterman and Brderick, they're a veteran team. They don't overreact in those kinds of situations, and they hung around long enough to pull out the win, even though Sebi came up with a couple of key faults there.
Yep.
They didn't turn out to be key because these guys weren't able to capitalize.
Oh. First point to Regan. 15-love.
They may regret those 5 or 6 set points they lost. May come back to haunt them. Regan serving. Mick and Dan have had a lot of success with Mick taking the overheads and forcing it to Sebastian's corner.
Well, I just think Mick's got amazing variety, and I've heard from my go ahead, Scott.
Okay, that's another point for Regan. It's now 30-love.
I've just heard of Mick winning matches because guys can't come up with his spins out of the screens in the deuce court. So I would put him in a position to hit more.
And quickly, we have Brderick and Regan serving at 40-love.
Okay.
And a quick game.
Night.
Puts Mick Brderick and Dan Regan up 6-5 over Sebastian Brderick and Martin Bostrom.
And that's the amazing thing about paddle. You just see Martin and Sebi pull out a match where, I mean, a game there that you thought there's no way they were going to win the game. And then they turn around and they really played a mentally weak game there. Martin just on that game point just kind of slapped the ball, and he wasn't interested in playing a long point. So where's Scott? What's the score here?
It's 5-6.
Okay, and we're going to go
Martin serving at 5-6.
color commentary. Back to one of our favorites, Jeff Morneau.
Hey, Patty. Glad to be back. What a great day to watch this match. This is one here, I think, earlier when I was going through the draw and making some predictions that this is, I think, one of the ones that I predicted potential upset. So not that it's come true, but at least this first set is nice and is very close, and it looks like Mick and Dan had some chances there.
Jeff, do you think Sebi and Martin has the veteran team feel a little bit more pressure in this kind of a situation?
You know, I think it's easier to play when you're down. You know, I think they played a lot better right there when they were down. You saw when it got tied, they just got, you know, I think they were relieved that they were able to get back into this set, and they played a pretty loose game. But it's going to be very hard, I think, for Mick and Dan to pull out the set because...
Great overhead to end the point. Martin Bostrom serving at 15 love.
You know, I just think it's going to be, it's always hard to win that set, that last point in a close set, especially against the top team. So I think that Mick and Dan are actually going to have to raise their game a little bit to pull it out.
Jeff, so are you insinuating that some teams are better as front runners and some teams are almost better when they're a little bit behind?
Yeah, I think so.
Scott?
Yep.
Nice drive off the screen, and Bostrom goes up 30 love.
And here we go, right? You know, you just saw it. They got Martin and Sebi were down, and they're playing a good game here so far.
Good serve. It's now 40 love. Look out, but it is game to Brderick and Bostrom, and we are heading into a tie break. 6-all.
I think it's going to be really important here for Mick and Dan to get up and keep it, get up or really keep it close early in this tiebreaker, or I think it's going to get away from them quickly. Let's see what they can do.
A loose shot. First point to Ardoya and Regan. They lead 1-0 in the tiebreaker. First to 7, winning by 2 will win the set.
That was a little bit of a wild backhand there by Martin. Normally a very consistent shot by him, but missed that one.
And Sebi and Martin will switch on the baseline. Right, Jeff? They kind of interchange who's playing deuce court and who's playing ad court.
Yeah, I played them earlier this year at the paddle player tournament when I played with Mark Parsons, and I had actually asked Martin a little bit about that because as I had remembered it, Martin had always played the forehand, but when I played them at paddle player, he was playing the backhand in the back, and he reminded me that they started doing that a little bit more towards the end of last year. So they're really interchangeable. They can mix it up.
And I think when Sebi's over in the deuce court, it seems like Mick is more comfortable going after the deuce court corner. It doesn't seem like Mick is looking to hit that shot as much when Martin gets over there.
I think
that
that's...
ball was out. They're calling it out.
Well, 4 top players out there. I think they're going to figure this one out, and I think I would imagine that Mick and Dan are going to stick with their call.
I think it looks like they're playing a let. No?
Yeah, they did.
I think they played a let.
They did.
So it's still 1-0.
I guess I was wrong on that
for
prediction.
Ardoya. Well, they call that one wide. So now it is love 2, 0-2.
Patty, I think you were right before that. You know, when Sebi's over there and the deuce side, he doesn't have nearly as nearly as much offense as Martin. So Mick is very comfortable hitting, or at least seems to be very comfortable hitting, almost any type of overhead over there. Thinking that Sebi, well, he'll hit some good lobs and some tricky shots. He's not going to overpower them.
And it seems like sometimes Sebi's has a greater willingness to play longer points, so being over in the ad court putting Martin over in the deuce court. That kind of relieves Martin of playing the role as the guy who has to throw up a million lobs.
Yep.
Martin would rather bang the ball.
Agree. And they'll do this for a little, you know.
Oh, a little long. Third point for Adoya and Reagan. They lead 3-0.
Very surprised to see Sebi miss that. He almost never misses a lob.
Return into the net, 4-0.
And this is their chance. I think, you know, like I said earlier, they needed to get up early. They've done that. They need to find a way to close this out.
Well, that's the fifth. 5-0 for Adoya and Regan.
And that's just where you'd like to see Martin make sure he puts the ball in play. Just kind of stop moving his feet. Just kind of took the shot, hit a slap, and ready to move on.
Yep.
So Martin serving 0-5, first set tiebreaker here.
And this is where I would, you know, I'd actually expect Sebi and Martin to bear down. I don't think they've given up on this set yet at all. And like I said before, I just think Dan and Mick are going to have to find a way to win this tiebreaker, because I don't think Sebi and Martin are going to give it to them. Despite.
I feel like the tempo right now out of Regan and Aria is phenomenal. I feel like they're right here. And I think they're going to keep the ball in play.
Well, 6.
It was a
great love 6.
There was a great move up the screen by Dan at this. And
it does not go, and that is the first set to Adoya and Regan, winning 7-6, winning 7-0 in the tiebreak.
Earlier in the day, you guys, Kaylor Watt and Scott Kaylor were playing a match, and they were, you know, a couple points from winning it, and Kaylor Watt rolled on his ankle, and just they had to pull out of the tournament. So they have defaulted their next match, and they're back. They're headed home. Casey's ankle won't let him play.
It's really disappointing. I know they've come a good way to play in this tournament. They're a great team. You know, I saw Casey earlier up here with his ankle rather, in a bucket of ice water. And I think earlier on he thought he was going to be okay. Really disappointing that he had to pull out. But it's a long season, and you gotta protect your body for the long haul.
And who gets the lucky break, Jeff? Who gets to advance to the quarters?
Bonfiglia and Farron Cranewitter. So they're going to get a chance to play the #1 team in the country. Drew Brderick, the host here, and Jared Palmer. So a great opportunity for them.
Hey, Jeff, let's face the camera back here.
Awesome.
So it's kind of surprising. I mean, it's really disappointing for these guys early in the season, but you're right. Casey's got to take advantage of, he's got to make sure he gets better for the next tournament and for the remainder of the season. So you seem to be our whiz predictor.
Whiz predictor.
Let's go. Let's get your predictions for the current matches.
Well, I'm going to take Brderick and Palmer. No surprise there. Undefeated in, I think, a couple of years, right, Patty? A couple of years?
Since Nationals 2 years ago, they've not lost a match.
So I'm going to take them over Bonfiglia and Farron Cranewitter. And then, of course, Juan and I are playing Loubat and Rose, solid team.
How much fun is that match going to be?
It's going to be a lot of fun. I think Loubat and Rose like playing Juan. Juan likes playing them. I haven't played against Loubat and Rose too many times, so I'm looking forward to playing them. They're, regularly a top team, but if I'm going to make a prediction, I'm going to stay confident and say Juan is going to pull it out.
Juan's going to pull it out with his partner.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
On the other side, I think before I had said that I thought Ardroja and Regan could pull this one out. I thought just the warm weather. Mick really likes playing in the warm weather, and he's just tough to beat with all those spins. The Stulak-Jonassen match, Babinski, that one I thought was going to be really a flip of the coin, but I gave it to Babinski. I know that Mike Stulak right now, his calf's having a little trouble, and we can get back to this
Sure.
later if there's a match going on right now.
Okay, we're back to the action here in the second set. this round of 16 match in the Atlantic Classic.
Brderick serving, first point.
You know, it's really warm out there. You know, I know it's late in the day, but it actually got a lot warmer as the day went on, and even, you know, at 3, 4 o'clock, it really hit its peak. So, you know, that could be a factor. And then you get the new ball to start the second set, so you got to be careful about how hard you hit the ball. You don't want it flying off that back screen.
Jeff, when you switch to the new ball, how does it impact play for those first couple of points?
You know, I think it...
First point to Brderick, 15-love.
I think it really impacts the server, whoever serves first the most, because you've been playing a whole set with a, you know, a ball that's been used, and, you know, there you see
That's
right there.
a fault, and it's now 15-all.
You saw it right there. There's a, you know, a fault by Sebi.
Did Sebi take a practice serve with the new ball?
You know, I don't know if he did, but even so, one, you know, it's good.
It's now 15-30.
It's good to take. It's good to take, you know, one practice serve. I think most players do, but one really isn't enough to give you a full sense of the feel of the ball.
It's now 15-40.
And now, Martin and Sebi do have to slow down play.
Well, that's a game. First game goes to Brderick and Regan. They lead 1-0 in the second set after winning the first set 7-6.
You know, you saw it there. Two faults, Patty, with the new ball, and then one, you know, pretty good return, but it just smacked off of Martin's paddle and went out because you got the warm weather and the new ball, and it's tough to get used to. Really gives an advantage, I think, to the returning team.
So if you could put an earpiece in Martin and Sebi's ears right now, Jeff, I hate to put you on the spot, but you seem like you're the answer man here today for us. What would you tell them?
Slow it down. Play a lot longer points. You know, I've played Mick a few times before. He certainly has gotten better every year that he's played. But I think they really need to slow down, a lot more lobs, better lobs, and wait for somebody to hit something hard off the back screen to transition into the offense.
Beautiful two-handed backhand of Martin.
Yeah, he...
Great shot. First point. That's love 15.
You know, I think there they saw that big booming backhand of Martin coming. I think they should have just got out of the way and started retreating instead of hanging in there and trying to volley that thing. Even if they put their paddle on it, Patty, in all likelihood that volley would have gone out.
That's a big difference in the game now, Jeff, from a couple of years ago. Used to be...
I think Sebi missed that shot, making it 15-all.
Used to be that you made a stab on every volley. Now, majority of times, someone finds that seam between the two of you or a difficult volley spot. Just let the ball go through.
Yeah, especially in the warm weather, on a shot that's going down the line or down the middle, because it's going to come directly back off the screen, and it's going to be fairly easy for these really athletic guys to chase it down and either transition right away back into offense, or, you know, just stay back at the baseline and wait for your...
Get a net cord. It's now 30-15.
Just wait for your opportunity.
And there's not a negative to going back and taking it off the screen. It's almost a positive, and it just becomes an exciting opportunity.
Make that 30-all.
Yeah, sometimes it even helps, you know, mentally, I think, when the other team hits a great shot and drives it through and it comes off the screen and the other team runs it down. You know, the team that hit that great shot through, they get a little disappointed that their great shot came back.
I saw Martin and Sebi play a match last year in Long Island, and I think I was talking to Brad Easterbrook on the live streaming about it. Martin hit so many amazing two-handed backhands, and I said to Brad, it's almost like his shot is too good. The guys aren't playing it. They just let it go through.
That's a good shot. That's 40-30 now.
In that he
Doya
hits it
serving.
so well that they just let it go through, and it negates, the great shot that he just hit.
Yeah, it's
And that gets frustrating as a player.
very. There's because you only have so many of those great shots in you.
Well, Jeff, you have more than most.
I don't know about that. Well, because I use too many different hands, so I get
Just
so many.
long, and it's now deuce.
Well, you've got double the opportunity because you hit off both wings.
I'll take that.
Looked long. I think Erdoya's advantage.
What do you think, Patty? What do you think has to be done here to really change the momentum?
I kind of feel like Sebi's disappeared out here. He just appeared again. He just disappeared again.
Tough shot.
I almost feel like
It's a game for Erdoya and Regan. They're up 2-love.
they won the first set 7-6. It's a round of 16 match, APTA National Ranking Tournament, Atlantic Classic out of Canoebrook Country Club. And I don't mean to be harsh on Sebi there, Jeff. It just seems like the play's going on to Martin's paddle. And it's kind of all or nothing off of Martin's paddle at this point. Maybe Sebi's not getting that many opportunities to do too much.
Yeah, I think that's, I think that
It's a miss, love 15.
they play a lot like that, though. Sebi really tries to set up Martin for, Martin's the put-away person. A lot of teams play that way. They have a setup person and a...
15 all.
And when do you go to plan B? Because I think they need to show us a plan B or C.
They've got to do something here because the points are going really fast. And
That's a good serve.
Well, that might be the best thing to happen right now for Sebi and Martin. This is going to definitely slow down play. The ball went back up over the paddle hut.
It is now 30-15. Bostrom serving. They're going for another ball.
Yeah, Dan Regan's going to try to get it as fast as he can to get back in the court before Sebi and Martin figure things out.
And seriously, I've seen matches momentum change when a moment like this arises. Like, it just gives them a little bit of time to slow down. Sometimes you don't have that ability to slow it down until you get to a changeover and you might have a chat. But this actually is a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, it's
and they've got to have a willingness to play every point that's going to go over the net 75 times here. If they don't, they're not going to win the second set.
Yeah, it seems that way. The momentum is really on Dan and Mick's side, and it's time for either Martin and Sebi are going to really have to pick up their play or slow it down and try to get Dan and Mick to play worse.
And it's amazing, Sebi and Martin are a phenomenal team. Number 3 seed in this tournament. Top 5 team the last couple of years, Jeff.
Yeah, consistently one of the best teams in the country.
And they got here, they have a bread and butter, they have a formula that works for them. But you got to have a willingness to tweak your plan a little bit here. I think they do.
Great point.
Great overhead there. Martin was really
40-15.
taking Dan apart. He's laughing over there in the corner. He knows he just got schooled a little bit.
I love the spin on Martin's overhead there. Kind of a nice acknowledgement to Martin for the spin that he was able to pull off there.
Not quite. 15-30. Sorry, 40-30.
Just a little impatient. Oh, great serve.
Great serve for the game. They're on the board. So Erdoya and Regan are now up 2-1 in the second set after winning the first set 7-6.
And it looks like on the other court, while we may not have the full score, it looks like it's a pretty competitive match over there. Everyone seems to be playing well. Mike Stulak doesn't look like his calf injury is affecting his movement too much, so that's a good sign.
That was Dan Regan serving. Dan's
First point to Regan, 15-love.
Dan's in the white shirt. Mick, his partner's up at the net in the royal blue t-shirt. Martin Brostrom, who just returned serve in the royal blue t-shirt. Sebastian Brderick is playing the gray t-shirt.
I like how low Mick's getting down for those overheads.
God, that was an amazing get onto that screen. To your point, Jeff, if he wasn't so low, he would have never gotten that shot.
Great get.
Jeff, in a round of 16 match like this, as it goes on longer, does fitness play any part?
Just back.
It does because it.
15 all.
Does fitness play a part here?
It does because, you know, in part because it's so warm, but these guys are in great shape. Certainly Sebastian, Mick, Martin. You know, Dan's a little bit bigger than these guys, so I'd imagine if anybody's going to wear down first, it's going to be Dan. Miscommunication there.
It's the beauty of lobbing to the middle of the court deep. Kind of tough for some teams to decide who's going to take that next shot.
Right.
Case in point.
You got it. Right on schedule, Patty.
Yeah, and right here, it looks like Dan's getting a little bit. I think he's got to lean on Mick here to let Mick hit a couple more shots. I think Dan might need a little bit of a breather.
What a great point.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but his footwork seems to have
30-15.
diminished slightly.
On those long points, you know, I can't remember, and I don't want to jinx anybody because that seems to be an announcer thing. But I don't remember since I have come on here. I don't remember Mick or Doja missing a single ball.
That's why if Dan can keep the ball in play and get that ball over on a mixed paddle, it's working out beautifully for them.
He just looks like he's full of confidence right now.
I love that overhead of Martin.
Okay, force an error. It's now 40-15.
That was a huge shot from Dan Regan there. I give him a lot of credit. He made these guys come up with a volley, and they didn't do it. It's a little bit of that warmer ball. Warm weather, balls are flying.
Little long. Regan holds. They are now winning 3-1. Second set after winning the first set 7-6. Brderick to serve. $15
Is that the first one he missed?
There it was. I think I jinxed him.
Yeah.
These announcers. That's the first shot I've seen him miss.
Well, 30-love.
That was a
great shot. 40-love.
And Martin just let that ball bounce and waited so he could put the most amount of spin on that ball and just really cut it. Some unreturnable shot.
Yeah, phenomenal torque.
Fault, 40-15.
It's about Sebi's fifth fault maybe in this match. No one else really, I think, has thrown in that many. And it is the amazing thing about the sport with only one serve, how well these guys serve.
Just out.
Call that back.
I think Sebi called that
good.
Sebi called the ball good.
All
Martin
right.
called the ball out. Sebi called it good. They
It's 40-30 then.
played it as good. Great sportsmanship there. And it's the right thing to do. If your partner's wrong, overrule them.
Lobs are need to get a little deeper here. There's a little bit of a better one from Mick. They're just playing very patient, waiting for their opportunity. There it is in the nick.
Okay, that's a hold, and we are now at 3-2. Erdoy and Regan leading. Brderick and Bostrom. They said 3-2 in the second set, and Erdoy and Regan won the first set 7-6.
It's a round of 16 match here in Canoebrook Country Club in the Atlantic Classic. Another stop on the APTA Tour, ranking events all over the country. And not only do we have this match, anytime you go to the APTA website, you can see every level tournament, Jeff, all around the country. That's the great thing about this sport. No matter if you're just beginning or, you know, you're an amazing player like these guys, there's an APTA sanctioned tournament out there for you.
Everywhere. It's
and you got to get in the game to get better. Everyone who plays and goes into a tournament gets better. So we always encourage that.
yeah, and they do a lot too. There's a lot of there's a lot of free clinics. I know here there's they're giving a free clinic or a free lesson in between the semifinals and the finals for kids.
We've got a group of high school kids.
And so it's really APTA and everybody else is doing a lot of great things to help
try to grow the game, and Anton Mavin's doing a great job growing the game. He's got the clinic and exhibitions, and they go all around the country and go to sites and bring new people into the sport.
First point to Mick Erdoy, serving at 15-love. That ball long, so it's 30-love.
Yeah, just a little impatient there by Martin. I mean, it's his shot. That backhand is really his shot, but I think he could have waited for a little bit of a better one.
Drew predicted to me that this would be, kind of mixed coming out party for a lot of paddle fans.
40-love.
He has so much respect for Sebi and Martin, but he just thinks Mick can play, can raise his level of play. He's such an offensive threat.
Game Erdoy.
He's so quick. He's so athletic.
They lead 4-2.
They won the first set 7-6. I mean, now it's starting.
There's a fault, and it's love 15. Bostrom serving.
An upset by the seeds, but not necessarily because of the level of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
30.
I think it's an upset. I mean, I don't think that Mick and Dan have been playing together for a little bit, but I don't really think
15-30.
I don't think they have any wins, against any top teams. So this is really going to be a big win for them. First time in a couple of years, a win against a top team.
And Sebi and Martin have been here so many times, so we don't underestimate their ability to dig in here, figure out a way to turn the tide.
Back to 30 all.
I mean, when Mick first came out, a Davis Cup player, I think, out of Estonia. One of the first tournaments he played was in Patterson, and people were very impressed with his racket skills, and he, came on with a lot of spin, huge forehands, and I think he had some good wins in that tournament when he first came out, but then people started figuring him out a little bit.
Now it's 40-30.
These two great serves Martin had up the tee, pulled Mick way over to that ad court, and Mick made 2 errors here.
not
Okay,
a,
back. It's back to deuce.
not a mistake you see Sebi make right there. He really didn't move nearly as well as he normally does.
I think that's a great play. Sebi went Australian, took away the cross-court return of serve from Mick. It's been a dominant part of the match for these guys.
Great athleticism.
Oh, just missed.
Mick or Dote.
Advantage, Reagan.
Mick just taking over the most athletic player on the court, I think, right now, and just beaming with confidence.
That exchange showed us so much about his athletic ability.
Now, I think they've really just got to keep. I think if I were Sebi and Martin right now, not that Dan's not playing well by any stretch. I mean, he's playing great, but if I were them, I would just keep the ball over there.
Every single
Great
shot.
Got back to deuce.
Right now, and maybe, you know, they got to try something.
Surprised they're going traditional setup here. Mick's crushed the return of serves all day. Beautiful volley by Martin.
Okay. Advantage, Bostrom.
I wouldn't hit a ball to Mick in this point. But then again, I'm not Sebi.
Yep, there you go. Good hold by Brderick and Bostrom. Get the match a little tighter. They're losing 4 games to 3 in the second set against Mick Erdoya and Dan Regan, who won the first set 7-6.
You know, they were right there. They had a break point to go up 5-2. And then Dan really, you know, they made some, Martin and Sebi made some good shots, but at the end of the day, Dan missed 3 balls that I think in his mind he would say he could have put back in play. So they've got to be a little disappointed right now, and Martin and Sebi are still in this match.
Good shot by Sebi.
Things could be turning here.
First point. It's love 15. Long 15 all.
A little wild.
Good drive, make it 15-30. Another miss makes it 30 all.
You know, I do think that these quick points are favoring Mick and Dan.
That's long.
Yeah, there it was. They got, Martin really got Dan moving. It looks like,
break point here, 30-40.
you know, they got Dan on the wrong side. Martin rolled one right at him hard, and let cord winner right there. They're back in it 4 all.
Okay.
That was a beautiful return of serve right there.
4-4 in the second set.
It's kind of a reaching volley. He tried to help him out. It looked like a last second thought.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a let cord too on the return. Tried to hit him right there. Get the cheap point.
Love 15. Okay, 15 all.
Getting there.
I'll tell you, it looks like Martin and Sebi have a second wind here. Looks like they've got a little bit more bounce to their step, and I'm feeling like they're digging in and feeling a little bit more competitive right now.
A little wide.
Well, Patty, there was one of those really long points.
30-15.
And look who pulled it out, Martin and Sebi.
Oh, I love that.
That shot a little long.
But I love the sneak attack by Sebi. I love the play. High lob, moves in, tries to make the play.
So is that 15-40? Okay.
And you've got to say, you know,
30
it's kind of feeling like. Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
I think it's 30-40.
I think that's right, but you see there, it looks like they are starting to hit more balls towards Dan. And, you know, as the points get longer, it seems like he's getting a little bit impatient and just a little bit slower. And there was the one shot to Mick, and
No, that's game. Okay, we have Redberg and Bostrom winning the game and going up 5-4 in the second set after losing the first set to Mick Erdoy and Dan Regan 7-6.
And you could see early in this match, Mick was the difference in this match. I think it's going to come down to what Dan can do here. I think there's no doubt what Marty and Sebi are going to do. And Dan's got to figure out right now, he's got to dig in really deep.
He does.
Try to really limit his unforced errors.
he does. He's got to find a way to just let Mick win this, try to win this match for him.
And I just don't know if he's, as this match goes on and on, if he's going to be comfortable playing those longer points.
Well, Patty, I'm going to sneak out of here because I'm going to get prep for my match a little bit, talk to my partner about our strategy in our match, and I'll watch a little bit more of this one.
Well, we look forward to that. Thanks so much for joining us again in the booth, Jeff.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Bill Dunn's back here in the booth.
Patty, I think you said it best before when you said
First point to Erdoya.
Mick's got to take more of these balls.
15 love.
Yeah, I think he's got to.
There's a fault. 15 all.
It's a dangerous thing when you're the partner who may feel physically stronger at some point in a match to try to take over, because it just doesn't usually work out very well when that happens. This is such a team effort to pull off wins at this level of play.
Great shot. 15-30.
He also looks a little tired to me. Of all the guys in the court, he looks a little physically more drained.
Well, we talked a little bit about it earlier. If it comes down to this as the points goes on,
It's 30 all now.
if Dan can handle the endurance that's required out here on these really long points on this really warm day.
Yep.
Looks like George Wilkinson, Max Luprever pulled out their match against Michael Monty, our friend over at Montclair Golf Club, Brett Kraft's assistant pro, in a round of 16 match. Monty was playing with Mike Atkinson.
All right, that would be 40-30.
It's a big point here, big serve. They need to get this game.
Effortless coverage there on
Yep.
Sebi going behind Martin. If I'm Sebi, I would really try to get the lob over onto Dan's, get Dan moving back, hitting overheads even.
Yep.
Beautiful shot right through the middle.
Oh, good hands.
Huge volley by Martin. What a great point. Oh my God, he pretzeled him and Dan came up with a big time return shot there off the
Good
screen.
shot. Just looks like to me Martin and Sevi are very comfortable these points now, though. They're settled in.
Okay. Back to deuce. Advantage Urdoya. Point away from tying the match at 5-all. Just missed, a little long. Back to deuce.
That was a huge point. That was a pretty significant windup for that backhand by Mick. And
I think it was a one-hander, too.
He was going all or nothing, I think, on that.
Yep.
That's a fault.
And all of a sudden,
now
that's
it's
what happened.
advantage Bostrom.
It's that error that follows the loose error. Beautiful. Two-handed by Martin. I think I've said that before.
Yep. Nice drive.
Great forehand. Brings it back to deuce.
That was a big-time shot from Dan Regan right there.
Yep. Caught Martin off guard. I just feel like Mick's got to get more touches. Oh. All right.
It's an error, and it's advantage Urdoya.
Mick just pulled out a Drew there. Kind of
Yeah.
suckered Sebi into hitting that shot over there to his forehand.
Kind of saw that coming. Oh.
Wide. Back to deuce. Tough game here at 4-5.
That was a great overhead set.
Sure was.
Tremendous amount of spin, just dying on that back screen.
The back-to-back overheads really had Dan in trouble.
Okay. We have a break point. Advantage Bostrom. It's a set point. To the net. Back to deuce. Great shot. Advantage Berdoya.
I think only good things can happen if Mick hits the ball more there. You can see he puts a lot of heat on those overheads.
There's the break. Sorry, there's the game. Tying this match up at 5-all in the second set. Berdoya and Regan won the first set 7-6.
Bostrom serving.
And that looked like a fault. So it's love 15.
I guess Martin's more comfortable hitting his overheads into that deuce corner, it looks like. So even though Dan may be the object of the target for them, if Martin wants to hit that roller, it looks like it's likely going back to the deuce corner.
Got him on the high one. 15-all.
And Sebi knew the perfect pace to bounce that ball down and up and get that ball to die in the back screen. Hitting the ball harder would have given Dan a chance, actually, to get it after he had missed the jump shot. A little confusion about Dan and Mick getting back. Now they're lobbed to get themselves back in their preferred position. Beautiful get by Sebi again. I like Sebi's overheads into that ad court corner at this point in the match.
They're switching, see that?
Mick's trying to bait him into a forehand over there.
Worked pretty quickly. Oh.
He made it.
Oh
my God.
Oh, what a point. Great shots.
That was great.
I mean, the athleticism out here. It's incredible.
It'll be 30-15 now.
Wow. Martin gets to erase a couple of those backhand errors for that shot.
Straight overhead.
Just had a shout out from my buddy, Mark Fischel, who's joining in, watching the live streaming, sending me some tips. He's a pro at this.
Oh, hits the tape to make it 30 all.
And I think Mark's kind of agreeing with us that Sebi would be well served on Martin to go after Dan a little bit more. His inexperience in the screens is really showing a little bit. Where Mick, I would just keep the ball away from him. Again, you know, they can't resist hitting that play, and they've got to resist. They could just throw the ball down the middle of the court and wouldn't give Mick an offensive opportunity.
To your point, a lot of good things seem to be happening every time he touches the ball more. Also, he just appears to be in much better shape. He doesn't look that tired right there.
Well, these guys have probably not played. This is, you know, they got off their matches pretty easily this morning. Points don't last very long.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Martin with a great cover, and Sebastian just missed an easy one.
Okay, that's 30-40.
It's a big...
Yeah, that's the play.
Yeah.
So let Sebi keep going with his variety of shots there. Dan had a beautiful deep lob there to set up that play for me.
Oh, boy. That's a game. And Urdoya and Regan go up 6-5 in the second set after winning the first set 7-6.
Boy, a couple of quick misses changed things around there quickly, didn't it?
I mean, we talk about the momentum and all the shifts. Happens all the time out here.
What amazes me is how Mick drives with so much topspin. He gets the ball right over the net. It's low. You can see they don't even bother trying to volley. It's just too low. They have to let it go through continually. All right. So Regan serving for the match.
If they do pull this out, who's their potential matchup in the next round, Bill?
That's 15 love.
All of a
30 love.
All of a sudden, the
2 points away.
Boster and Brderick doing a little pressing here.
Six 6-5, having won the first set, 7-6.
And 30 love. This is one of these classic long points that can determine a match. Oh, and Regan gets the nick.
40 love, triple match point. Saves one. 40-15.
Oof.
Saves two. 40-30.
So they've still got one match point
One
here.
match point. They've already 2 down. This would be big right here.
I think Martin's driving.
Back to deuce. Quite a comeback.
Wow, amazing. Now Dan and Mick have to slow it down again.
Hit him.
Hit him.
Couldn't get out of the way.
Advantage Regan.
4th match point.
Oh.
Missed the volley. Deuce.
I love how low Mick got on that
Yeah.
volley. Just took the pace off Martin's ball and kept the volley low.
A little long.
A little bit of a wild swing there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's advantage Reagan.
We've certainly had plenty of tension this match. A lot of big points.
Another match point. Again, Mick got so low there.
I'd still like to see Mick hitting a lot more of these balls.
Wow.
Ball's out.
Oh, there it is.
Wow.
And that's it. We've got our
That's the
first
match.
upset. Scott, what are the scores here?
That's 7-6, 7-5 to Mick Erdoya and Dan Regan beating Martin Bostrom and
So we are joining a match that's just started here. This is a quarterfinal matchup here in the Atlantic Classic. And Bill Dunn, my co-host, can you tell me who we've got here?
Yes, on the court in the first match in the quarterfinals, we have John Loubat in the green shirt with shorts on, and Steve DeRose with the gray shirt and black shorts, playing against Juan Arroyo in the white outfit and Jeff Morno in the gray shirt with the long black sweatpants.
Who are our seeds here, Bill?
Morno and Araya are the 7th seed, and Loubat and DeRose are the 4th seeds.
Juan Arroyo to serve.
First point. It's love 15.
So I think this is going to be an exciting matchup. We've got two lefty-righty combinations. We've got 4 of the most talented players you're ever going to see.
Juan just hit a spin shot so hard that Jeff missed it, and Steve had to bail him out.
What a beautiful lob volley Steve just made. Got up, knew he was in trouble, threw the ball up high, get some time to get back on the baseline.
Do you guys teach that in clinics?
Steve teaches it.
Good shot. It's now love 30.
Steve is a master. For those people not familiar with him, he's one of the most talented players. Steve and John, I mean, nothing against John. Steve is
15-30.
seems to have every shot in the book. Steve and John made it to the finals of the Nationals. They've been top 4 in the country for what seems like 10 years. They're great friends on and off the court. Greater friends off the court.
Great volley.
15-40.
And Steve is so solid. He's so calm. He's one of the most fit players you'll see out here. And he really has every shot in the book. Steve is the director of platform tennis and tennis up at Springbrook Country Club up in Morristown.
Oh, my Lord.
And look at that
What a
catch.
shot. That is ridiculous.
Great play by John out of that
was a
juice
good
court.
play.
John is known for his Boston Whalers shirt.
Break back.
Hartford.
I mean, his Hartford Whaler shirt.
It's now 1-all.
I think Steve hit 4 amazing shots in the first 2 games of the match already.
Love 15.
And Bill, no matter what John's shirt said, is it always green?
I think so.
A little long.
And I think
It's love 30.
John's, he's blended his green t-shirt beautifully with a new pair of his signature sneakers, which he makes custom.
Fault for love 40.
And he's such a generous guy. Not only does he make sneakers for himself, but he makes them for some of his other friends when they do really well.
That is just awesome volleying right there.
Little unorthodox.
Yeah.
Forehand volley.
Oh, nice play by Juan.
Okay, another break. And Aria and Morno go up 2-1 in the first set.
I have a feeling there's not going to be a lot of long points in this match. I think there's going to be a lot of offense.
3 breaks in a row.
And they're all going to keep moving here. These are 4 players who like to keep the pace moving along. Steve DeRose never's taken a break. I don't think I've ever seen him take a drink of water. I'd like to thank Colt Studio and Investors Bank, 2 of our lead sponsors for this Atlantic Classic.
Steve and John are actually talking strategy. Ever seen that before?
Jeff Morno to serve at 1-2. No, at 2-1, sorry.
Morno and Aria lead 2-1.
Love 15.
Beautiful return of serve. Again, there's that lob volley. Steve knew he was in trouble. Just threw it up, give everybody a chance to regroup, go back to the baseline.
15-30.
I think most teams that point's over. Like, he keeps alive with that kind of shot.
Not sure what Steve was trying to do.
Quite a return, 30 all.
But Steve invents ways to hit the ball over the net. So maybe he's onto something.
I think John was trying to do a soft one there with Jeff out of position.
40-30.
Sometimes it's hard to, those shots that have no pace that are hit kind of at your feet are difficult to handle. That's great cover by Jeff Morno. So something tells me we're not going to see as much lobbing as we saw in the last match.
Yeah.
What a great shot.
And that's Juan. He's got that shot. He just holds that backhand, can put it anywhere on the court.
That's a game. All right, 15 love, and it is 1-3.
So we've already played 4 games in about less than 10 minutes.
I wasn't sure Jeff got that ball. Steve hit it
Not
amazing.
Can't get that one.
He made sure. Good humor there between the players.
Oh, just missed.
Score.
We have 30-15.
So this match, right out of the box, is starting off dramatically different than the last match where there's so much lobbing. Where here, everybody's kind of hitting. And
Steve just did one of his patented serves right there, and Juan sucked into it.
We have 40-15.
bringing out the frying pan grip. When you're Steve DeRose, you can kind of pull out anything. Scott.
40-30.
And look at that spin from Juan. I mean, I think John looked like a fish out of water over there on the ad court on that play. Jeff saw that shot of Steve's coming, that overhead, and he moved in.
Yep. That is
too tough to get.
well done by Juan.
Back to deuce.
I mean, the quickness and the speed out
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, Steve just let that go through his legs. He didn't even think about it.
This match will not lag for entertainment.
John gets hit.
I didn't know John was going to provide it.
Yeah.
Advantage Aria.
That's one of the things on a serious note that does happen. John tends to play a lot of forehand volleys as a lefty. He slides way over there, but they still can find him.
Good serve. Back to deuce.
That was a beautiful serve. This is a key game here early in this first set. You'll see some unorthodox formations
Good overhead advantage to Rose.
out of DeRose and Loubat. And they're content to play the point in a million different formations. They really don't care. Lesser players need to have a little bit more discipline to it.
A little wide, back to deuce. Nice shot, advantage to Rose.
Kind of saw a little bit in this last match. It looks like anything touches from Steve DeRose, it turns to gold here. The more shots he plays in this match, better off for their team.
That's back to deuce.
Good eye by Steve.
A little long, advantage to Rose. And there's the game. DeRose and Loubat win their second game. They're down 3-2 in the first set to Juan Aria and Jeff Morno.
And I think you just saw some of the artistry that comes out of Steve DeRose. He'll prefer to let the ball go from the deck, go right to that back screen, because he is one of the players out here who is far more creative off of the screens. And he can create some deceit, deception in his opponents and kind of catch them a little bit more flat-footed. So he will often forgo the ball off the deck to kind of really try to mess with them off the screens.
You know, for as a club player, not a professional player, watching these matches, it's tough to comprehend how good these guys are. You just don't see this stuff at the club level. And my question is, do you think there's going to be any change in the pace of play?
I think they want the lights on.
It's okay. Someone else can do it. I think someone will get the lights. They're down by the courts. I'm sure a Canoebrook member will jump in here and put them on. Bingo. We have to keep our announcers in the booth.
Yeah. So do you think there'll be any change in the pace of play?
I don't see it.
It's just going to be up-tempo the whole time?
I've really rarely seen a willingness by DeRose Loubat to change things up. They go with plan A, pretty much.
Juan Aria to serve at 3-2 in the first set.
They seem to stick with the style of play, and they have so much joy out here playing. But I think with how well Morno and Aria play, this is going to be a tough match for DeRose and Loubat to pull out. If I were to offer up a prediction.
Go great get by Steve.
Vintage DeRose Loubat right there.
That is one of the best points you're ever going to see.
That's terrific.
Yeah. Interesting, I was talking
First point, love 15.
I was talking to Anthony Casamano, who lost to Jeff and Juan, and he said they knew where Juan was coming from with the ball, that Jeff really threw them off because he comes a lot of different angles as well.
It's interesting.
They didn't know what to expect.
When I say vintage DeRose Loubat, I mean the crazier the points go, the more the pace picks up. That kind of plays into their game.
Yeah.
That's love 30.
Oftentimes you'll see John moving in from the right side of the court. He plays the deuce court, and he's just moving forward. He kind of sometimes becomes a target for some people, but so many times he positions himself for a great volley.
15-30.
What do you think they're saying over there? We have no idea what they're going to do next?
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm not sure. If you could get in Steve DeRose's head, that would be amazing. There's few who know what Steve's going to pull out of the hat.
Okay, pulled back to 30 all.
I think you'll see a lot of find the guy in the green t-shirt in this match. But Juan does prefer to hit over into that ad corner where DeRose plays.
Did you see Steve just switched hands there on that when he slid up the screen?
I wasn't sure that overhead miss.
He missed wide.
Okay. And it's 30-40.
He doesn't want Jeff to be the only one out here who can switch hands and play, Bill.
Yep.
Oh, a little wide. Back to deuce. Volley miss. So it's 34 advantage to Rose. Deuce.
I think, Bill, when we talk about underrated players, John Loubat, little underrated. He is a phenomenal paddle player. He's one of my favorites to watch play.
Well, again, like Jeff, one of the few guys that's playing at the very high level that's not a professional. He's got a day job.
It's interesting, I see Steve hitting a lot of the middle balls, and in past days, used to see John battle Steve for a lot of those balls off the deck. It seems like John's kind of yielding the middle a little bit here to Steve in the early go.
All of a sudden, we got some longer points going on here. Great volley by Juan.
So John's really
Great drop. Advantage Aria.
John tends to play really over close to the side screen deep, so he is a little bit vulnerable to that slashing type of drop shot. That's a little cut ball that Juan hits.
Oh, nice play by John. Wow.
That gets it back to deuce.
That's a great point there. John read that beautifully. End up hitting Juan. That puts us back to deuce. Juan serving.
It's deuce, and it's Aria's serving at 3-2.
3-2. Oh, some great play in there.
Just didn't make it. Back to an advantage for Aria.
Some great volleying to net there. Steve went for the slash and missed it. Nice anticipation by John.
Little miscommunication.
Yeah, John read that well.
Back to deuce.
He attacked and won the point. Got a lot of end-to-end action here.
No, that's a little long. We have an advantage to DeRose.
You just got,
Great volley, back to deuce.
you got to love how Juan just closed in there. He knew Steve was going to bring the heat, and he got on top of that net for his first volley and the second one.
Hit the tape, and it's now advantage Aria.
And Aria and Morno knew they were dead if that ball went over the net. They just parted the seas and let the ball go through to play it off the back screen. Again, Juan closed in on the volleys.
Yep.
That was a well-placed overhead by Juan. Steve was making the move. He changed the shot the last second. Well, we talked about pace of play, Bill. We said, will it slow down? And both teams slowed it down.
Interesting, Juan seems to be taking the bulk of the balls here.
Which he did in the first match. And
Yep.
his overhead play is tremendous. Why not?
Good point.
Okay, we're back to deuce.
Oh, tremendous
Pressure.
anticipation.
Advantage to Rose.
Another break point on Juan's serve here. Through the legs.
A little long.
Still a good volley through the legs, though.
There's the break. Ties the match up. 3-3.
We are at the Atlantic Classic here, hosted by Canoe Country Club. This is the first set, best 2 out of 3 set match. Big shout out to the generous members of Canoe who not only volunteered a lot of time this weekend, but they also have sponsored some of these top players to get them to travel to town, and they've put them up here in the new facilities where people can stay overnight. Part of Canoe major renovation they just finished in the last couple of years, and it's a real treat for the players to be kind of welcomed with open arms by the membership here at Canoe
Club's also done a great job with the facilities for the luncheon and all the food over there with that big banquet hall. Looks fantastic. Very comfortable, and they're live streaming in there, so the guys get to watch it while they're eating. It's been great.
Okay, we have John Loubat to serve at 3-3, serving from the far court.
This is a quarterfinal matchup in the bottom half.
Yep,
In the second quarter of our main draw.
exactly right.
Just missed net cord. 15 love.
Bill, I believe we have an update. We have another quarterfinal team coming through.
Yeah, Stulak and Johansson won their match, and they'll face off in the other quarterfinal match against Erdroya and Reagan later on tonight. So another bracket of the quarterfinals is set.
For the hometown fans, we may get a little Broderick Palmer on the live streaming shortly. We're not sure. They started their match over on the 5th court. They may move over to the open court. But this is so entertaining. High level of play, really enjoyable.
And also, for watching on TV, there's a lot of quick points and a lot of fun shots like that.
Great shot. Loubat goes up 30 love.
What a great shot by John. Took the pace completely off the ball.
We have 40 love now.
Actually, that was Steve who hit that shot. Sorry.
Little momentum swing here for
Yeah.
Loubat and Rose.
Yeah, they were down 1-3.
Yep.
Fault, 40-15.
Pulled off a couple of games in a row. You love to see this. And Steve and John have been playing, I mean, they are fan favorites here. That was an incredible get by John Loubat deep in that corner there. Oh.
Got caught coming in a little bit.
He did. It's now 40-30.
So many times you see that happen. A guy makes a tremendous get and then just misses sort of what we see, what looks like an easy one. Nothing's really easy, given the circumstances.
That was a pretty good exchange right there.
Wow, I love that overhead. See how deep that ball landed?
Oh,
I'll tell you what.
terrific drop to hold John's serve and go up 4-3 in the first set. Loubat and Rose over Aria and Morno.
3 games in a row here.
Yep, nice bounce back. They're looking good.
This is the best 2 out of 3 set match. This is the first set. This is a quarterfinal match.
Yep, quarterfinal match. So actually our first one of the night.
Quick shout out to Colt Studio, Investors Bank, Bleakley Financial Group, Peerless Beverages, Harrow, the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, Jimmy Irwin, Telluride Paddle Camp, 23K Studios, and Wilson, our terrific sponsors for this event.
They've done a great job. Okay, I see over on court 4 we have Drew Broderick and Jared Palmer moving their match over to court 4. Might be able to catch that live stream in a little while.
Jeff Morneau serving, 3-4, first set.
First point, Morno's up 15 love.
Steve tried sneaking up the side, got caught, and lost the point.
Oh, return, and it's quickly 30-love. Love. Quick game for Morno at this point. And game point. Makes the match all even at 4-4.
Again, that middle volley kind of handcuffing John low on his forehand. It's a little bit of a vulnerable spot when you have the lefty-righty combination.
Oh.
Just volleyed long, I believe.
Yep.
Love 15. Love 30.
That is some great volleying right there. Great paddle.
A little long. 15-30.
The level of paddle in this match is incredible. These guys are hitting some great shots, really mixing it up. Oh,
great return. 15-40.
That's 2 quick games.
Yeah, and Aria and Morno go up now 5-4 in the first set.
And Patty, once again, we have a swing in the momentum. Loubat and Rose had won 3 straight games, looking good, and they just lost 2 quick games. So Morno and Aria right back in the match, and I don't know what to say.
Well, you said it all when you said 2 quick games. I walked away just to chat with Whit Hardwood, one of our announcer teams. He's giving us some information on some other matches, and all of a sudden I sit back down and boom, 2 games. Within about 4 minutes, it seemed.
Classic quick points.
Want Aria to serve at 5-4, first set. Love. Great return, 15 all.
DeRose caught one at the service line, caught him at the shoelaces, and kind of choked him up.
Just back. 30-15.
Stevie, what
a return. 30 all.
How would you describe that return? The overhead
he
chop?
He served it back.
And then we see another one of his classic, I don't know what you call them, service lobs.
think that overhead just missed. So it would be 30-40.
Tell you, this match had great exchanges at the net. The volleying's been fantastic to watch.
Oh, a little wide. Back to deuce.
That was a missile.
And Juan gets, oh.
What a shot.
Yep. Patty, I'm trying to figure out.
I think that was a good overhead. I think it's advantage to Rose.
This is like an unbelievable pickup basketball game, just back and forth. It's nonstop action.
It's a good analogy, Bill.
Every shot the club player has no chance of ever hitting is being hit 5 times a game here. Oh, just fantastic. Boy, Jeff gets back so quick on those lobs. He can let the ball drop. He never takes it over his head. He's always moving back quickly. See that there?
You see Jeff's little volley in there, Bill? 2 hands on the backhand, 2 hands on the forehand volley. No swing.
Yep.
First lefty I saw do that was Scott Estes Jr.
Well, save that break point. Back to deuce.
Oof.
Just wouldn't go. Advantage Aria.
Set point.
Yes.
I love to watch DeRose's screenplay. He just anticipates so well, goes to the spot, and just waits for the ball to land on his paddle.
It looks like he's on roller skates when he's playing. It does. Looks like he's just gliding around. Everyone else is, how about that half pacer right there?
Well, on the 43rd shot of that point, gets it back to deuce.
I think
Wow.
that is.
Look at that little wrist snap.
That's a week worth of highlights in half a point.
Just bringing the heat. And John's just right there sticking the volleys.
Oh, that's cool.
Steve wanted no part of playing that shot. Just let it go right through. I mean, John.
That is a world-class paddle play
That
right
is
there.
phenomenal from Morno and
That's
Aria.
about as good as it gets. Wow.
Wow, all that work for an advantage for Aria. Another set point coming up.
I don't have anything to say about that point. Just wow, that's good stuff.
Glad we had great seats for it. That was an amazing dig from Jeff. Got his paddle so low, almost touching the deck. Wow. You just got to love that
Action.
move by DeRose. Cut that ball off.
Oh.
Wow.
So
Terrific shot.
backhand cross-court volley.
Ends up with an advantage for DeRose.
I think we're back
oh, no,
to
we're
deuce.
back to deuce. Sorry, we are back to deuce. Oh, quite a shot.
Steve and John have fought off a lot of set points in their day. And not a surprise that they're bringing it here. Bill, you know, we're inside the paddle hut. We're not even courtside. And you can just hear the ball come off these players' paddle with such solid contact on every single shot.
You can also hear a different sound when they catch it for the spin shot. When Juan kind of slices, it got that different noise. Whoa. Don't underestimate DeRose's power.
Never. He's sneaky power.
Yep.
And I love to see him hitting.
Oh, finally. Terrific overhead, forced the air on the lob after about the 100th hit. So we have an advantage for Aria.
This is our third set point.
It's their third set point.
It's amazing John could get out of the way of Aria's drive right there. And I love that Steve just has an uncanny ability to just set his paddle, open up the paddle face a little bit, and just put those balls in play.
It's like a little bit of a flick and hit in the right spot.
A lot of people take longer swings in that situation where you needn't do that. Just use the pace of the shot coming in from your opponent and get the ball back in play.
Oh.
Little miscommunication there. Jeff covered it beautifully.
Two in a row, lob volleys. Fantastic.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
That's a hell of a set point.
That's terrific. Aria and Morno win the first set, 6-4.
And Scott, we now have an opportunity. We're going to move over. Brderick Palmer, I think, won the first set of their match, and we're going to grab the action from over on that court. Billy, can you tell us who we're going to see shortly here?
Yeah, we're going to see Drew Brderick and Jared Palmer taking Andrea Bonfigli and Javier Ferrin Cranewitter. That's a mouthful right there. He's from Round Hill Country Club. They're going to be starting their second set in a minute over on court 4. And that's our other quarterfinal match that's going on right now. Drew and Jared won the first set. We're looking to confirm the score in a minute, but we don't have it right now.
We have an umpire, and he's going to be mic'd, so he's actually we're going to be able to hear him call the score in here, we hope. It's going to make Scott Estes very happy, our champion, our national champion scorekeeper here all day.
All right, so Scott, after how many years of playing paddles?
Probably almost 40.
So after 40 years playing and watching paddle, how would you describe that first set we just watched?
That was terrific paddle. I couldn't describe it any way other than that, but we have second.
Just on that court 4 now, we're switched over. Jared Palmer serving. He won the first set. I believe it was 6-1. This is the first point of the second set. Bill, can you introduce us to all the players, please?
Sure. That's Jared Palmer in the long black-gray sweatpants and the gray sweatshirt. Drew Brderick's in the blue short with the white shorts, and on the opposing team, Andrea Bonfigli is in the white shirt, the black shorts, and Javier Ferrin Cranewitter is in the gray sweatshirt and the black pants. All right. And Jared just hit it out of the court.
Bounced it out. That's a loss of point.
It's obviously a little warm today, and that ball may be hard to find. He hit that a long way.
It's getting dark.
Yep.
What did you use, a 5-iron there?
Love 15.
He clipped it. Love 15. Patty, we still got a little breaking action for that ball. I still think we got to circle back to that first set that we just saw on court 3. You know, as being a club player, not nearly anywhere near these levels, for guys like us to watch matches like this and see what I consider probably 100 and 150 shots that none of us could hit is just amazing paddle. And I think that's the fun of watching paddle matches. All right, we got the ball back, and Jared is serving.
So we're back to court 4.
Back
Jared
to court
Palmer.
4, Jared Palmer.
Serving at love 15. Return in the net, 15 all.
Ooh, Drew just
was
got
hit. 15-30.
So Javi, who's over there in the ad court, has really developed into a phenomenal platform tennis player. And he happens to be married to one of the most talented players on the women's tour, Vicky. Javi is in the white long sleeve top. And Javi must have a different thermostat because he's wearing a hat out there.
Jared missed the volley. Makes it 15-40.
Bonfigli is returning serve here in the deuce court. I've not had the opportunity to watch him play. I'm really looking forward to see what he's got. I heard he's really talented.
And are they a new team?
I think Javi's playing with a couple of different partners. He played with Juan, first match. And they played together in Patterson.
Shot by Drew. 30-40. Puts an ace in to make it 40 all, deuce.
Aces are indeed rare in platform tennis.
And quickly, Palmer goes up, advantage.
It really is just effortless for these guys to go back, get a ball that comes through, come right back to the net.
Yep.
You see that Javi and Andrea had no interest in taking over the net from Drew and Jared. They just were content to stay back. You know, that's kind of a fairly new play also in the last couple of years. Sometimes you feel like you have a better chance playing for a team from the baseline, and you want them to be maybe at the net.
I'm just impressed how they let the drives go by when it's not in the perfect volley position. They'd rather let it go, and they have the discipline to let it go instead of hitting a bad volley.
We mentioned it before, lefty-righty combination. We saw DeRose and Loubat in the last match with the lefty in the deuce court. Drew Brderick, Jared Palmer play at the opposite of everybody else, with Drew playing the ad court as a lefty. Wow, I think
That's a great shot.
That was a great shot.
So it's back to deuce. Quite a long point.
So, Pat, you say this is Jared's first tournament of the year, correct?
Advantage. Baron Cranewitter.
Yep, he was over in Stockholm. So I think he got some practice in last night. He's got so much talent. Doesn't seem to hurt him when he doesn't play that much. He and Drew have a system of play. They're really the most disciplined team I've seen in the men's game. From match to match, tournament to tournament. They get a plan, and they stick with it.
I also like how they never get down on each other. It's always like they're just very calm all the time, no matter what the situation. Always got each other's back.
Well, when Drew started playing, Drew, as we know, is a fierce competitor. When he started playing with Jared, he said to me how incredible it was and how it just lifted his game, because he knew Jared was never going to take a point off. Never 1 point in any match they've ever played. He's a pure competitor, the highest level in pro tennis.
Oh.
Error on the long overhead.
50 shots in, misses an easy overhead.
Score?
Back to deuce. Missed return, advantage Palmer. Up, drop shot winner. Palmer holds serve. First game of the second set, after Palmer and Brderick have won the first set.
That was a long first game.
It was a long first game, and I think Cranewater and Bonfigli, you know, we haven't seen them play that much. They are so talented, but you look at 6-1, 1-love here.
Yeah.
And that is the spread in the men's game with these top couple of teams. With the teams who are the place teams, who maybe are top 20 in the country, there is a gap. There are so many great teams, and there's incredible depth in the men's game, but you still always have, you know, in the last couple of years, 1 or 2 teams, Broderick Palmer, Durant, and Parsons, seem to come through at the end.
Yeah, we were commenting this morning in the round of 64s and 32s how great the players were, and many of those guys, when they played these matches, these guys lost 2-2, 3-2, 2-1, just amazing.
And so we'll kind of see what kind of fight they have in them out here. They are.
We have Farron Cranewitter to serve at love 1 in the second set.
Yeah, they are gigantic underdogs in this match.
Jared's another one that makes it look easy.
First point, love 15.
Drew and Jared have taken the net and just working their overheads here. Always very patient.
Another error. And it's love 30.
Yeah, it seems like they're really kicking their patience part of their game here. And with the lead, that's going to kind of get the other guys pressing. I just feel like they're starting to take control after holding that long game in the first game. The guys had their chances and didn't take advantage of them.
Just shows how hard it is to win a point. I think they did win that point.
They did, yep, they did.
Okay, 15-30.
Nice volley there on the baseline. Nice shot there.
I think that was good. I think that hit the line. Would be 15-40.
Yep.
That court winner, 30-40.
They could use a few more of them, get the momentum going around, switch their way. Pat, it seems like Drew and Jared have settled into their usual disciplined paddle right here. They've They've got the 1-0 lead. Second set.
I think he missed the shot wide, so that's a break. And second game to Brderick and Palmer. They're up 2-0 in the second set after winning the first set.
Shout out to the members of Round Hill Club, Round Hill Country Club up in the Greenwich area. Cranevitter is the pro up there, or maybe it's in Bedford.
There's a rare error by Jared, and we have love 15.
I think Jared and Drew are so good, and they don't worry about winning points fast. They know that they're going to be out here for a certain period of time, and they play their disciplined way. They know at the end of it, they'll win more points than their opponents most of the time. That's why I don't think you ever see them overreact in situations.
Yeah, always calm.
I think we've got an update from Whit Harwood here. We've got 3-2. Aria and Morno are up on DeRose and Loubat in the second set of their match.
Oh. It's an error, and it makes it 15-all.
But also you see they're not really giving their opponents any shots to hit. Everything they're controlling, they're not moving much. They're kind of standing there overheads, easy volleys. They're not really getting pressured.
Tried for a winner, became a loser. Brderick up 30-15. Drew won the point, and it's 40-15.
Looks like Javi's lacking for a little energy here. Looks a little flat-footed. Kind of a lazy miss there.
Okay, that's a fault, and it's 40-30.
I think they've got to re-energize themselves here to have a chance in this match.
If not, it can be over quick.
Like that.
Yep, exactly.
Game to Drew Brderick and Jared Palmer. They're up 3-love in the second set after winning the first set. Figley to serve, down love 3.
Beautiful drive by Jared. Oh, gets a corner nick on a roller.
And it's love 15.
Oh,
Great shot. 15 all. A good corner. Goes up 30-15.
Up 30-15, trailing 3-0 in the second set. Our second quarterfinal match of the night. They've got to figure out something. Playing well.
Looks like it's 30 all.
Great volley by Drew. Jared's really jumping on the return to serve.
Too bad. Good try, but it's now 30-40.
Break point here. Could go up 4-love in the second set. Oh, great shot by Drew. Great shot. Oh.
Just crushed. And another game goes on the Brderick Palmer side. They're up 4-love in the second set after winning the first set. Well, we got a fault. Love 15.
Patty Jarrett serving at 4-0 in the second set.
No surprises here on this match.
No. Kind of forcing their will on.
And I wonder if that worked against these guys. Kaylor and Watt had to default because of Casey Watt's ankle injury. Javi and Andre didn't get to play that match, so they just came out here a little flat. But again, it's a daunting task to play Brderick Palmer.
Oh.
A little net cord would be love 30. Slight glimmer.
Yeah.
Good serve, and it's now 15-30. Make it 30 all.
Yeah, Jared caught a nick in the corner there, making life tough for Andre.
Perfect volley. 40-30.
Jared and Drew doing a real good job on the overheads here. They're oh, I think that was between the legs.
Whoa.
Little between the legs volley by Broderick there. Very nonchalant.
Spins it for the winner and the game. 5th game, 5-love, Broderick and Palmer. They're winning the first set. They're 1 game away from winning this match and moving on in the tournament.
Yep, they'll be going to the semifinals. Right now they're doing quite well in their quarterfinal match. They could be our first team into the quarters, into the semis, excuse me. And they're in complete control of the match at 5-love in the second set. Other matches we got coming up tonight are Erdroya and Reagan against Stulak and Johansson.
Yeah, we got Marco and George, partners for a couple years. They finished top 4 in the country.
Yep.
They've teamed it up here this year with different partners. It's going to be really an exciting match.
Okay, we are serving at love 5.
Oh, great get by Jared. Oh,
Well, finally a rare error. 15-love.
a little sloppy by Drew.
Into the net, and it's now 15 all.
Yep.
I think that overhead was long.
It was.
And so we have now 15-30.
Yep.
2 points away from the match for Broderick and Palmer.
Crane winner serving.
Goes for it, but misses, and it's 30 all.
I think they're trying to end this match quickly here. They want to get off the court.
Yeah, this is kind of a routine match here for Jared and Drew. I've seen it so many times over the last couple of years. And there's really nothing the other guys can do. They're that good.
So what's the mindset right there for them? Just when you're up 5-0 trying to end the match.
For Drew and Jared?
Yeah.
I think they're just methodical as always. You just win 1 point at a time no matter what. You don't want to give those guys a second life.
Jared tries a trickier shot, but we do have a game point for Crane winner. 40-30.
got a little Drew and Jared switch sides here.
I saw that.
Maybe practicing for a future matchup. It's great to be comfortable both sides of the court. It's good to play that way a little bit and mix it in when it really doesn't count.
They're back to their original formula.
They're going to give it to him? Or he missed it?
Couldn't tell.
Nope, they gave it to him.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's their game. First game on the board for Bonfigli and Farron Cranewitter.
Okay, so Drew
It's now
Broderick.
5-1, Drew Broderick serving. And that's out. First point for Broderick, 15-love.
Sure, Drew wants to hold serve here and get off this court as soon as he can. The match just seemed to.
Yeah, and you know how Drew's a student of the game. He'd love to get off the court and watch some of the other guys out here.
Watch him play a three-setter and get tired for tomorrow.
That was a great shot. Just caught the baseline there.
Yep.
Drew nonchalantly put the ball back
Nice
in play.
and calm.
We got a nick. 15 all.
And those guys were thinking, what do we have to do to win a point here? That's what you have to do. You got to aim at the nick, go for it, and get lucky.
Drew serving 15 all. That volley is just so impressive.
Okay. Well, we've got 30. We've got 15-30.
Kind of a little sloppy there. Jared just threw that shot in there. Wanted to see if Javi was going to come up and blast it, and he did. Javi had deceiving speed there, Bill.
Yeah. Looks like Drew take some overheads and hit some, get some spin shots on it, pick up the pace.
I think he missed that wide. I'm going to call it 30 all.
Exactly. All right,
I think we have a match point coming up. 40-30 for Broderick.
But don't worry, our paddle marathon's going to continue.
That's exactly
There
right.
it is. Drew Broderick, Jared Palmer win 6-1, 6-1.
Okay, we'll be right back. Welcome back. We are live from Canoe Brook Country Club in Summit, New Jersey on Paddle Tennis Television, on Facebook and YouTube. We've got players lined up for an amazing quarterfinal match here. I'm Patty Hogan. I'm alongside Whit Harwood.
Hey, Patty.
Hey, Whit, welcome. Can you tell us who we're going to be watching here?
We're going to be watching Marco Grangiero and John Hughes playing against, we have George Wilkinson and Max Lepivert.
And the intriguing backstory here?
Well, Marco and George were partners all last year, finished with the national ranking of 3rd in the country, and they now split, and Max and George are playing the season together.
I think they know each other's game well. Sometimes players retool. John Hughes plays with Mark Powers. Mark was unavailable this weekend, and so Marco and John teamed up, and it's another lefty-righty combination. We've seen a lot of them out here today. And we'll be joined in the booth by Bill Dunn here shortly to call this match. The winner of this match plays who, Whit? What do we have?
The winner of this match is going to play the winner of the Erdoya-Regan-Stulak-Jonassen match, which will take place on court 2 here in just a little bit.
This is court 3, and that's court 4. Okay, and the players kind of went through their warm-up, Whit, and now they're just sort of getting their game faces on. They're going to kind of talk. I expect this to be a thrilling match.
Yeah, this could probably be a long one. And what do you expect to see out of the yep. Oh, hey, Billy.
Because these are kind of new combinations, we're early in the season here, Whit. I think let's just watch a couple of the games here. Let's see how it plays out, and I'll give you my prediction a little bit early in the second set. I don't want to go out on a limb quite yet.
All right, good tease.
Okay. So I just said to Whit, I mentioned, Bill, we've got another lefty-righty combination here with John Hughes and Marco Grangiero.
This is an interesting, I'm sure you guys talked about it, but I mean, some ex-partners playing together here.
We talked about the ex-partners playing against each other, all top, some of the top players in the country once again. This is a highlight film every single match here at Canoe Brook today, back to back to back. Superstars in the sport. It looks like John Hughes might be serving first. He's the lefty. And his partner, Marco Grangiero. George Wilkinson hitting the return from the deuce court there. Wait. Say this one.
That's love 15.
Say it. George and Max, right out of the box here, what I can see is they may have the best outfits of the team out here.
Are those matching?
They appear to be matching.
Yes.
George Wilkinson just hit that overhead, and that is Max Lepivert hitting that beautiful overhead. We will see a monster amount of overheads from Max in this match. Beautiful shot out of the ad court from Marco Grangiero there.
Yeah, that's 15 all. John serve.
Well, this is beach weather, so I feel like they've got some beach outfits going.
Yeah, very impressive.
30-15, Hughes Grangiero.
So, Patty, give us an update on how many matches these guys have played together.
Well, Max and George are a new partnership this year. They played through Patterson. They played a great final out there before going down to Parsons and Durant. That match could have gone either way. Max and George were really close, I thought, at one point to pulling off a surprise win there in their first tournament together. So I believe they were quite pleased to have gotten to the finals here. And Marco and John, I don't think they've played a tournament together. They're both obviously high-level, highly talented players. And
40-15.
you know, I would give the nod early on. Le Prévert.
Fault by John, 40-30.
I would say Max and George have to be the favorites here. And they are the second seeds in this tournament.
Exactly right. This is a little slower than the match we just had with Loubat and Rose. It seems more a little deliberate paddle here, looking for their shots, feeling each other out. Nice. Oh, wow. Great vibe by Grangerio.
Game Grangerio Hughes.
So we've had about 50 or 60 matches that have already been completed in this marathon paddle day out of Canoe today. The great thing about these tournaments is every player who enters is guaranteed at least 3 matches. And so even if they get bumped out early in the morning, they go to back draws and other back draws. There's consolation, reprieve matches, even something called the last chance. So it keeps all the competitors playing for most of the day.
So once again, we have another match where the pace of play is different, the styles of play are different. We've gone from the Loubat and Rose match to Jared and Drew's match, and now this match. And just there's these strengths and weaknesses in the styles are very interesting how they're different.
George Wilkinson serving. George plays the deuce chord, and he's got one of the most ferocious forehands in the game.
15 love. Fault by Wilkinson, 15-all.
John Hughes returning serve. He's the lefty playing the deuce chord. John came onto the scene really in a strong way with Mark Powers last season. He's really fun to watch. Had amazing nationals, lost a really tough match in the 16s. But he just seems to be getting better every tournament.
Well, now he's on the court with 3 guys who have been to a lot of finals, a lot of high-ranking tournaments. These guys have been close.
And it's interesting because you could see Wilkinson and Le Prévert had that chemistry instantly as a team in Patterson.
15-30.
Great close there by Grangerio. Really brought the heat.
And I think as the level of play goes up in the sport, these players have a little better, easier time of kind of acclimating to a new partner fairly quickly. Sometimes it works to their advantage because they've played against the other team with their other partners, where the longtime team or the team's a little more used to each other is coming up against a team they've never faced, so they really don't know, where the offense is going to come from, how the team's going to play the match.
A nice little shot there, a little off pace. Wilkinson handled it no problem, though.
Just a shout out, another member of the New Jersey Men's Platform Tennis League, Rob Shinoni, Mars County. Great player, great guy. He's checking out the live streaming here.
Oh, yeah?
They have a new facility. Mars County just put in 4 brand new courts and a paddle hut.
30-all.
There's that forehand from George.
Oh, nice shot.
30-40.
And even a better shot from John. Might have been a miss hit. Held his paddle up.
It's all right.
See how Marco threw up a lob off of that serve from George? I think that's the first lob return of serve I've seen all day today.
Yeah.
But it's a smart play if the serve handcuffs you.
Looks like these guys are settled in, trying to figure out how this is going to go.
Deuce.
Marco loves coming out of those screens. He has beautiful backhand. Really phenomenal screen player. Just missed a little long.
Is there a team you would expect to be more patient in this match, just from past experience of the individual players? Oh, beautiful.
Advantage, Granchero, Hughes.
I think Max has an extraordinary amount of patience. Of all four, I might give him the award for having the most amount of patience, but they're all really off the charts compared to most people we ever see play.
Break by Granchero, Hughes. That's 2-love.
Beautiful spin cut overhead. See, a lot of these players will let the ball drop. Tennis, a player will go and attack and get as close to the net as they can to hit the ball. Here in paddle, you let the ball get to you so that and let the ball drop low so you can add all those spins. Granchero serving. We saw a lot of this last week in Patterson Open, where Max got to the left side of the court of the two players. And he's got beautiful variety in his overheads. He has a unique overhead. Mark Fischel refers to it to the French overhead, where Max simply lets the ball drop almost below shoulder length. You just saw it right there.
Exactly.
And he takes the pace off the ball and simply puts the ball deep in the court. Incredibly difficult ball to attack, believe it or not. The more he lets that ball drop, the more the players lose their ability to be offensive in that moment. Max is a player out here. You'll see a wide variety.
15-love.
He has a wide variety of grip changes, and you can see it with Max, and it's a great thing because he can hit such variety because of his grip changes.
Oh. I guess you don't want to make a mistake on his forehand.
15-all.
One of the things you do see out of John Hughes is he does love to hit a lot of those overheads over to that deuce court, but with George Wilkinson's forehand there's no way that's going to be an effective strategy here.
Yeah. 30-15.
George would be smiling the entire match if that was the case. But that is the tendency when John's off the net. He goes over to that deuce court.
Boy.
30-all.
That is a short, powerful swing.
George is a pro out of Nursing Island. Max is at Aspetuck Valley. I'm sure their membership is proud to see these guys at the top of the game.
Game, Wilkinson, Lepevere.
All right.
Score?
Granchero, Hughes lead 2-1.
This is kind of the start I expected, and I think that Marco and John, Granchero and Hughes, will have to kind of come up with something special. George Wilkinson and Max Lepevere just so smooth that I feel like it's their match to lose. And they don't really lose matches at this highest level. The reason why they are consistent performers in the top 4 is they don't lose matches. They get to those pressure moments, they're going to dig in deep, they're going to hit quality shots, keep the ball in play forever. We've got tons of spectators out here. Kinnear Brook set up a beautiful bar area over on the first court. Everyone's having a great time watching. Max Leperver serving.
Fault Leperver, love 15.
Nice shot by John Hughes.
Love 30.
Have you ever seen the matching outfits before? Is that a?
In the women's game,
Okay.
Love 40.
it's a rare find in the men's game.
Well, they might be women's shorts from the looks of it.
Back in the day when I started playing, I can remember several teams who would coordinate their outfits.
Well, after getting back in the match with a nice break, they're down love 40 here.
I expect this match to go on for a long time.
Grangier with a nice play off that side screen there. That wasn't an easy shot.
I think every shot George hits to Marco, he's just standing there and he knows exactly what Marco's going to do.
Oof.
Grangiero Hughes lead 3-1.
It's 3-1.
Love.
So we're seeing some patient paddle here. Guys are working the point, trying to make sure no one's got a shot to hit. I'm just going to be curious to see if Hughes takes that ball to Wilkinson's forehand on his overheads. That's wide.
15-all.
You can see George setting up for it. He's waiting for that. He'd like to get that shot.
$30-15.
Bill, we're going to bring in our next guest announcer, Drew Brderick, tournament chair, #1 seed. He's going to come in here and
Beautiful.
join the action.
All right, we got Drew Broderick, our tournament host and #1 seed, stepping into the booth, helps out with a little announcing here. He just came off a 6-1, 6-1 win in his quarterfinal match. And Drew's getting settled in here.
Hello, Billy Baru. How are you?
What's going on, Drew? How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Thanks for joining us.
I've been waiting all day to just sit and relax and have a beer and watch some good paddle.
Well, we got two good matches here. We're off to a good start over on court 4. What's the score on court 4? 3-1.
Grangiero Hughes lead 3-1, yep.
Okay, thanks.
30-15.
30-15.
Okay, fill me in. We have court 3. Looks like they didn't begin yet.
Not yet, yep. But over on court 4, you've got Grangiero and Used are down, up 3-1 against LaPavere and Wilkinson.
Now, Bill, as tournament director, I don't recall approving those shorts from George and Max.
Well, I just asked Patty. I've never seen team uniforms, and I was wondering if those were bought in the female section of the pro shop.
And just for the record, they were not the Atlantic Classic favors this year. If anyone
God.
was wondering at home.
Yeah. Have you ever seen team shorts like that before?
No, I hope I never do again.
Okay. All right. If they win tonight, I can't imagine what they got for the semis and the finals, if that's their quarterfinal outfits.
I'm going to see maybe after this match if they'll sign them and send them out to Ron Cummins in Colorado.
All right.
I'm sure Ron's watching right now. Ron, I'll give you a call later.
So, Drew, obviously we got some new teams playing here. Obviously with George and Marco being ex-partners, what's that dynamic like? What do you think? They obviously know each other's games very well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. I feel like, I feel like both players are going to come out playing slow, a little conservative, not looking to be the one to make many mistakes. But at the same time, you know what? They all know each other real well, respect each other's games. And I anticipate this match to be at least 2.5 hours. And I did tell Spider Pro, the umpire, we'll see you in 2.5 hours. He thought I was joking. So we'll see what happens.
All right. No, you're right. They're getting off to kind of a conservative start, just kind of feeling each other out. And seeing how these points play out. There's been a few early mistakes that have led to the 3-1 lead for Grangiero and Hughes.
Game Grangiero Hughes, they lead 4-1.
That's a quick 4-1 lead there.
It is. Next 2 games, stating the obvious here, next 2 games I guess will determine who wins the set. But I think if Max and George could get this back to 4-3, it's as good as tied. Again, it's very early in the match, but both these teams would love to get a 1-set lead. I'm going to tell you, Bill, it's going to be hard for me not to watch Court 3 this whole time, though, because I'm excited to see Leonard back up north. Leonard has been down at Johns Island, where he's the director of rackets there.
115.
And it's great to see Mike Stulak, 2-time national champ. Also has some mixed championships and husband and wife championships. And Mike has been one of the big dogs in the game for a long time, way before I was even around, or in fact any of the guys that are on the courts right now were around. So Mike is the experienced player out there, and one of my Region 1 President's Cup players, which I am the captain. I don't know if you're aware.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, I think they voted me back. I'm not sure.
All right, we're back in the action on Court 4. A lot of very good deep lobs. Wilkins taking the overhead. Grangiero's taking the overheads.
Love 30.
So we got Love 30 out. They've got to be careful here if they lose this game to go down 5-1.
Yeah, and they have to have the mentality right here where let's forget the score and let's play at least the rest of this set, taking a half hour or so, because they can actually get a moral victory out of stretching this set, even if they don't win it. And that's just it. I mean, you just don't want to lose control of the match. Even if you lose the set, you want to feel like you're dictating play. I do feel out of both teams, though, there is more trickiness to John Hughes and Marco. Marco's got a wide variety of shots. He can come off playing patient and then put one through your chest. So, as you saw right there.
Exactly right. Perfect example of that. There he is. Oof.
Yep, not a bad move, but it's
15-30.
You still don't want to lose those points.
Yep. Especially when you're up 4-1, love 30.
Speaking of Marco Grangiero and John Hughes, I'd like to thank the Canubra Country Club members, the Rendazzo family. They were generous enough to put
That's 15-40.
John Hughes up at the hotel rooms here at the club. So they are definitely not roughing it, staying right across the street and getting the royal treatment here. So thank you to the Rendazzo family. And Marco Grangiero is also staying at the club thanks to the Feeney family. So very nice of our members to all come together and support the players. It's very generous, and the players greatly appreciate it and are enjoying it.
Nice accommodations and very local. Makes it easy. That's very nice, those members.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a shot there.
Game, Grangiero Hughes. They lead 5-1.
Nice little backhanded flip off the screen, caught those guys off guard. And we're up 5-1. So I guess you get up 5-1, you want to put the clamp down and end this right here, especially when you're serving, right?
Well, sometimes that mindset's the kiss of death, Bill. It ends up being 5-5 a little quick when you think that way.
Right. I wonder why I never win my matches. X-Man taught me that, sorry.
I haven't seen X-Man in a while. Is he?
We only could take 4 hours, and we banned him.
Okay, I was wondering if he was already.
Yeah. He only had one scarf. He had to go home and get a second one for the evening night.
Love 15.
I figured that, or it was nickel night at Buffalo Wild Wings, Saturday night specials. See, Marco and John get to be a little bit more patient when they're at the baseline, because Max and George aren't going to hurt you much with spin drop shots or kill shots, as opposed to when Marco's at the net. Marco has great drop shots, kill shots, different spins.
That's
so there's a little bit more pressure on lobbing from George and Max.
That's a nice return to serve right there. George really got on top of that one.
Love 40.
Love 40. That one almost hit Max there. Just get out of the way. Oop. Okay.
That's 15-40.
Bill, I'd also like to thank the men's Team 6, captained by Bob Ferguson. They were generous enough to put up George and Max also at the club.
The whole team put in for it?
Yes, the
Wow.
whole team chipped in and put up for 2 nights for George and Max. So George and Max are actually neighbors with Marco and John tonight.
This match doesn't go well. It could be a pillow fight.
That's 30-40.
30-40. Grangiero and Hughes trying to get back in this game, trying to close out the first set. They're up 5-1. Some patient paddle being played. Oh, beautiful volley by Grangiero.
Deuce.
Back to deuce. They would like to close out this set right here. Oh, caught a break there. Let's serve.
Advantage, Grangiero Hughes.
So we have our first set point here.
And that's set. Grangiero Hughes take it 6-1.
All right, it's the end of our first set. True, I noticed since last time I hear you've got new lights here at the Canubra courts. They are really nice. They appear to be the LED.
Correct. Yeah, they're great. We put them in last year. And, yeah, it's just unbelievable. You get to pick up the ball very well. Not too many blinding spots, even when you're looking right at it. So, yeah, it was a great addition to the program. And
it's nice to see Canubra keeps investing in the paddle program, keeps things rolling here. Did a nice job. They're hosting a great event today, and the courts look great.
Absolutely, yeah. They do a lot of work here. We do have 8 women's teams that participate in the New Jersey Women's League, and we have 7 men's teams that participate in the men's league. So we're very active here. We have stuff going on 7 days a week. And I should thank my staff, Cheryl Barsick, Karen Fitzgerald, and Connor the Laser Brain. These guys have been working really hard. We've been working morning to night every day. And, yeah, it's just a lot of fun being here, and a lot of very enthusiastic members.
All right, True. So give me the mindset of each team. One team just lost 6-1. One team just won 6-1. So give me the mindset of both teams here. What are you telling your partner? I've seen you lose a lot of sets 6-1. Come back and win the match. So
I'm glad you remember those sets, Bill.
I do.
That's great. You know, it's just tricky. I mean, in all fairness, when I'm on both ends of that, I forget the last set. Whether I won it or I lost it, it's all about this first game and then the second game. You still have to win 2 sets in order to win the match. And, you know, in past years, I haven't been able to, you know, forget about the first set, win or lose, and it comes back to get you. So ultimately, you know, both of these teams have been here before. And, you know what, we've all been up a set and lose in 3 and vice versa. So
that's 15 love.
So there's no pressure yet.
Okay. Wow. Nice backhand drive off the screen by Grangiero.
That's 15 all.
So even though that first set took about 20 minutes, we still could be in a 2.5-hour match if these guys settle in and start to grind.
Well, my prediction's not looking as good, but I think if I was able to bet again and stick with my 2.5, I'd have a lot better odds. You agree?
I agree. That was a great volley.
30-15.
Wilkinson followed behind Marco and caught him off guard. Nice play. Starting to see some more patient paddle here settling in.
So, Bill, have you and the rest of the commentators been lucky enough to go down to Court 1 where the buffet and kegs are all set up? Have you?
No, our boss has been working us pretty hard. We haven't had much time for anything.
Brutal.
So I don't think Patty's eaten all day. She's been here all day. And
40-15.
Pa Estes has been the glue, of course, the big toe of the crew.
I think I saw Pa at the grill before.
Oh, he's... Oh, what do you call that shot?
Well, he's got a nice flick. He hit that one harder than he normally does. One more little fact about the 4 guys out on Court 4. They are all President's Cup teammates. They were the champions last year over Region 1 in a thriller. Came down to the very last point, but they were tough. I believe it was their second or third year in a row winning President's Cup.
Deuce.
It's reduced here in the first game in the second set. Wilkinson serving. It's tough to tell the players by their clothes because they're all wearing pretty much the same thing.
Advantage, Granjero, Hughes.
Yeah, you can expect to see some longer points as he hits the lob wide.
Yeah.
Good call by me. My brain shut down for today, Bill. I'm done. I'm ready for tomorrow.
I don't blame you.
I actually have to say I'm very relieved to get through today as my son puts the pressure on me. He only comes on Sundays, he says. He's 4 now. He's got some attitude. So he only comes on Sundays, so the pressure's on me to make it there. So we will see little Vince. I heard a rumor that Vince and Timo want to challenge Juan and I in a quick little match before we play. So we might get to see that for a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, so Marco's not happy with that shot. They were expecting to win the point on Hughes' forehand, and Marco Max played great defense, and then there's the press. So.
Oh, nice shot
So
there.
there's the spin I was talking about.
Yep.
That just sets up the rest of the point.
Back to deuce.
Yep.
And Marco's not trying to hit it there as a winner. He's just trying to bring George in, out of position, hit behind him just like he did. Perfect execution there.
Is it because he doesn't have the kill shot part of that? It's just more of a...
No, he does, but he knows George already had a head start on it, and the ball wasn't super short.
Well, he set up nice. He did exactly what you said. He hit it behind and the point was done. Slowly, I think they're getting more pace here. These points are getting bigger. Someone's winning this first game of the second set.
Yeah, they're playing a nice grind point.
Would you say there's one guy in this court that's the most patient?
I would not. I would say they are all very well-rounded, patient players. Last year, Marco and George were a very strong team, and over the last 2 years, I saw their patience rise in the game of paddle, which is why they became one of the best teams in the country.
Advantage, Wilkinson, Lipovic.
So no coincidence. The more patient they got, the higher they're going up.
Absolutely.
Is that something that some guys never get? So is that why guys never get to the top 5, get to the semis of big tournaments because they've never learned that patience? It's
I think so.
Yep.
I think, you know, it's tough to lose that tennis mentality of, you know, hitting through somebody or hitting a winner is the ultimate goal.
Back to deuce.
It's a long first game of the second set.
Well, the 2.5 hours is looking a little better. And you'll see as the points start slowing down, you're going to see rare volley errors. Anything.
Gotcha.
And with this temperature, you get nice feel on the ball. It's still actually pretty warm. I just came off the court, and when I left my room, I felt that there was going to be a chill in the air, but it's not. It's beautiful out.
Good night for watching paddle. Doesn't look like either team's particularly picking on one player to kind of, it's been spread around. We've seen some of the other matches where you could see they were clearly hitting it to one of the players over the other. But this match, it seems like there's no real difference.
Just to give you an update here on court 3, the match that you cannot see just yet. Dan Regan and Mick Yerdoya lead 4-1 over Leonard Jonassen and Mike Stulak. So that's Mick is playing very well. Dan is playing very well. Mick, I'm sure, has some Jersey fans down there. Mick is the director at Essex Fells Country Club. And big congratulations to Dan Regan, who is the new director of rackets at the Innis Arden Club in Greenwich, Connecticut. That's actually how their friendship, well, I don't want to say their friendship. Dan and Mick played college tennis together at Armstrong in Georgia, Savannah, Georgia. And then they worked together at Innis Arden Club until I stole Mick down for Essex Fells.
Advantage, Wilkinson, Lipiver.
All right, so we are still in the first game. So, Drew, your predictions. Oh, we got a 15-minute first game of the second set here, so maybe we'll get back to your 2.5-hour match. And I think he just held serve.
Game, Wilkinson, Lipiver.
All right.
And I don't think they missed one volley that game.
Yeah. Yep. So.
Okay, Bill, I have to get back to the keg. I'm in my room,
Okay.
so I'm going to hand it over to Pa Estes.
Okay, beautiful.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, nice seeing you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're good. So, Pa, you back on the mic?
Now I'm back on the mic.
Now you're back on the mic. So, I've seen you sitting on the sidelines watching this match. What's your observations of what's going on at court 4 here?
Well, court 4 looks like it was going to go pretty quickly, but now it looks like it could be a much lengthier match. As Drew had mentioned, both teams are playing patiently. Looks like everyone's trying to avoid putting a ball where it can be really hit, so overheads are being placed very carefully.
I think that hit John Hughes.
I think the volley did.
Yep.
So it's left 30.
Yep.
They're being careful hitting to the deuce court side, trying to keep it away from Hughes's forehand. Have to also be careful about putting the ball too high into the screens because he likes to come off with his backhand, which makes a pretty good angle and a tough volley when he hits it.
Kind of that same flick shot that Marco's done a couple times tonight?
Yep. If you can, you want to take that ball when it's high, and you want to hit that ball on a downward angle. It makes a much tougher volley. You can see that overheading is trying to keep it low, trying to keep it down.
It seems that Hughes and Grangier are hitting a lot of their overheads to the middle.
That's good to pull the players out of the corner, get a chance to open up a shot at the corner.
Oh, that is some fantastic volleying.
Great volley exchange.
Game, Wilkinson, Lepever. Wilkinson, Lepever leave 2 games to love.
A little bit of a turnaround here in the second set. As Drew mentioned.
Yes. Terrific serve.
Would he catch a nick there?
Catch a nick. Serving it hard challenges the return off the deck. And you let it go, you have the risk of it going into the corner and coming out on an angle you can't get.
30 love.
Well, that hit George.
Yeah. Grangiero hitting his old partner.
15-30.
15-30. Okay. George didn't quite get that roller into the corner, and John took advantage of it.
True.
Yep.
He hit it pretty hard off the back wire, and that comes out and is a very good offensive opportunity there. You can see that overhead hitting the wires and not coming back into the court, staying back in the green area, keeps your opponent's back deep, so it makes an easier volley if they hit it. Quick blitz.
Yep.
Marco choreographed that point.
Yep.
He saw the opportunity. Opponent was back off the net.
15-40.
Chipped it at his feet, moved in, made a good volley. It's a little impatient.
30-40.
So Grangiero and Hughes the top of your court. Returning serve, uses your lefty. Grangier is the righty in the deuce, in the ad court, excuse me.
Nope, going.
All of a sudden, we're quickly at deuce. Couple, two mistakes by Marco.
That's a great volley lob. Get out of that difficult situation by George, ends up
advantage, Lepever, Wilkinson.
Winning that point.
Oof.
Back to deuce.
All that hard work, one serve, and loss of point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Advantage, Hughes, Grangiero.
I think they need to keep the ball from coming off that back screen too far.
Oof.
Game, Grangiero, Hughes, Wilkinson, Lepever leave 2 games to 1.
So in your career, did you or your partner ever wear matching shorts like that in any big one of your national championships?
You know, not in paddle, but in tennis. Family tends to try to dress and stay together and look like a team. I have that with both my son and my daughter, and it's nice. I think it's a good team effort. So I'm sure Max and George feel like they're a team out there.
Yeah.
That's long.
All right, so Grangier is serving down 1-2 in the games. He is at the top of your court. His partner is Hughes, and they're serving to LaPavere and Wilkinson, who are at the top of the court. You know, after some long, patient paddle points there for that while, we had 4 quick mistakes at the end of that game to end the.
Right, but at this point, LaPavere and Wilkinson, at the top of your screen, are just lobbing the ball. Have not attempted to hit a ball yet. They're grinding it out. I think they want to try to, when they get a chance, there was a chance, they'll swing, but they're not going to press anything right now.
George came way over to hit that for a.
He did. He moved back quickly. He knew he had to cover back where he left that court, so he hustled over and made the get. Too bad. They both took swings. 2 volleys came back, and then the lob went long.
15 all.
I think Marco faulted.
Yep.
15-30.
Serving at 1-2, 15-30. Boy, did a great job keeping that volley away from Max.
Well, I think Max and George want to grind out this point. They'd love to get 2 shots at another game and keep that advantage. Let's see, it's again, he presses it and it gets in trouble.
30 all.
Yeah. Grangiero did a nice job of closing on the net and reading that situation.
Yep.
Took it right to the. Volleyed it right where George had left.
Here's where their overheads have to be hit cautiously. Keep it low and deep. Don't let Hughes or Grangiero take a big swing at the ball. Doing it pretty well so far.
That's that shot.
Yeah, he made it. But see, again, that was a great shot, but it was the shot before that set that point up. He should not have hit that ball high into the deuce court screens. It set John up and then put Wilkinson and LaPavere in trouble on the next shot.
Oh,
that was such a good shot.
Wow.
That was great.
Game, Grangiero, Hughes. 2 all.
Well, I'm going to call this as a big game right now. Big game.
Hey, Paul, I'm going to step aside. John Milbank's going to jump here and do a little guest announcing. Nothing like having a celebrity in the house.
Okay.
All right, let me step aside. Here you go.
Pushing it a bit.
Hey, we're glad to have John Milbank here. Partner of mine in many matches.
Hey, Pa. Watching the team that just crushed us.
Okay.
Micker Doja and Dan Reagan.
Yeah, the game's so offensive now that if you can't volley as a team, you're not going to have much of a chance to play well.
Okay. Yep, LePavere and Wilkinson.
Yeah, sorry everyone. I was watching a different match, and I've been I've been informed that the match you're watching is for the best players in the country, for the top 5 teams in the country.
John, as I've been telling people watching, overheading, they're trying to keep that ball low. Unfortunately, he missed that overhead to keep the drives at a minimum.
Yeah, you have to let the lobs drop nowadays. Everybody's so offensive. There's so many world-class tennis players playing that to keep your partner safe, if you don't keep the ball low, the next thing you know, you're hitting an overhead and they're attacking your partner, and he didn't hit the shot before that, and so he doesn't have a rhythm for that moment. And you really need to keep your partner safe. I think the biggest key to keep your partner safe is good lobs and good overheads, and those are the shots that seem to be hit the most in the long point environment.
I totally agree. Doing a good job right now, keeping the ball down low. There's a great shot, good example. The lower it got, the more difficult it was for Hughes and Grangero to return. Just a little long. Big point for Wilkinson and LePavere.
There it is again. The ball just bounced above the height of the net, and the players can take anything above the height of the net and attack it now. Doesn't matter which side of the court it's coming from.
Makes a very difficult volley. It was too bad. Max looked for that shot. He had a good lob, moved his opponent off the net, but just maybe rushed to try to make it a little too good and missed.
It's almost like the only way to win an easy point now is hitting the corner.
Yeah. Well, he certainly hit for it enough. Good try.
All brought on by drives.
So you can see LePavere giving Wilkinson signals to let him know where he's going to go on the serve. Well, let's watch these overheads. Don't get them up too high.
You know, it seems like one of the big keys to being able to hit the overheads from a low point is you have to learn to play off the net and volley up if you have to, and just be ready to be athletic moving forward if somebody does drive low. But otherwise, you don't play off the net, you're not going to be able to hit the overheads from a low point.
That's it. That is a good point, too. Positioning is key.
And then you have to have the skill to volley from off the net. It's very difficult to play that way. but it seems like everybody can now.
Well, they're very good at anticipating. If they see a drive coming, they get right on the net, make some terrific volleys up close, but in guarding against some of those lobs, you don't want to get caught too close to the net. You could see both Wilkinson and Liprever were behind the service line at that shot, but there's a great low drive and it made a tough volley.
And the ball was about the height of the net or above it when it hit the screen and came out, which allowed him the angle to hit.
Marco going for broke and actually gets the point.
Game Granjero-Hughes. Granjero-Hughes lead 3-2.
And you can see that Marco's mindset at that point was, okay, we have a break point here to go up in this set, and I'm going to go for it. He went all out, made a great play, and paid off.
And if you watch Marco, he's very fit. He trains a lot, and he's always ready to move forwards. And he reads his partner's drive. He doesn't just run forwards. He's reading the moment that his partner's about to attack, and he's willing to run into that no man's land or through that no man's land area, which causes players to miss some volleys, even if he doesn't have to make the volley. So it's, you know, the athletics has, you know, become a big part of the paddle world now.
Athleticism coupled with reading the shots and where your partner is obviously makes a great positioning, and the court is small. If you're in good position, it makes it tough for your opponents. There's a good deep lob. They had a good chance for an offensive shot, but volleys staved off Granjero and Hughes to stay right back up at the net. Looking at the lobs and seeing them get their moving Hughes and Grangero's feet back behind the service line.
And that shot was deep and crowding Max. He probably should have thrown it to Love.
15
for
love.
some space to work with.
Yep, there's a great return and another return off the back wire, and we're back to Granjero and Hughes at the net again.
If you watch Granjero hitting those overheads he's hitting right now, those are overheads the average player can copy. They're not very dramatic and athletic. It's almost like a defensive tennis volley. That overhead right there too. And those are the shots that people can copy, things that don't look too dramatic, but they're very important strategically in this game.
So he's hitting the ball rather flat, not putting a lot of spin on it, letting it drop low, pushing it deep, taking pace off the ball, not giving much for his opponents to work with. George has to be careful. He tried to roll another ball into Hughes's corner, and Hughes took a good swing at it. They made a good volley and staved off a possible loss of point there. So you sort of see them settle in a rhythm of trying to keep nice low shots, and it's good. It kind of
all.
Forces, doesn't force, but maybe it makes the player a little impatient. Granjero attempted a shot.
With both his feet in the green, which the volleyers are probably making the volley anyway.
Yeah. So John, you know that this is certainly a game of errors, and you want to give your opponents a chance to make an error. So putting the ball in difficult spots, hopes that that will be a winning strategy.
There's so much work that goes into a point, and when you think about it, execution is the key, and to keep executing, it's almost like you have to be a robot to execute so consistently at this level now. And strategy is so important, but position and shot selection and then execution is almost more important than your strategy. It's such an athletic game. You have to just keep executing over and over at a very quick, high level. And the only thing that can slow it down is just a high lob.
And we forced a volley a little wide at that point.
30-15.
Yeah, whether the point goes for 5 shots or 55 shots, the next shot you have to be disciplined. Another lob on the back line. So you can, again, forcing.
40-15.
Trying to force that ball to the corner.
When you're hitting down the line to the corner, the angles are just so slim, and that's why I said it's hard to keep executing no matter how good and talented you are. It's almost like a down-the-line attacking shot is just very difficult to do. You go cross-court, your natural follow-throughs go cross-court. You have all that space, the lower part of the net, and better chance of getting cross-courts.
Well,
Game, Granjero Hughes, they lead 4-2.
well, they've turned this around now. Almost a must game for LePavere and Wilkinson. I think they're trying to talk it over, think about what they can do. Not much more than make sure that they hit very good overheads.
Yeah, the smart shot.
Yep.
The shot that has space.
Try to make Granjero and Hughes a little impatient and maybe force them to make an error. I would expect this game to be a lengthy one.
Yeah, it's such a game of mental attrition. You have to constantly keep checking yourself because it's so easy to start missing. There's so many shots to execute.
Love 15.
Again, Marco pressed the issue.
He didn't get his toss high up in that one.
And George went for a hard overhead into the corner. And it was returned too well by Granjero. And then forces the shot. You've got to be a little more patient. Stay in the points a little longer. Those were 2 terrific gets, 3 terrific gets. It's very difficult to keep your focus when your opponents are getting balls that basically should be winning shots, and then an easy ball is missed.
And since I've been sitting here, Paul, I haven't seen one lob hit the lights.
A little
Haven't seen
too
one
low.
lob near the lights. And
A little too
the
low.
The higher it is, the more it accelerates downwards, the harder it is to hit it exactly where you want. And I just haven't seen that. There's one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. Those lobs are pretty low trajectory.
Which just allow attacking overheads.
And it's getting a little better. John, as you mentioned, you can see how effortlessly a lot of the overheads are hit. If you're not trying to spin the ball, they're just letting it drop low, hitting it flat, pushing it deep.
Just waiting at the point.
Game Grangero Hughes, they lead 5-2.
Well, I would think that the strategy being employed by Grangero and Hughes is just definitely better. They're waiting for their shots to hit. They're putting balls in positions that make it very difficult for Lepavere and Wilkinson to come up with a big shot.
Yeah, they're giving themselves time to react to any volley that comes their way. You know, part of that might be lobs that aren't high and deep.
I agree. It's probably a major opponent slightly off the net to move forward and take that next ball, volley it.
Love.
That's a great volley. It's a terrific return. They're settling in. Keeping the overheads down. Hughes and Grangero just being patient, keeping the ball in play. Here, they looked for a little opportunity, didn't get it. Good half volley.
And again, you watch Marco, he's always looking to move forward. As soon as he sees a ball go linear low and somebody is a little off the net, you always see him ready to go forward. He does all the work. It's a lot of work, but he's ready to do it.
Yeah, you can watch him. You can see he's anxious. He's ready to move, ready to make a move.
That's a lot of pressure on a net team that plays off the net, too. But that's how you win points. You work hard.
It's definitely a grind. Points go on for a long time.
The longest point ever, I wouldn't be surprised if it's over 4 minutes.
Well, I do know, John, I did time one of the points. My son was in a tiebreaker. And around a 16 of the Short Hills Club, first point in the tiebreaker went 5 minutes and 37 seconds.
There you go. So
I don't know if that's the longest shot, but that's pretty long.
There might be a club level point that went 10 minutes. We just don't know.
I know balls have been hit over 200 times as well. No, that's too high. And that's rushed.
He didn't move his feet and make space either.
30-15.
It was right there to hit, but he had to move a little more.
That's too bad. It's a terrific return. Move forward, but the volley was good. It was low enough that forced Lepavere to volley into the net.
40-15, first match point.
Yeah, it's excellent touch, that defensive volley that kept the ball low enough to bother Max.
So the tables turned a little bit there.
40-30.
And LePavere looked to
That's
go
a
in.
great play. That's the first time I've seen them try that. They should be trying that more if George can drive up the deck like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good rip.
Deuce.
Yeah, the overhead just landed a little bit short there, only about 1.5 feet, 2 feet past the service line.
Yeah, bounced up and let George take a swing at it.
With space to attack.
Well, they're back to deuce. Trying to stave off a winning game here. That's nice. Good anticipation.
Very athletic to go from hitting there behind the baseline to be in position to attack the volley that close to the net. Again, it's a lot of work.
All right, we have a break point opportunity. And Marco obliges.
And now they're 4 points from the match. It changes the mental part of the game now. They had match points, and now they're 4 points away. They have to work hard for 4 more points now.
Well, we'll see how Wilkinson and LePavere handle it. Cannot make unforced errors.
That's why you aim down the middle. You're not hitting winners.
Yep.
You get lucky going down the middle.
It's a good serve. We'll look to see if Grangero wants to try to set something up for himself. Good shots. They're low down the middle, or good hits. You could see that was a good play. Great lob, set
You
up a
see
good
it
drive.
with a blitzer that causes pressure.
Yeah.
Love for it.
Got 3 match points here. And there it is. On a Marco blitz, this is what we said.
Great playing. Great athletics.
Yeah.
Match, Grangero Hughes. They win 6-1, 6-3.
Okay. That was an exciting match to watch, Jeff. And I think it's time at the end of our marathon paddle tennis play here. We started this morning at 8 o'clock. It's just after 8 o'clock here, Eastern Standard Time. We saw some of the greatest players in the country out here today, and such excitement. And first of all, I'd like you to share with us all of the the most important part of the tournament are the backdraw matches. We have so many guys who come out here, lay it out, work hard. They're out here kind of enjoying the beverages and the nice dinner that Canoe Brooks put out for them. And so I would love for you to go through some of our consolation reprieve results.
Absolutely. Like you said, Patty, the tournaments are they really are about all the players. It's not just all about, you know, the top players in the country that are here. A draw doesn't get filled if we don't have players that really just want to play against the top players and then get into the back draws where, you know, they find their way and they find their own tournament and they try to make it to the final. So in the consolations, we had McAndrew and Wiesen come through in the consolations. A great win for them. Great prizes put out here by Drew and Canubrook for them. They battled their way and they got the job done at the end. The last chance. You know, as you know, in paddle, it's not just, you know, depending on how far you get it, sometimes it's one loss, sometimes it's two, and sometimes and then you just get to keep playing. So the last chance is what that's about, and Fawcett and Rupert came through in the last chance. They had a tough draw in the beginning, so they ended up in the back draw, and then another really tough match for them, and they pulled it out in the draw in which they finished up in. So just a great job for them in the last chance. Consolation reprieve. Ambrose and McNally. Good win for them. I'm sure they're very happy with that result. They're good, like you said, they're coming up with some good prizes in that back draw, and they played their way to the championship there. The round of 32 reprieve was packed with a lot of really good teams because the round of 32 matches, there were a significant number of them were really competitive, and Fitzgerald and Fay pulled that out over Ma and Rams at the end of the day.
And Fitzgerald is Kieran Fitzgerald. He's one of Drew Broderick's assistant pros here. He started the game a year ago, and just his ascent in the sport is incredible. And that's another follow-up great result for him to Rochester 2 weekends ago.
Yeah, and I'm sure Drew gives him tips and tricks along the way, and he's going to be making his way, I'm sure, as time goes on in the round of 16 and the round of 8s and continuing to progress with his game. In the 16 reprieve, we had Casamano and Kraft, who we played against in the round of 16, and I'm happy to say that they finished it out, and they came in ninth. They beat the seeded team of Babinski and Showman in a very tight match. So it's really good to see the players, even the top players, really competing hard out there in the back draw. You don't see that all the time. But here at the Atlantic Classic, you're really seeing that. I mean, I see Loubat and Rose out there, who, you know, we were able to beat in the quarterfinals in two very tough, tight sets, and they're out there now, and you know they're battling it out. So it's good to see people working hard and playing out those back draws, because at the end of the day, that's really what it's all about. People come here, you go to the tournaments, you want the competition, but when you lose, and even the competition, you want to have the fun. So. It's really good results.
And that's what this sport is about, and I think that you and I have a great appreciation for the opportunity that we all have as rackets players to, you know, be in our adult years, and we don't really want to grow up. We're kind of reluctant to grow up, and the greatest thing about, I think, what keeps paddle players young is that they do get to play a game. They gather every other weekend, and they battle that out on the courts, and then tonight, I'm sure people will go out to dinner and enjoy each other's company.
That's it. At the end of the day, you have a couple of beers, you have a nice dinner, you go out, you hang out with your friends and the other players that are on tour, and at the end of the day, that's what it's really all about. It's an escape from whatever you're doing the other 5, 6, 7 days of the week or the other weeks of the year. So
exactly. So now we're going to talk about the main draw, and we had a couple upsets according to the seeds. We had amazingly talented players who teamed up for the first time here. You were one of them. Why don't we start with our number one seeds?
Yeah, the number
Broderick
one.
and Palmer, defending champs here, two-time current national champs.
Yeah, they really had a very easy go of it, I think, all day. I mean, they got to the semifinals. They played Egan and Vidal in the round of 32. Sorry, in the round of 16. They got through that pretty easily, and then they played Bonfiglia and Farron Cranewitter, who got through really as a result. Maybe they would have won that match, but it would have been an upset for them for sure to beat Kaylor and Watt.
Right.
Watt suffered a very unfortunate ankle injury, so I think Broderick and Palmer were probably surprised to be playing Bonfiglia and Farron Cranewitter, and they got through that match pretty easily. So they have not been tested yet, but I can assure you tomorrow, Patty, that they are going to, at least, if nothing else, they're going to be out there for a while, and we're going to do our best to test them.
So speaking of you guys, why don't you tell us about your path here to the semifinals?
Well, we played. I think we had a tough draw actually. We played Kraft and Casamano, who, as I talked about earlier, that they finished ninth, and we were able to beat them in the round of 16. But it was a tough match. I think one of the sets was a little bit easier than the other, but it was a long set. I just think Juan was just too much for them. He's just super talented, and I think he was just the best player on the court, and he showed it in that match. And then, as you know, we played Loubat and Rose, who got there by beating Barry and Heil. I was a little surprised by that result. How, I'm pretty sure the scores were pretty straightforward in that match. I thought that match would be a little bit closer than it was. They're both very good players, but DeRose and Loubat, I think, got through that pretty easily. And then our match was tight. It was tight the whole way. Very entertaining points for me to watch, quite frankly. I just kind of stood on the sidelines and watched Juan work his magic, and DeRose, unbelievable. I think we had two of the most talented all-around rackets players on the court at one time, and there was just some spectacular shot-making skills between DeRose and Aria. Looking forward to that match tomorrow with Brderick and Palmer. I don't know what the strategy is going to be. I'm sure that Juan played them last year in the semis of the Nationals, and I'm sure he'll have some ideas. I've got some ideas, and hopefully we come together and put together a good match.
You seem to make up, your temperament is a thing of beauty for Juan, I think, and I think that your positive attitude will be a real asset for him, and I see your match as being a real competitive matchup tomorrow.
I'm hoping so. I'm hoping we can pull that out. At some point in time, they've got to lose. So as far as I look at it, there's no better time for them to lose than tomorrow. But in any event, on the other side of the draw.
So this is the bottom of the draw?
Yeah, on the bottom of the draw. And I mean, we just watched a spectacular match between Grangerio Hughes and Wilkinson and La Pavere. Grangerio and Hughes got through that match. I think everybody was surprised.
I was shocked.
The top players, I was surveying the crowd. I was talking to some of the top players as to who they thought would win that match. And I think the significant majority of them thought that Wilkinson and La Pavere would pull that match out. Players thinking, obviously, that it would be a close match. But the scores were not that close.
I was shocked that it didn't go on longer. That's what I'm saying. I don't underestimate how talented Marco and John are as an individual, but they were unknown as a team here. Max and, George came off great tournament up in Patterson.
Yeah.
So that's why the result was shocking to me.
Exactly, and I thought that, I know actually all of them. I've played, Hughes is at my club, so I play against him, and I've played with him before. I've played with Marco and against Marco numerous times before. And actually, I've played with Max, as you know, last year, and I've played a tournament with George. So I know all of those players really well and their games, and I'm surprised that it went down so smoothly for Grangerio and Hughes. Hughes is a lefty. Grangerio hasn't played with a lefty before. I thought that they'd have some problems in this match with balls down the middle, figuring out who's going to hit the overheads. But I don't know why they were able to do it so smoothly, but they did.
I remember Patterson Hughes last year, their breakthrough at the Patterson Open early in the year. And I was just amazed at John Hughes' uncanny ability. His racket skills look a little bit different than some of these top teaching pros, but he gets the job done. And there's a million ways to play this sport. John's figured out a way to be really successful.
And he's great. He's young. He's still under 30. He's still, I think, got some things to learn about the game. I try to give him some tips and tricks, but I don't want him to even become too good, because then he'll be taking me down. On the other side of the draw, you've got, Erdoja. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but and Regan took on former national champion, I think 2, maybe 3 national titles for Mike Stulak, somebody that I've played with before as well, and Leonard Jonassen, a former partner of Juan Arias for many years, and they were taken out actually, I think, pretty easily in that match. Like I said during the other match, I just think that Mick Erdoja is he's just playing great paddle. He's very confident right now. I was talking to him earlier, just generally, and you could tell he's just booming with confidence. And Regan is filling his role very well. So.
And one of the things about Mick's rise in the game, I credit Drew Brderick, because Drew helped Mick get the job over at Essex Fells Country Club when Scott Kaylor went back to Pittsburgh. And I mean, the pros do have a network of support for each other, and they boost each other's professional abilities, and they're happy to bring their level of play up because it gives you another great guy to practice again. And, you know, that's all the credit to Drew. He's making Mick the player that he's letting Mick achieve his potential here. And it's so fun to watch him play. It's the first match I've watched him play a whole match.
Yeah.
And he's as talented as anyone out here.
He's been known to come and go during matches. I mean, I've played him 2 or 3 times before, and he's been absolutely spectacular for 3 games, 4 games, and then he just goes south for a long period of time. But not today. I think he's focused, he's confident, and it'll be interesting. Tomorrow you have a lefty or Doja and a lefty Hughes, both playing with righties. So we'll see.
And don't you think that most paddle players, when they come over from a high level of tennis, it takes them a period of time, even though they might have every shot, to figure out how to manage the mental side of the game. And I know when I took up golf, I thought that golf should last 6 holes. And then after that, it was just mentally too challenging. And then now when I play, 18 holes isn't enough. And I feel that's how, when you become a higher level in the sport, you're able to just mentally compete throughout, and you play every single point. And perhaps this is the passage for Mick to level out his mental part of the game.
Yeah, at the top level, all the guys have outstanding racket skills. They're all very smart. They all understand the game. At the end of the day, it is that ability to mentally focus, which I think is why Brderick and Palmer have been so successful over the last 2 years. It's not necessarily that they have, I think, better racket skills than some of the other players, but their mental game, I mean, Jared's been there, done that how many times, right? And then you got Drew, who's known as one of the, even before Jared came on tour, Drew is known as one of the most mentally tough competitors to play against. So their mental game, I think, is what separates them apart from everybody else. I think it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. You've got great teams, great matches.
And we're going to have an earlier start because we anticipate some rain coming in the afternoon. So we're going to move the match. We're going to have the semifinals going off at 9:30 with we'll be live at 9:15 to kind of bring everybody up to date on all the participants. So we'll get an early start, hope to beat the rain.
Well, that's good.
And we'll be on Facebook Live throughout the whole day to continue our platform tennis marathon.
Well, that's definitely good for me and for Hughes and I, who've got about a 3-hour commute, win, lose, or draw. So for me, I need to get home to my crew, my kids, and Kate. And so the quicker I can get done, I don't anticipate the Brderick Palmer match is going to be short, but
3
I'd
hours.
like to get home. I'd like to get home before midnight tomorrow. So.
Well, I think it's going to be a great day of paddle, and we appreciate the effort Canoe Brook put out here to host and make everybody feel comfortable. Really a nice reception for all the players, spectators, and we love so many people tuned in to the live streaming on Facebook and YouTube, and we look forward to a great day of paddle tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Jeff, thanks so much for coming into the booth and helping us out with our recap.
Hey, Patty, anytime. And I see the big Mr. Scott Estes here, who put in his time as well. So it's a great thing.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
Have a good one, everybody.